oversee. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know, Delilah. in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the hurt frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's to once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes Sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes are stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
You gotta be kidding me, man. Ah, this crazy.
It's a final day here for the group stages here at the Asia Pacific Challengers, and it's also the last chance for 3 sets of matches for the 6 teams that we have to make it into knockouts. It's the lower bracket matches here for the most part, and it's gonna feel like an upper bracket match in the knockouts here, definitely, as the teams want to survive and get into the knockout stage. And without further ado, let's hop into day 6 here of the group stages in the Asia Pacific Challengers.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring allowed, but then Derion on the edge. What a dodge!
Oh no.
3 guns, but the Orb strike right now to go for the burn. Here comes Minimize and Scroll, and Scroll is just a little tap from the Spectre. Will get the takedown. Rosify, he's gonna push it. He wants to go for that peek. That shock bolt though to anticipate, and he does get the takedown! Enough the AoE for the halfway. Here we go now with the hold, and Bonkers just keeping with the stick, and they will get the defuse anyway. Nos holds the line, but Bonkers now able to concuss the opposition enough.
Effort. Oh no, Eeyore's gonna get a kill. Maybe even 2. Oh my goodness! He does get the refrag. He will try to get the orb, but Flinch was already waiting for it.
Get somewhere out of nowhere so quickly. Nos though will have to make amends, and the showstopper will get 2. Timing is perfect to get 1. Minimize gonna get on the board. 6 again. It's just absolutely steadfast. He is the clock that the Bonkers defense relies on, but Asterisk with an explicitive. Eeyore is his name-o, and that will be his game-o. RDW now, the only one left. But for Persija, if you peek from Link, this might be RDW's demise. 1 down below, 1 up on top, and with 1 soul, it will be the firepower of Persija to give themselves this victory. A 2-1 scoreline. All the overtimes you can get in the series. Persija Esports keeps C supremacy and moves on to next week.
The only one to remain now. He does have his ultimate. Spots out 1 already. There you go. Flash spots out 1, but Vibhor is holding on true. They're pushing through the smoke too aggressively here, Dax, and they might have actually lost this one a little bit too. But the blade is going to delay them even further. They can't wait any longer. They have to start pushing in. And look at this. Lammy Snacks, John Olsen, and teammate are starting to rile right in. Oh my goodness, I have to sneeze, but they are still doing so well.
His demise of Matarazzo right now trying to go for the chase. Time though is running on that. He needs to make a play fast. Stand double staff towards the screen. A long angle through main, but even further away, it's John Olsen going for the parcels again. Signed, sealed, delivered, courtesy of Full Sense. And Velocity will have to read their own epitaphs as Full Sense will move on to the knockouts. 13-3, a commanding victory here from Full Sense. Eyes wide open, and the goal is clear from the play-ins to the playoffs. Full Sense will make the endurance run count.
For the first time, Velocity will be facing South Build Esports tomorrow.
Welcome to day 6, the final day here in the group stages here at the Asia Pacific Challengers. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Rap. How are you guys doing this fine Monday morning?
Well, it's not expected for us to be ending this week on a Monday, but I think it's about right because, well, it's the end of the day, start of the week. It's also the end of this stage and also the start of when we actually get a full, clear picture of which teams are going to do that knockout stage. So really what happens today defines how the brackets will go come playoffs next week.
Oh, and once again, the weight only increases. It's been heavy duty, heavyweight day after day. We've seen, once again, so many last hopes of their respective regions bow out and have valiant efforts to try and stay in. But I think we'll see more of that today. I don't know, man. It is Monday, but I am honestly ready for Valorant all week long.
Yeah, last hopes are still up in the air here right now. We've got a couple more regions here that have their last slots for the teams, their last hopes to getting into the knockouts and get represented. And really, we actually have to talk about the couple of matches we have yesterday. I say a couple because we only really saw 2 matches yesterday, and we're gonna be bringing up the highlights right now. And for the most part, the first series that we had for yesterday was Persija Esports and Bonkers, as close as it can get, a 2-1 scoreline. And Bonkers, I really thought that they could take it away from Persija.
Well, it certainly looked that way, and this was probably the closest series we've had. This entire stage, I mean, you look at every single map, and it went the distance, multiple overtimes. You know, map number 1 went for like, what, 4 overtimes, map 2 and 3, 2 overtimes. So there definitely is a case to be made here that no team was necessarily better than the other. It's just that Persija happened to win this time, even though they were my prediction to win this series. I was really impressed by what Bonkers did as well.
Thoroughly impressed is truly one of the ways to describe our first series, as it provided so many thrilling rounds. I mean, we talked about how Bonkers had only a few days to really prepare and try and close that gap, and I feel like they went above and beyond everybody's expectations. Me personally, I thought they had what it takes to stifle the PSG advance, but once again, it's the experience, the veteranhood of this Indonesian squad that really pulled through. They had Iron Man-like stamina, and although we had so many overtimes, it never really felt like this game was dragging at all.
Definitely so. I mean, this full sense match, it really was kind of a head scratcher for quite a while. You see the opening map and Velocity just going super, I guess, basically unstoppable in that opening matchup of theirs here on Haven. And then when we move to the second map, that's where things really felt like Full Sense finally caught up to the pack. I mean, Velocity Gaming, they started with like 7 rounds straight on Haven and ended at 9-3, and the curse, it came real for them with Full Sense winning it in overtime 14-12. But then, as I said, you go to split, and 9-3 also is how we end this first half, but in the favor of Full Sense, and the curse just never really hit them, I guess, in the same way. So that small adjustment period where we kind of felt like Full Sense were maybe reading out how the Velocity side would play, and more importantly, getting themselves into the groove to play. I feel like after that opening half from Haven, they just were really locked in, and we saw the benefits of that. When Full Sense are on their highest gear, they're really almost unstoppable.
I'm glad we mentioned a lot of the intangibles and what it takes to be a player to compete at the highest level, or just to compete, period. Again, they were scheduled for a different time slot in the day, and to have that mental headspace to truly prepare yourself to face the competition, to face the music, to be in front of your screen, to be 100%, it's really delicate. A lot of people don't understand the fragility of that. But speaking of fragility, the matches today, once again, will decide the fates of all these teams.
Definitely so, and we'll have a look at their journey to where they are right now and where their fate lies in the knockout stages, as we have a look at the entirety of the tournament format for you guys that are just tuning in right now to the Asia Pacific Challengers.
Something like this though, it's all about that dual play. I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of 2 spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
First of Paper X now down, and Bad Guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things won't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Double eliminations, a lot of second chances going in to the knockouts as well as during the knockouts, and we're already seeing the final length of the matches that we have here as we have a look at the groups that we have to refresh in your memories. Over at Group A, Boom Esports made it all the way into the knockout stages, but in the lower bracket, Made in Thailand and Cerberus going to be facing off in that rematch of the opening match of the entirety of the group stages. Meanwhile, over at Group B, it has finally been completed. Paper Rex bested Persija Esports 2-1, which brought them down to the lower brackets to face off against Bonkers. But the story is the same as Persija gets that 2-1 victory and not make their way into the knockout stages. Over at Group C, free tickets here for Bleed Esports. Xerxia Esports weren't able to compete yesterday, which allows Bleed Esports to coast smoothly towards the knockout stages, and Xerxia will face off against ONIC G later on today to decide who is going into the knockout stages. A rematch for their match as well. Lastly, the last group of the day, we saw the match for Full Sense and Velocity Gaming. They got us in the first half, Velocity Gaming, but Full Sense took it all the way into the knockout stage, and that will be the match in the lower bracket. South Built Esports, Velocity Gaming, the last chance for the Philippine region as well as the South Asian region to compete and make their way into the knockout stages. And this has already set the tone for the entirety of the day, in which we will find out the schedule that we have right now. Hard-hitting matches here as we see one of the competitors that's going to be playing later on today, Made in Thailand. He will be going up against Cerberus, followed by Xerxia Esports and ONIC G, and lastly is Velocity Gaming and South Built Esports. What do we have for the day here, boys?
Before anything, I'd like to politely disagree with you saying that Bleed had a bit of a free ticket. I mean, yeah, that was really unfortunate, and a lot of us don't really want to look at it that way because competitors want to compete. The price that they had to pay was that would have been necessary data to see where they were falling short moving into our knockouts. And I'm pretty sure everybody, and I mean everybody, wanted to see that matchup. It's a little bit of a shakeup, but today, hopefully none of those debacles will happen because we truly still have yet another toss-up. We start off with Myth versus Cerberus, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and knowing how true competitors they are, they're not going to be happy with how they got there, but hey, things are the way it goes, and now this just leaves us with basically a superstar matchup for our lower bracket game here for that Group C slot. And you talked about our first opening game, Cerberus versus Myth, and I think that one is going to be, as I said yesterday, kind of a sleeper hit. Everybody's maybe looking forward to the second and third matches of the day, but I think this opener is going to be proving to possibly be even the closest match we're going to have the entire day.
Yeah, I completely agree with you guys. Just how star-studded the Made in Thailand Cerberus roster is going into this matchup definitely feels like it may just be a game 3 triple OT every single game on the way. Even more depending on these guys, because a cornered animal is a lot stronger when it's really in a corner. I mean, that's what a cornered animal is. But we have other matches as well in the day. It's Xerxia Esports, ONIC G, another rematch. And then the last series that we have, something that I kind of want to talk about before we get into the opening match. It's Velocity Gaming, South Built Esports. South Built Esports, they got knocked down to the lower brackets by Full Sense. And then moving forward, they're going up against Velocity Gaming as well. It's a toss. This game is even more of a toss-up here. It's a 50-50 because I'm pretty sure that South Built Esports and Velocity Gaming, they haven't really played against each other as of late.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Velocity and the teams that they have been able to beat in the past, when you look at the C teams at the very least that they have played in the past few months, we do see them play against Full Sense. Yesterday we saw that also in the past. We've seen them play against other teams like Action PH, for example, to reference another Filipino team, and there really was a bunch of kind of matchups that you really thought that they maybe could have won, but it just has been the case where South Asian teams do typically struggle against C teams, in particular C specifically, as compared to the other regions in APAC. And I think it's a big matchup kind of benefit for most of the C teams, but South Built, they can't really rely on just that kind of match-up history to go in their favor, because Velocity have been looking pretty spectacular, especially in that opening map on Haven yesterday versus arguably one of the best teams in C. So there definitely is a lot of prowess on that Velocity team. Maybe they have a bit less experience playing internationally, but that doesn't mean necessarily that their performance kind of suffers from that too much.
Just for a reference for our audience out there, we are kind of getting ahead with the matches, but the excitement is just really hard to contain. South Built versus Velocity, this is honestly an interesting story in the making, because South Built in their last matchup against Oblivion Force, they did look kind of shaky. They did pull out that W, but not in a very convincing fashion. Meanwhile, Velocity, they've looked like they are on the up and up, so this is kind of where we see a little bit of a power creep, so to speak. But again, we are kind of getting ahead of ourselves here, Jiro.
We are definitely indeed, Rav. We can't contain the excitement, just like what you said, but we can't contain the teams that are going to be playing here in the first series of the day. First off, we got CERBERUS. Vietnam is looking stronger as the day progresses. We've got CERBERUS Esports, the three-headed beast, wanting to protect their underworld status here in the lower bracket and move on to the knockout stage. We got Akashi, Daikyu, Kishi, Loki, and Red Neville.
Well, historically, typically, our CERBERUS would have 3 heads, but this one's got 5, hell, even a 6th, and they have been looking spectacular, especially after landing that last player to their roster. Red Neville coming in from Big Bam, moving to this roster, helped really secure them into the, I guess, #1 seed for Vietnam. Not only are they related to the Greek mythology, but they got Loki as well, who is spectacular on this roster. But more importantly, in this matchup between CERBERUS and Made in Thailand, these guys, remember, they did play against each other in the opening match for Group Stages, Group A. And in that case, well, it was Made in Thailand who came out with a win, and they still do have the benefit of being, I guess, kind of the favorites to win this match because of that. And in general, they have looked like a slightly better team throughout this tournament. But then again, there also is the added benefit for the CERBERUS side, where they were the ones who lost that previous match, so they know more what to adjust, what to fix, and how to flex into what might be needed for this matchup for them to be able to take the W here. Typically, whenever a team loses that opening matchup, they are the ones who have more to go back on. They're the ones who have more to fix, and they're the ones who know what to really make the proper adjustments for when it comes to the rematch. And so that's why we see a lot of times Team A loses Series 1, but when they rematch, they take it again. So I'm thinking that CERBERUS do have that small edge.
I mean, Loki might turn into a horse, pull a fast one on Made in Thailand. If you know how the rest of that story goes, keep it to yourself. But CERBERUS, they've had that core for such a long time, so I honestly agree with most of the points that Black and Blue made. But again, it is pretty much yet another toss-up.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about mythology here against CERBERUS with CERBERUS Esports, but we got to talk about the team that we have up next. It's Myth. We've been talking about the myth, but here comes Made in Thailand. Myth, yeah. But they're not a mythological creature here. They've proven themselves to be legends in their region. We got Alone Fields, Delanda, Kadum, Conga Red, and Wanna Fly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We talk about the legendary status of this organization itself, but it's not only Cerberus that's had the benefit of having a long and seasoned core. Granted, it's not the complete 5 in comparison, but with Conga Red, Wanna Fly, and Alone Fields, joined by an electric pair of Kadum and Delon, these boys are once again preparing to carry the weight of such a prestigious banner. So far, they haven't disappointed, but another top seed stands in their way at a chance at claiming the crown. Now, Made in Thailand, they've shown quite a great balance when it comes to both offense-oriented strategy and defense, but it's where their defaults really shine. So I'm honestly curious how this is going to match up against Cerberus, who's pretty much seen everything with a core that's been together for what, almost a year now, with just the addition of Red Neville.
I feel like great defaults is one of the kind of core aspects. We can look at the Thailand scene as a whole and be like, yeah, that's where they really do specialize in as compared to the other C teams here. There are other, great C regions like, Indonesia, Philippines, but I think that's kind of what sets Thailand apart, is their defaults are always very sound, and the way that Myth like to play, they always have that kind of philosophy sometimes that you see them to go like, initiate, retreat, retaliate, the kind of back and forth poke and prodding motion is where they really have made a name for themselves. And I think that these guys, even though they don't have as big of a name as like Full Sense and Xerxia might be, they're almost there. They got that small edge underneath, but hey, they're really good as well.
And what's also really good about Made in Thailand as well as Cerberus Esports is that they have very reliable sentinels in this matchup. Going into the head-to-head that we have, we've got Wanna Fly and Cute, and we've seen them play before. And Wanna Fly playing on that Viper and that Killjoy really made an impact for Made in Thailand. Over at the Cerberus side of things, Cute only ever really played Chamber the last time that they went up against each other. What do you guys have for this? I'll start with you, Raf.
So, since we're talking about the Sentinels, right, naturally, they are going to be in charge of locking down a point of interest, whether it be a site or a rotation. Now, we talked about how Made in Thailand has wonderful defaults. Cerberus, they're gonna have to anchor on how to take down Wanna Fly without losing too many members. Again, this is not to discount their ability, but honestly, yet another win condition for them. Just to touch on Daikyu, he does play a lot of Sentinel, but he does flex on that Reyna every now and then. Wanna Fly, though, he is more the reserved side when it comes to his agents, swapping that Reyna out with the Viper. Everything else is pretty much head-to-head for these players. But like I said, it's those defaults that Cerberus really have to weather the storm, and who is helming that fortress? It has to be Daikyu.
And you can kind of see the story of this matchup based on their last one and the agents that those two players play. Wanna Fly and Daikyu. Wanna Fly coming in from the side of Made in Thailand, him actually being on proper Sentinels, and then you basically have a Chamber insta-lock for the opposing side in Daikyu. And that isn't a knock on them. It's more about their play style. The aggressiveness is something that Vietnam has made themselves to be known for here in the C region, and having a Chamber be part of that is exactly what helps enable that, because they get to go peak, they get to back out as well any single time. And I think that is a very big testament to how these teams like to play, quite contrasting the large to each other. There's a very big difference and disparity in the game styles and the philosophies they put in, and that's evident in those two Sentinels.
I mean, it's a clash of styles here, clash of titans, even more so. But I kind of want to ask is history going to be repeating itself? Has Cerberus Esports finally adjusted to Made in Thailand? They finally know how to go up against, get the proper amount of aggression to overtake the defense that Made in Thailand has? Or will Made in Thailand still have it in the books here, Raf?
So here's the thing, again, just to go back to the point where Made in Thailand has wonderful defaults. They also have wonderful space control. I really believe that Cerberus, despite the signature hot start of the region, they do have a tendency to overextend on the defensive side specifically. And Made in Thailand, they've been capitalizing on that in their previous matchup. Hopefully they have recognized that type of shortcoming and adjusted to it. But it also begs the question, isn't the hot start, isn't that early aggression the anchor to having a successful series? Well, this is also yet another factor. Our map veto, both the new maps, honestly, Black and Blue, these are default bans that, you know, doesn't really paint the whole picture.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that they do ban this. Actually, these are the two worst maps for both teams, so I think they're pretty happy to not have to play on either map. I mean, Cerberus, they did win their last time playing this against Fancy in their own qualifier, but that's just too small of a sample size. To your point there, Raf, as you said, you know, it almost seems like for the Vietnamese teams, as they pick Bind here, Myth, as I was saying, you know, the Vietnamese teams, they kind of tend to, I guess, go for a heat check every now and then, but when they get checked, they just don't realize it themselves and continue on. And for a team that was made in Thailand, as their name suggests, they're very used to kind of resetting themselves and really analyzing and making those adjustments mid-game on the fly. That's something that they really have struggled to, I guess, counter against here for the entirety of the Vietnamese teams that we've seen this tournament. But Cerberus, it's their last chance here, the last hope of Vietnam, and they're looking to at least deliver on that.
I feel like personally Cerberus should have Breeze in their map pool, or at least improve upon it, because with the indication that they love to constantly heat check, that means that they just want to keep pushing the tempo and thrive in those scrambles. Now, having Breeze out of your core map pool, if that's your primary playstyle, is somewhat befuddling. Ascent can be very similar. There's quite a bit of scrambles, but honestly, if you're a defending team on Cerberus, or rather on Ascent, you have the choice not to. You don't have to contest mid if you really don't want to. You can play rotation, have a little bit more market presence, but that's about it. So that's a little of a bit of a deterrent for Cerberus.
Well, they pick Bind to start things off, as we're talking about it now. And this was a map that Made in Thailand did win the last time they matched up against Cerberus. And you look at map number 2, we're going Ascent. And the last time they played that against No Namers was actually a lot more favored to the net end side. So I'm not too sure what the game plan here is for Cerberus. I mean, it's not a great map for Myth, to be fair, but it isn't exactly too hot for the Cerberus side either. And we end things on Icebox, a cool tundra to get things done. This is actually a decent map for both of these teams that we do see here.
I'm honestly interested in this Ascent pick the most, because since we have, again, Daikute on that insta-lock, or at least mostly insta-lock chamber, we see quite a bit of a reliance on the Killjoy lockdown on this map, so maybe there's gonna be a swap out. But then again, Chamber also has its merits. He can fight for lobby control, he can fight for a long control better than most Sentinels. Still, it's a dynamic that I would honestly love to see.
Definitely so. And I mean, we're ending it on Icebox, as you touched upon, and that could be a map somewhat similar to Breeze that could help Cerberus thrive in those scrambles, but I would wager that it's a bit more than just that as compared to Breeze, which sometimes can be an all-out scramble, at least from some of the teams we've seen play at this stage. Yeah, I think Icebox, I mean...
Over Breeze? Oh wait, no, I was thinking of Ascent.
I'm not saying
over Breeze.
No, I'm talking about Icebox is similar, but not as much of a brawl as Breeze might be.
Fair.
But we've talked about the entirety of their map pools. We've talked about the players and the teams themselves. We got to talk about the predictions here. Are we going to see a repeat of their opening matches, or is this really going to change for now for the side of Cerberus? Let's start with Geo Black and Blue.
I do think Made in Thailand have the upper hand in this match, and they should be the favorites to win this, in my opinion, maybe like 60-40% in their favor. But I will say that Cerberus, I think they're going to be able to make this one up. We're definitely going to go the distance. The map veto kind of wayward, but I did think even coming into this that Cerberus has what it takes, because every step they've taken has been forward, no matter how big, no matter how small. So they've always been on the advance. And now that they have Red Neville on this team, I think that they can finally make those adjustments from their opening series in Group A to finally get the redemption here. So I'm going to go Cerberus 2-1 to avenge the Hell Dogs.
Well, you did say they have taken steps forward. Made in Thailand, they're absolutely gorgeous when it comes to resetting, taking a step back, assessing the situation, and see where they went well and went wrong. So with that being said, I still think Made in Thailand, they're not gonna allow that run back revenge. They're not gonna allow that the satisfaction of getting that W, learning from them. So yeah, Made in Thailand 2-1.
All right. Well, personally feel like Made in Thailand will keep the Devil Dogs in their places, and they will always be faithful in their playstyle and overpowered Cerberus Esports for that matter. A 2-1 scoreline for me as well, but we will go the distance. We will see overtimes here definitely, because this is the last chance for either of these two teams to make it into the knockout stages. And without further ado, let's hop on to bind the first map in this best of 3 series between Made in Thailand and Cerberus Esports.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the first match of the last day of the group stage. Everything will be laid bare in front of your eyes. My name is Asarai, and joining with me now is Tash. We'll be your casters again for this Made in Thailand versus Cerberus rematch.
Round 2, let's bring it on. Will it be a rematch where the revenge comes really sweet? Or is it gonna be really bitter? That's the question of the day. Just had my coffee. So let's go into our agent select. It's gonna be really exciting. I'm just so happy that we're seeing more bind. I didn't see that in Malaysia, Singapore, and as much as I love to cast more, I'm just glad.
Yeah, definitely. Here's a... Oh, WannaFly is actually going to be playing as the Viper. I believe he has used this when they actually played on Bind again.
Yeah.
And he was able, I believe, to get about 19 kills in the 20 rounds that they were able to play in that. So, really, you do see the influence that WannaFly has given the team, whether he's on these kind of back support kind of agent, and he's really been one of the key factors as why Myth has been pretty touted in the Thai and even in this APAC Challengers tournament.
Yeah, that's right. Myth did win last time, but if you guys remember, it was I wouldn't say close, but it did go all the way up to map number 3. Now, when we talk about the two different teams, what's really interesting is that these two teams, they are, I would say, very similar in how they play, but sometimes you can see how differently their strats are. Sometimes they like to go single, duelist, and double controller, and vice versa.
Well, that being said, I am curious how this is going to go out, because again, it was Cerberus that did not get the 1-up from that last one. We'll see how this goes. Bind, again, ended that 13-7. Comes and starts. We'll see as Kadum immediately just throws out his utility already just to scan out on Hookah here. But as you can see on the defense, looks like a lot of the defenders will be hunkering down onto the A side. Conga Red now starts to work his magic onto Showers alongside his teammate here. Both healers going to be starting to take a nice little squeaky clean of the bats, as now Kadum is starting to charge right in. They use the smokes. It works out. He spots out Daikut as the smoke actually drops down, and it allows them for already the intro. Very aware of what U-Haul is about to offer. And that shorty is going to be good for Red Neville.
Oh yeah, we did talk about Daikut on the chamber. Very, very spicy. But two of the most talked about actually are out first. Akashi breaking this wall. Moving on the aggressive Loki, just so good there. Gets one shot in the head and another one goes down. Right now, 2 are actually in Showers. One does get spotted out, he gets splashed in the face. And right now, Congrats on a roll 1 versus 2. Red Neville, can you do something about it? Not quite.
Well, nothing that they can really do there. Smoke's really giving Made in Thailand so many options. The double controller has been, I think, a really strong composition, because again, especially in Bind, it just allows you to blot out so much vision. And since a lot of the composition of Made in Thailand does have a lot of that AoE utility, you can just throw it inside of those smokes and really catch off people that might want to over push. And I think that's what happened for Cerberus, at least in that pistol. Loki and Red Neville, they were able to at least get a couple of picks here and there, but ultimately it still was Made in Thailand that really made it work. That being said, here comes the charge out onto B-Long. Gotta be careful because this is a 3-man stack from Cerberus.
Yeah, so when we talk about each player's individual skills, Akashi, Daikut has been absolutely crazy. But when we talk about agent usage, Kishi's on Breach has been pretty amazing. It's just so unlucky that CS wasn't fully able to utilize it. So now, when we talk about mid as well, I really like thinking about how they're able to just do that. They go to one side, they make as much noise as possible, suddenly rotates happen, and then suddenly, wait, where are you? Number 2 around on the other side. Kadum with that double there, he is fast.
Ooh, Daiku does get the pick off onto WannaFly. Might be able to pick the Spectre here and utilize that to dwindle down numbers of Made in Thailand. The smoke comes in from the attacker. Kadum can still hold the angle here. He just throws the smoke that might be detrimental for him. Akashi finds an opening. There's the wall. The land onto the side here will get flushed out, pushed over. He needs his teammates here. Has to pick up the pistol, not gonna work. The damage is surreal, and maybe, oh, almost from Kishi coming in through U-Haul. That looked a little bit messy for Made in Thailand, but they still, again, persevere in the end.
Yeah, that's right. And also, on top of that, gun diff is real. Congaret is just on a roll when you think about it. I mean, we talked about how Famous was able to really get a lot of frags on how he uses his Sky. Look at Congaret as well. But I really also want to say I was surprised that CES actually didn't win that little corner match. That Kadum was a little bit too fast. In most situations in the little corner, when you're hiding corner, you usually lose, but that first initial start there from Kadum was just too much. Will they get double here? That's the question here. They're just lined up, but one will be going down, and that will be low-key. Akashi does trade out, but Congaret just too good. Akashi will be going down.
One of the few times that we will see a Stinger actually find its value.
I know.
It's such a... yeah, it's that kind of weapon, but...
It's an RNG weapon. You either make it or you don't, and maybe this time he just hit jackpot.
Yeah, true enough, true enough. There's the wall on U-Haul that stops Red Neville from actually pushing in. The attackers have committed all the smokes from the Brimstone, so I wonder if they're going to actually commit the plant here. Seems like Alone was able to hear the drop from Daikyu. He goes out for the swing, can't really go for the trade just yet. You're not looking at him. He might be able to get off more than he can chew. Only gets the one. WannaFly. I wonder if he does have any lineups whatsoever. I don't think he does, because the defense is still going on.
No,
that should be the round for Cerberus.
That's right. He's so quiet, but he'll be trying to get one at least. Is he good for 2? Nah, no one's gonna be peeking that. I mean, that's what we talk about when it comes to CS as well. I mean, individually, they can really pop off if they want to. Look at that from Loki, a little bit faster, but timing from Kadum. That crouch actually kind of like saved him in the end. But if you see how mid plays, we did talk about this as well last time in our last cast, is that they're always coming in and holding hands together. It's so rare you'll catch them off alone.
Yeah, that is definitely true. They like to hold hands and say kumbaya. That's the only thing that like pops into my head when we talk.
You sound just like that.
Holding hands. Yeah, you just kind of like go on the campfire, you start holding hands, and you just like twirl around it. I don't know if you're trying to summon maybe interdimensional warlord to help you win the game, but
most of the time
I'm going
it
off
works.
topic here.
It works. I mean, if it works, it works.
It works.
I'm really trying to see if Red Neville will be popping off like he did last time. There were some rounds, but it's like not quite yet. But look at that. Oh my god, Congaret gets spotted out first, but the one who will be going down is Kishi. So unlucky because it looked like Kishi had a little bit of an upper hand there. I can see that the rotate's happening once again. Myth likes to just mess with you like this. They're as inconsistent as your crush asking you out on a date. Does he like me? Does he not? Is he going A? Is he not?
I don't want to pry, Tash, but did your crush do that to you?
No, but it was in the movies though. So we're just gonna go from the popular Hollywood media.
30 seconds left. Like early 2000s.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Romance flicks. I get you. I feel you. I've watched my fair share. But speaking of fair share of utilities being thrown out. Oh my goodness. Dylan still gets the plant. He's fine. I mean, he's not fine, but he does ignite the round to begun for Made in Thailand. The 3-man stack for CES. That was so good. Now Made in Thailand, they're gonna have to fight tooth and nail for this. It seems like CES actually a bit too overzealous to push right in, as Loki was just setting up the wall. They didn't wait for their teammate, and bit by bit, Made in Thailand just made it again happen.
We talked about this last time as well. It's like CS still hasn't learned from that mistake. Remember, we said to them how Myth is able to weaponize these smokes and these walls against them. Look, they weave in and out alone, not scared. They use it, they throw out the flash, and immediately run inside. And now I was like, oh no. How the turntables.
How the turntables wickety whacked.
Yeah.
That was awkward already, because again, it was just blatant to us. The viewers probably know already what happened. It's just the wall not being really waited upon by the rest of CERBERUS there. Now you can see already Kadum making just a bit of presence onto Hookah. If he wants to actually commit, he does have the Satchels and Showstopper to make a big splash on the B site, but this is how Made in Thailand work. They like to cut a lot of noise, and they still also would have to be very respectful of Daikyu's ultimate here, even though Daikyu was not able to really pop off in the entire series that they had last time against Made in Thailand. He does have some rounds where he can actually string together 2 to 3 kills, and that might be enough here if Myth are not careful.
I just want to say about Daikyu, if he wants those spicy shots, he can. But the problem is how Myth is playing this is that they're playing it real safe. They know that Daikyu has that, and they say, we don't want our heads popped. But the one that will be popped will be Kishi. Here comes the party. You say splash, I say bang. But will the bang find anyone, though? That's the question. Not quite.
Not quite indeed, but Daikyu actually still has a pinch angle on Octagon rather. The smoke actually forces him back just a moment, but in a couple of seconds it will open up. There is a huge amount of crossfire here for Made in Thailand. This will make it very difficult for the rest of CERBERUS to just come right in. The blades as well as this tour de force will be well utilized. The recon dart just gonna get just information that Delen's at the back of the site, but nothing to that. Gonna have to start going here and now. Daikyu now comes in for the swing. Akashi gets a kill. Here comes Red Neville. It's not gonna work out at all. Oh, yeah, there's just too many angles for them to even try to clear out.
Oh yeah, the crossfire from Myth has always been one of my favorite things to see. Every corner unturned. So you saw where Alone was. There are so many ways to play that, especially as a Sage. Well, case it's just the usual stuff. But sometimes I've seen some players, even myself actually, we just kind of wall that up a little bit. We stand on it, and it really catches people off guard.
And if you actually put the wall in a certain
angle
spot, yeah, there, you can actually boost yourself up on the I don't actually know what it's called, but the boost spot on outside
the little
of elbow.
roof, right?
Yeah. You can like go back and forth like mini steps if you can time it properly. It's like a Grim wall. Everybody who watches Grim probably knows about it already. But
yeah,
it really is strong because, as you mentioned, it gives you a lot of options as to how you can approach that certain angle. But
Scout destroyed.
Alone didn't even have to do that. Like they just weren't able to clear out his position.
Yep, that's right. Gravity Well is out. But look at that. This is the beauty of Myth, and that's already 1 star used up just like that. Now suddenly Astra's is like, oh no, I'm running out of stars. Stars. You know, Paris Hilton had a song called Stars. I don't know why I'm talking about this.
I only know about her and her sister's weird TV show.
Okay, that one I'm not too sure about. Red Devil did find one with the op straight in the face. You know how painful that is. But I really like what's going on here right now. Alongside that, Akashi finds a lone field, and Conga at Delen will be traded out in turn from the other side. Oh, that cute.
30 seconds left.
Out. Actually, Akashi playing from the smokes. We've seen some pretty intense stuff, and he must be so proud of himself. If you even get 1 with your Hunter's Fury, it's already a big thing. Oh, they're side by side! Oh, Kadum just faster.
Yeah, touching tips a little bit there with Kadum. Delen's gonna have to hold the board, but how does he do this? Through the concuss here, Dash! He even has time, and now Loki is trying to be sneaky, coming into the side itself. There is Kadum immediately for the refrag, but how does Delen make it happen? It's like you're, I don't know, coming in from the migraine of a dizzy day, 16 hours playing, and he still hits those crazy shots, but all to ignite that is Kadum's insane flick onto Akashi as well.
Every time you look at Kadum, it's very rare that Kadum really misses on that initial contact. He's just so fast. But let's talk a little bit about Delen just now. So we've seen this happen a few times. So what happens with that breach ultimate is that you hear him yelling, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's a few milliseconds or seconds that you have to react. So that timing from Delen is just crazy. That means you must be ready to actually trade yourself out in order to make something happen, if that makes sense to you.
I get the fact, yeah, for sure, that there's only like a few milliseconds because of the because your fire rate actually gets significantly slower because of the hit of the concuss. It's not like you're not going to be able to shoot.
He did it right before the concuss, so it comes out in waves,
Yeah.
right? So it's like kind of like a tsunami coming at you, but before it hits, you just kind of kill someone before it hits
Yeah,
you.
but
That
the
makes
after
sense.
fact of that, he was still able to get the kill after he was concussed, which was the thing that really surprised me, because I thought that Cerberus should have gotten
Away
those
with
picks
it?
quite easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's usually how it goes, but I mean, maybe you can get the 1 pick off, but the 2, that's too much, and Dylan got away with bloody murder there, Tash.
I mean, he did get 2 for too much. That is what we're looking at right now. But Conga Red with the sprays. It still never fails to amaze me when they do this crazy sprays through and they get something out of that. Will it spot Neville? Yes, it does. But Neville was practically running for his life. But look at that. The immediate reaction from Kadum catches him off guard. And immediately Wannafly wants to go aggressive. Gets 1. Will he do good for 2? Not quite, because Kishi straight to the head. Wannafly is not flying right now.
Let's see if the sweetheart of the Vietnamese CSGO scene, Kishi, will be able to, well, utilize this Vandal as he has it in his hands. Akashi already had a good angle, but somehow actually whips the shot. Kishi, there you go. He ignites 1 versus 3, though. He doesn't have to save this, so he's just going to maybe keep charging right in. Unless he does. I don't know. No, he's going around onto A short, maybe looking for exit frags for the most part here. It is trying to clear things up. Good second shot onto Kadum, but
out of jar.
Only going to be that. It's made in Thailand. They are working it. Click, click, click.
Yeah, it was so close though. I mean, in a situation
Right
like
there.
that, the fact that like they absolutely isolated themselves, which allowed him all of those shots, is actually pretty crazy as itself. Because usually we see them actually hold hands, which is very uncharacteristic. But I think it's the fact that they weren't sure where exactly he is. But Deland does come off in the come up, helping his friend in the end. So this is the score for now, 1-6. Myth starting the day pretty strong, I have to say. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and I'm wondering if CS missed their breakfast.
Maybe. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and we're doing it Myth's way.
Wow, that was really good.
I don't know if you're sarcastic or you sounded very null, you know, like oh,
Listen,
that's
it's the most important meal of the day, but I didn't have my breakfast. See that? Conqueror's now out too.
It's alright, Tash. I've had my fill of people saying, "Oh well, Asteroid, it's so good," but not really. So, like with how I do my plays in game, all right.
Fair enough. But look at this, Loki. I love when he does something crazy, but he doesn't, because Kadum will be doing it if that. But here comes the party. Asurai says splash, I say bang, but the bang is not hitting anyone. And Kongaret back up alive in the game. He's just like, yes, good morning everyone, I am back.
Yeah, this double healer composition, the main takeaway from this is that you just have that
30 seconds left.
sustainability.
Oh,
is
yeah.
I think the best term that is, or best word to describe it is, you can always just top yourself off, or even have a res, as you mentioned, if you get that revive. Oh, Red Neville almost actually lined up, possibly even a collateral there. Now does not have the updraft. Will have to just play around the corner here and hope that maybe his teammates can get in time to at least help him with the retake. So much utility being thrown out here by Made in Thailand. Daland actually misses the beat on the lurk. Kadum gets spotted in the back. It does spot down Red Neville, so at least the angles of attack here from the defenders is going to get significantly lower.
He gets spotted out right there, but Daiku does have an idea he might be there. Longfields will be getting 2 out of that. 30 HP, but it's okay because his teammates are there.
And all Daiki can really honestly do now is just save the operator, but
No,
already
maybe
Conga
not.
Red-
No, he does.
Oh. He was ready. He was prepared.
That's
One more
what
from behind,
expected.
though.
Oh, it's gonna be a lone fields. The sneaky. It's a pincer
Xerxia.
moment there, but it's okay because he'll be saving the op and he's gonna be real happy about that. Oh my gosh! So you saw that just now the respawns happened. I don't know if that ever happened to you when you're on the enemy spawn just waiting and then suddenly they just respawn about in front of you and kind of get a heart attack, because that's me.
So I totally get it. Like, I've tried to also like try to shoot them as they try to respawn. It does not work.
Yeah, but it still does give you a heart attack though.
I want to get that quote-unquote advantage as the round starts, but no, it doesn't work. I've tried it many a times.
Oh man. But here's the Myth timeout, and I really respect this from Myth because usually when timeouts happen, it's always a change in pace. And when the Myth timeout happens, it's not because they're losing or anything. It's just to make sure that everything is okay. Should we continue doing what we're doing? Should we be switching it up? And sometimes they switch up. Sometimes they do switch it up, and it catches the enemy off guard. And that's actually really good. Even though they're ahead, they're not leaving any room for error.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's like maintenance, but not because anything's like problematic. It's more of like, oh, we're running a tight ship.
It's maintaining what's good.
Exactly, maintaining the status quo. You know.
Well, not the status quo, but sure, Asarai.
I might have chosen my words poorly there.
You have chosen poorly. But round starting again. We already saw the walls happening over on A. But that's the beauty of how Myth plays. Wow, that rhymed. But anyways, that's the beauty of how they play because it really does keep them guessing. For now, Boombot, that happens. For some reason, I saw on Twitter someone was claiming that they are the one who actually made those lineups.
I don't know. Like Reddit, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok.
There's too many.
Do you really know? Because you might be the one that originates it, but someone can also just figure it out themselves if they're theory crafting that much. But it is what it is. I could believe it though. You know, I'm just gonna say, oh, if you figure it out by yourself, kudos, man. You didn't have to go to YouTube or TikTok. You're absolutely original.
Yep, that's right. But look at that. Caught him off guard with an aggressive angle. Loki just hanging out where Kadum was, but that's the problem with Wanna-Fly Snakebite. Just so painful. Akashi walks straight into Conga Red. And here we are. This is the spike planted right over there. Was he so deep in there?
Yeah. No heals though for Conga Red anymore. 2 versus 1. Red Neville's got everything on his arsenal to make this a possible comeback, especially the angles as well. Make it easy for the operator to actually just isolate.
Well, that's
one has to have the spike
one-way.
right now.
There's the flash coming out. It does get the information they need. The spray's coming out. They find Red Neville from the side. Woo! That was a beautiful pincer.
I was actually curious how the post-ball was going to happen for Made in Thailand there. The first one that really made it work, I would say, was the flash. This double up from Cerberus, it looked really smart. It looked really... It looked like it should work, but you saw how Wanna-Fly just threw out his snakebite and read the bait.
Yeah.
That Loki and Kishi were trying to set up, and Loki was like, can I really stay longer than just 1 to 2 seconds in the snakebite? Not really. Tries to go for the swing, gets knocked off, and then just the A-short control blasted apart, ripped apart by Made in Thailand.
You don't mess with Kadum's playbook, sir. They know. And they did it twice too and got away with it. Here's Conga. This is a very aggressive angle. They know they want to go an aggressive Daikyu. Just trying to see if anyone is there. Might be spotted out from the back. Oh, but I think he suspects that someone might be there. For now, Conga gonna be moving forward. If he's fast enough, he would be able to, but just not quite for now. Kadum gonna try and clear out Hookah here. But will they be getting the initial first contact? No, not quite. It's a very slow round, this one.
Yeah. Again, I think when Made in Thailand knows all about them setups, they just really play it slow. But it's not like they don't have anything planned in mind. They're just trying to see if Cerberus will try to eke out, get that aggressive map control, and try to push them back. They do hear a bit of utility from Daikid already. He's spotted. If he gets stunned, he might actually get followed up. They know where he is. Good stun though to follow up to Kishi as well, but the wall's making it impossible for Cerberus here to spot out anything. Kadum's already felt himself, charging right in. Takes down the 2 onto Showers, and we're left with Loki, Red Neville, and Keith, never mind. Loki, Red Neville, just Loki. I'm just saying names it now, Dash. It's as the Astra remains.
Yup, that's right. Kadum with a 3-piece. Will it be a 4? No, not right. Not quite, but Moonfields will have his teammates back. That's it. I just really want to say those walls are absolutely sneaky. Every time Alone puts a wall up, they use the smoke to cover that little area in the corner. And you saw Kongarat use that little corner where Akashi went through. You saw just now the same thing happen to Kadum. And the thing is, the enemies don't expect that at all. I'm not sure if they're aware of that little corner where people just kind of like leak through and come in through the back. That's painful.
It absolutely is. But, oh man, made in Thailand, they just make it work every single day, every single time. Red Neville's gonna be equipped himself with the operator. His op, it has given them maybe our killer too, but not enough that it has allowed Cerberus, as you can see with the rounds, any really huge leads.
Yeah.
That being said though, that catch onto Conga Red is pretty dang big, but Lone Fields is very close to his resurrection.
Yeah, they're just farming orbs at this moment. For now, I really think that Red Neville would be better off with a rifle, especially on this map, because he's not getting those catches that he wants. Yes, in this round he did get it, but the problem is he consistently getting it every single round? That's why when you can think about it, I mean, maybe you can go a little bit more aggressive with your jet when you have a rifle. Kadum does get tagged there, jumps straight in. He's not scared, but Akashi from behind, he knows.
That was awkward. I'm pretty sure Kadum was actually not fully committing with the dash right in. I think he was airstrafing back a little bit just to drop maybe closer to the entrance on U-Haul, and that made it easy, I believe, for was it Akashi to take him down. Speaking of which, Akashi still has a shot through the wall. That's actually monumental. The rest of the attackers have actually abandoned the A-side push, and it's all about the B here. The timing on Red Neville will be crucial. No way Phils actually hears him. That is nutty. Now he puts it back to the 2 versus 2. And if he can find a teammate, even in Resurrection.
That's right, but here comes the Hunter's Fury. Will it tag anyone? At least not quite. Snake bites coming out from Wannafly. They want to make sure to prevent anyone in that corner, but Kishi will be the victim. Akashi already waiting on the side right now. He's all alone. How did it get like this? It was just a peek in the little. I can't rhyme that. But look at where they are. They are watching all the way from long, and they planted for long. Akashi thinks they're in hookah, actually. Wants to try to get someone. He only has 41 HP. Just sneaky deaky trying to catch someone on the side. He's running out of time. Running forward. They know where he is now. Alone fails. Jumps away. He knows there's no time. 15 HP left. Will be blown to smithereens.
That's so mean. He even tags him so that there's no chance in heck that he will be able to
get out.
Get out, exactly. I don't think that was an intentional tag, just like maybe a pop shot, because they know that you can always just go to the TT.
Yeah.
But also the reason why Akashi had to go for hookah was the Kishi spotted the last opponent, which was the Viper, actually come out and throw those snake bites via hookah.
Yeah.
So he might have just thought that maybe Myth would have doubled down. Yeah. But Wannafly just went for the safer route and just to double up with his teammate on long, and it makes a lot of sense. His opponent doesn't have any smokes, doesn't have any walls. You have a free sight line to the spike itself.
Wannafly, it's a light up, Larry! I love it. I absolutely love it. Conga Red with the Jugo doesn't quite anyone tag anyone yet. Kadum, he wants to clear out hookah. Hookah is actually pretty clear, so I don't think anything's gonna happen. He can actually play this as much as he can. Red Neville going on the aggressive. THAILAND playing it real safe. Look at that, the concuss coming out. If he does get caught there, he would have been dead. But look at the crossfire. This is what we talked about from Myth. We're not really seeing it from CES. Yes, their reactions are fast, but at this kind of time, I think, you know, the power of friendship is stronger than being alone.
That is.
I'm so cheesy this morning.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. You know, a lot of kids' cartoons talk about power of friendship, and I totally agree.
Did he get someone? No, he didn't.
He's down to 18, but it gives hope. But Alone feels. Yeah, that was about to say. He has his own ultimate. Daikyu still finds more picks, and because of that, it slows the pace for Maiden Talent to actually get into the site. This still allows Conqueror and Wannafly to still get the picks regardless of. What? No freaking way. The smokes dissipate on Hookah, and they start taking kills left, right, and center in Murder Hole.
Murder Hole.
Yeah, I know. That's what I call it. The timing on Loki, though. Good on the flank. Does he know where his opponent is? Ring around the road. See the flick. Almost to come out from Loki. Conga Red a bit too long on that spray,
Switching
but he still makes it work in the end. Ooh.
Probably nerves, honestly. But look at that. They already knew, but look at how Kaku just gets swatted out from the sky like a fly. But he's back alive again. It's just so crazy. This is actually really solid defense from CS. Nearly makes it. But the thing is, when it comes to finishers, CS just doesn't have it.
They just lack resources at that point.
They
Have
lose so much early, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They lose that much early. It's like keeping water cupped on your hands. It's never really gonna work. There's always the drips that, you know, just keep on leaking.
Yep.
And well, right now CES are definitely getting leaked all over the place here, unfortunately. Looking into the kills, it's actually pretty balanced for CES, but again, as we talked about, it's the finishers that really hurt their chances in these rounds.
Yeah, I really gotta say that. Cute. I mean, he's really good, but honestly, as I mentioned before, Red Neville is just not getting those important picks. I'd rather see Red Neville go a little bit more aggressive with the rifle because we've seen how he pops off.
That being said, yeah, 3-12 on Red Neville. Just to point this out again, he's been the most invested on player for Cerberus in terms of the creds. Yeah, and he's bought how many operators now? Like about, give or take, 3 to 4.
Yep.
If you multiply that, that's probably like around 20,000 on average creds. That's pretty much money for just 3 kills on this man. And I think,
yeah, as I said, sometimes when something's not working, just change it up. I really think that an aggressive Red Neville, we've seen an aggressive Red Neville, and he went crazy with those frags as well. He needs to be playing that way because if you want to talk about op, you might as well just giving it to Daikyu altogether. You don't need to, honestly.
Yeah, 100% agree, because one thing as well is operators might not have the best value against Made in Thailand, primarily because there's double smokers and 1 flasher. So Made in Thailand can create these artificial arenas where they can have all the smokes set up where they want it to, and if they just flash it in that open space, operas can't really do too much. There's gonna be, you know, maybe the logistics of timing and everything, but more so than not, it shouldn't really work out. But now, CES, they're gonna be on the attacking end. Red Neville now has chance to run wild, as he doesn't need to really be holding himself back anymore. That initial pick could allow the ignite for CES.
Yep, that's right. Red Neville finds the lone fields, but Kadum will be getting 2 in turn. Akash and Loki finds each one as well, looking real good for them. And suddenly, Wanna finding himself as the last man alive. Very opposite from the last match. For now, Wanna trying to see if he can get any picks out of that. Here comes the recon, as well as a star that will be forcing himself out. No, he's trying to play it real safe. It's still gun round. He doesn't have to worry. Gravity Well does catch him. He's trying to really just push himself out of here. That's 2 different angles he has to worry about. And for now, will he find Akashi? Not quite. That's
good setup.
Out of charges.
Yeah, very good setup for Cerberus. I did like how WannaFly tried to get through the pin, through the pulse, just to kind of spot somebody on the back of the site. But Cerberus, well, monkey see, monkey do, as they also do the nice little crossfires on this B site. Nothing left to the imagination, making sure that WannaFly does not have any chance to isolate any of the fights here and there. And Cerberus, they give themselves a fighting chance.
Yeah, I really thought that Myth would have a stronger defense, but that's not quite. Dylan, a little bit too aggressive just now, really giving away his position. And without him, it makes it really hard. But now, aggressive from CES, Red Neville, Loki, as well as all the rest find themselves at least 1 each. That's a firing squad, my friend.
WannaFly wanting to pick up the orb now. There's the swing out from Kishi. And he won't be able to even save that one little charge yet. Yeah. It did work though, because I think you mentioned how the firing squad was there. Myth wanted to go for that cheese strat on bats, where you have like 2 people on bats, then 2 other people, maybe even 3, just pushes out from teleporter and catches the one team trying to get that bats control.
Yeah.
It could work, but CS was taking it very slowly, and I think just Myth overestimating the positionings of Cerberus at that point.
Personally, I really think they had nothing to lose. That's why they played like that. Because now look at it, it's a buy round for them, and they have everything. Alone Fails with the Guardian. I saw he switched out actually. I'm not sure why. Probably wants a full shield. Probably wanna fly watching this little corner here, but no one will be playing Cubby. Red Neville try to sniff out if there's anyone there. So speaking of Red Neville, you see how when he's not held back with the op, he's just going roof crazy. I wouldn't say like a crazy dog or anything, but yeah. Whoa, Conga, Red, they just barely miss each other. They didn't notice that.
Yeah, just a bit of that info gathering jiggle. Uses the dog or the Trailblazer to make sure that nobody was actually following right up on it.
Can I call him the
Cerberus-
bonk? The dog? Like the bonk? Get it?
Bonkers?
The bonkers, yeah. With the new name for it.
We can. I'm not sure if people will actually like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, it
No.
makes sense to me.
It makes sense
but
to
probably
us
not
because we watched their games. Oh man, really close game from them
True,
yesterday.
true.
But coming back to this game though, this is a really good smoke. It keeps them guessing, but here comes the Conquest. Wanafly gonna have to give up his position. Here comes the sprays, but Red Neville will be the one going down. Kadum with the double. Kishi and Loki now out of the game. And this is solid defense that we wanted to see just from the rifle buy, but Daikute has his friends back. Gets an upgrade out of that too.
Molly will be forcing them back, but Daikute starting to heat up. Okay, he spotted out 2 kills already. The slow jiggle from Akashi and Wanafly doesn't even bat an eyelash. They spot out Daikute as Alone Fails now checks him out, goes in onto triple, but 3 people coming in from 3 different angles here, Tash.
Oh,
Made in
man.
Thailand break the sweats. Not even breaking the sweat, and that's going to be a match point.
I don't know if you saw that. They used Arena eyes with the 2 nostril holes and a smiley face
30
on
seconds
Arena.
left.
I'm sorry, that was just too funny.
Art, all right?
I
Somebody
love
will
the art.
probably mince that and sell it for like $1,000.
Oh, that's the end. The power of NFTs, my friends. Alone Fails NFT. Oh man, Myth again, now 1 point away. This is crazy how solid this map has been for them. But when you think about it, this map was also the map they won, I believe, against CES. I think they're very, very confident on this. Red Neville trying to go on aggressive. Look at that wall. It's a very annoying wall. We've seen it happen so many times. But the beauty of that wall is you can play around it, giving you a little bit extra cover before it falls down.
It does, but you can't really keep using it every single time because of the changes to the Viper. That being said, though, not even needed by Wanafly as he just jiggles. The follow-up might actually have actually caught him there. Loki just saw a glimpse of the legs and popped out it through, but those legs be lanky as well as very thick, so they can absorb some damage.
Yeah, she does have that extra cushy cush. But Red Neville now out of the way. Here comes that little painful punch through the wall. I keep calling it punches because he feels like being punched in the face. Wanafly immediately pops the Viper's pit. Suddenly they feel like they're at home. Loki has to move out of the way. Nakashi will be getting the play. What is that spray?
Just running wild inside the smoke. Gnarly stuff there. Gives Made in Thailand a bit of room to try to work their magic on. Wanafly is onto the corner here. Waiting for what is about to come. Not spotted by any of the traps. He has this nice little corner in pocket that he can utilize. They already have the spike. They're gonna have to start pushing in, but they do have a straight little lineup up to where it was. 2 versus 1. Wanafly has to tap it once again. Do they have the right angle? He's just gonna be committing to it. And the recon dart was just way too late. And I totally forgot that this was match point and they won the game already. What? Absolutely horrendous for Cerberus as they desperately try to go through pop shot and smoke, but they needed to actually get that vision, or that visibility did not work.
All they had to do was just spray in the place they planted. That's all they had to do, but I just don't even know at this point. I think the hesitation was coming through. That's what happens usually on the post plant for the match point. I think that's exactly what happened. But let's talk a little bit about the post game. Kadum, not surprising to see him up there. He has been absolutely fast on that first contact, and every time you can see him get double with the 6 flicks. But as for Daikute, 14 kills as expected. But honestly, I would have liked to see him pop off more with this Tour de Force.
Really would have wanted to see that as well, but again, because of the stifling utility that Made in Thailand has, CES just weren't able to really play each round to their conditions.
Yeah.
Because again, they were just always pressured to try to do something through the utility of Made in Thailand, which might have been good if they actually had like a fighting team on their roster.
For sure.
And yeah, and the only like real way that would have happened is if Red Neville was really heated up in this first game, but we never really see him pop off, and he got like 3 kills only in this 16
in the
round
first half
match.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate. And on top of that, even though they did have a breach, but breaches utils does come with that little delay, so I really think that a lot of the utilities that come up from CS was actually weaponized against them as well, because they just know. But if you look at how these two teams are playing, I did mention again that I like how they're able to use the utilities put out by CS to their advantage. And on top of that, their utility usage it goes beyond than just defending. It goes to like, how can we do this to defend and also use it in a very aggressive way?
And they never really found the answer to that, unfortunately, right? Again, look at that. Like, so many times the Zakashi and the rest of Cerberus have to fight within those sequences. Oh, it's...
Look at that. Yeah, that's the one I was telling you about, that sneaky wall. And I don't think they ever found out that there's like a little corner in that wall that you can go through the smoke.
Yeah, to be honest as well, I don't think you can actually spot it also on
Through
the
the
minimap,
smoke,
because usually, yeah, through the smoke and the minimap, because sometimes there's utility that you can check stuff out if you're spotting it via the map, but you can't see it, so they weren't able to use it against Made in Thailand when they put it up themselves. That being said, though, there was also that fact that
30 seconds left.
There's a lot of these rounds that we were talking about that just didn't feel like Cerberus could really find those finishers, because they had like that lack of just one more thing. Maybe an extra teammate, just one more utility, just one good positioning. But it's always Made in Thailand that has found that every single time. And this one, I like it from WannaFly. They probably expected that WannaFly would have been at the right side of the spike, diffusing it, but they conditioned him that it was always at the right, and he turned to the left. It's kind of mind games, but it works in Made in Thailand's favor. That being said, the series not yet up to a close. We'll see how the second map goes. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed. I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly. Trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks hard deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in a cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly. Trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks hard deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
The first round was taken by Made in Thailand in a very dominating win, very sneaky plays as well as crazy frags. I'm Dash Bunny, your caster today alongside Asterai, and this is Myth versus CES, and this is a rematch round for them.
Yeah, a rematch round that ended still the same, at least on Bind, but even cleaner now for Made in Thailand. It just looked incredibly sleek, and again, just didn't really feel like Cerberus had many things to answer back the style and the setups that Made in Thailand wanted to do. We saw the double smoke come out with the Brimstone and the Viper, and it really hampered a lot of the things that Cerberus wanted to employ, especially the fact that they used Red Neville so many times with the operator, but he never really got more than just maybe a couple of frags here and there with multiple purposes of that
total.
weapon. 3.
Yeah, it's so unlucky for him, honestly, because in a way, the way that utilities were used was kind of to put a leash onto Red Neville, which is very interesting. The 3-headed Cerberus was leashed that time, which is so unlucky because we've seen Red Neville go crazy, and I think in the defense round it would have happened, but the problem with that is that Myth wasn't gonna let that happen. They're like, hey, no, we're not gonna let that happen. We ain't gonna see the wolves bite us. Not today, Zerg. But for now, next map, I'm really excited to see how exactly is CES gonna fix what they couldn't fix on Bind, because we've seen Daikyu pop off before. Kishi and Akashi still doing their own usual thing, but the problem is the utilities were just not good enough for to stop Myth from doing anything, honestly.
Yeah, and it really put a lot of strain, I think, on different members of Cerberus to try to be a hero in a lot of these rounds. And you would see just one player just try to go straight out through smokes and maybe get the catch, and it didn't really work out for Cerberus, and even before they did that, it was Kadoom always kind of present at each and every encounter that he was able to just slap away what little bit of map control that Cerberus had. That being said, though, from the last time that they spotted each other, Ascent was not part of the map rotation, the map pool, but it will now be. And maybe this is where Cerberus can do their magic, because I've seen Cerberus before last year during the APAC LCQ actually do have rather a lot of good rounds in this particular stage, and maybe this is what the doctor ordered to get that one up and push us to a game number 3.
I'm really excited to see WannaFly on KJ. I don't think I've seen it on KJ yet, and it's really exciting to see what kind of lineups he has, because as we said before, he is a lineup Larry, and it's always really fun. So although that Congarite will not be running Sky, he'll actually be on a KO, and we all know how KOs work. We've seen how Forsaken runs KO. It's a more aggressive KO. It's a I run in with my knife sort of KO. But we've seen other KOs before which are used more defensively or more for recon.
Yeah.
Either way, them having that KO will be able to stop a lot of utility usage early, and I think that's really good, because if you remember, CS loves to use their utilities early, and maybe that's what they need to really kind of like end this 2-0.
And to be honest, it just makes everything so much easier, because if ever there's like sentinels that make your life a living hell as you try to push into the site, a well-timed, well-placed KO blade just nulls every single bit of that. And
yeah, especially for entry.
Yeah, it ruins, for the most part, a Chamber's day. Because Chamber relies on the Headhunter and the Tour de Force to be, impactful if he doesn't have the rifle, obviously.
Yeah.
And for the most part, that's how it usually is played. So, again, that suppress really just hampers everything that the Sentinel wants to do.
Yep, that's right. And on top of that, without a KO, having a KJ on any of the sites will be really annoying, especially on me. You know how much damage Lane can do. Red Neville finally on the aggressive, allowed to be playing that way now that they're on attack. But look at how many utilities they are. He actually put it in front of Tree, but a main will be where they want to go. They have the site, they got it pretty much for free when you think about it. But look at that mid, they're just not too worried. Red Neville does find WannaFly, but Kadoom will be changing that out in return. Red Neville is now out of the way. Kadoom 71 HP gets another one out of that. Make that a triple, baby.
Oh, that's very awkward here. I think Myth actually forced Cerberus to plant the spike on Dice, so they have to go out in the open just to try to make things work. Now Kadoom, yeah, they're trying to make some noise here, trying to figure out where Kishi is. But alone feels not enough. Oh, this is gonna be bad, but
that's an ace!
Oh,
forget the triple, baby. What about an ace, baby?
Ace, defuse. If he dies, he should be able to get the blades already.
Yeah.
Oh,
so close, though.
For sure. Yeah, that first kill was absolutely monstrous. Like, that slight jiggle for the crack peak was pretty nice.
I really like how, this is why I talked about that utility usage. They use that tiny little corner in the smoke to really talk about that. And this always comes to micro play as well, that little pixel that you want to see. For now, Kadoom, one more. He gets one kill or one orb. That's it. Blades are going to be coming out. Kadoom on the aggressive here. Doesn't want to overextend. He knows that they're coming through here. Red Neville trying to get that initial peek. Look at that. Dylan does have an idea already. But Kadoom, he has the blades now.
Okay, there is such early blades if he wants to actually use it.
Crazy!
But, yeah, what's actually even crazier is he's got enough money to buy basically everything. Like full shield, Vandal, and blades. He's been handed everything.
He's rich. With a silver spoon. Not in the mouth, though.
Whoa. Not in the mouth?
Okay.
Where did he put the silver spoon? Is there any other
It was given to him. He wasn't born within his mouth. It was given to him.
And then put it in his mouth. Okay,
yeah, and after that he did that, yeah.
Put the silver... Okay. Because I was thinking like maybe you put the silver spoon somewhere else.
I don't know what you're thinking about, but we don't do that here. That's praise from a lone field. That's crazy, Kishi. Oh man, that is so cheeky. I would cry.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker right there.
30 seconds left.
For sure. I mean, it's always gonna be from a lone field that you expect these sort of plays, but Kadoom, that one tap from Daikyu just sends him straight back into the waiting room. Also crying, actually.
Well, we'll see if the tears will be falling for both Tashi and Loki. I think Congo Red, no, never mind, he doesn't even need to know. What a total Chad, bro. Like, he just, I got you, man. You're not gonna lose your shield. I will, for you, bro.
Oh man, the bromance is real, huh? But look at this. Oof. This is what I really love about Sova players. Immediately the reaction that comes from that recon. And look at that. That sick flick.
Yeah.
I wish I was born with flick skills.
I know it's actually... Okay. I think nobody is born with flick skills. You just gotta build up to it. You gotta have that muscle memory, you know? You got it. You got the...
I wanna be a tense. Oh my god, Kadoom. He only used it now.
Tash. We're way past tens now. It's Trent. You got the makings of the next Trent. Gotta believe.
Oh man.
Oh, Conga.
Oh my god, no way! He was just like running out of the lion's den into something else's den, probably a bear.
The protection that the Tiles shield or armor plating gave him was very, very temporary. As you saw, that one number is now favoring the advantage of CES. But gotta say as well, this hasn't really been the one-all be-all for CES. Timing for WannaFly is gonna be good. He gets away with murder. Should know that somebody's on A main. But they do handle him quite nicely. THAILAND left with the Spectre as the rest of the attackers coming to charge right in.
Oh, here comes a gravity well, but no follow-up. For now, THAILAND gonna be playing through the smokes of Omen. Just gonna be waiting it out. Comes out, does not react fast enough. Loki. Sick fleets, brother. I don't even know if it was a flick. I just really wanted to say that.
You will have your chance to find the sun and say that simply. I totally believe in it.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
You got this, Tash.
I really like how CS played this because that's the exact same pincer method that that Myth uses. How does that feel to be on the receiving end? And oh no, he has an Odin.
Yeah, he's upgraded the smaller Ares to the bigger Odin.
Yep, here comes the shock factory. You know, well, look at that. Brrr. Goes to Odin, says alone kills. I'm making sick Odin impression, my friend.
Oh, hell yeah, 100%. 10 out of 10 impression. You could be a voice actor for gun sounds now.
Yeah, I should make a series where I make my own gun noises. No copyright sounds, who?
Yeah, you got that. You see that TikTok where, oh no, I didn't get sounds on my clip, so I'm gonna make my own sounds. I'm pretty sure you could do that.
Oh yeah, we should be doing a series of that.
Wash dish.
Oh yeah. Well, no one can do it better than that guy though. But Conga Red, he's trying to watch this corner here. And in this kind of moments, you always kind of question, who's exactly the attacker here? Because the flanks are definitely real. But I like the discipline coming from it. They don't have to rotate too early if they don't have to. Or now Loki waiting to throw out his smokes there. Red Neville going on the aggressive. Here comes the concussion, rolling thunder. But WannaFly finds Red Neville. He didn't even get a chance to react.
That's unfortunate. The smoke from Loki on the market was actually slower than Red Neville peeking out through his own. So there was a disjoint where he was out in the open and not really expecting to get spotted from that market entrance. Unfortunately, WannaFly does not have his lockdown. This is pretty important because at least Cerberus won't really have to afraid of the pushes.
Oh my god.
That timing from Kishi on the flash, really good to get things started as he gets that B main control. One-way smoke as well. IQ! Oh my goodness, the recon almost spots him out. Molly and flash from Conga Red making it hellish for the attackers here to keep their position in the back of the site, but still they do. We still do have Kishi somewhere on B main. Never mind. The big flash onto Conga Red. How well can he manage? Down to just pull it. He reloads, but Daikyu is playing it up to a T. Is there enough time? There is not, and he has to run away.
Oh man, very, very well played though, but not the one that will be giving Myth the play. I just gotta say the utility usage from Conga Red has been absolutely... You're stuck in a little box and there's someone throwing things at you over and over and over again. That's painful.
they did still manage.
I mean, they still manage, but it's still pretty like, oh no, the flash is coming. Oh no, the frag, we gotta go this way. It's like you've seen those TikToks where you see sages kind of wall themselves up with the bomb, and you see people coming in, throwing in mollies and slows and Viper snake bites. They put the Ratatouille song in the background. Fortissimo.
What?
It's so early, man.
all right. It's very early. But I will have to say this. In the context of this particular series itself, that is still a win for Cerberus. Because
you know how to waste time.
They don't have to, and as well as the fact that each and every round that you take away from Made in Thailand is a huge W. That being said as well, CES have the money to buy up. Made in Thailand do not. It's all about the crossfires from them. You can see already setups already. Are they gonna charge right in as the smoke's been spotted, as well as Alone Fills with the Odin? They might not want to dip in their toes in the A site. As you can see, the full rotation of that spike already rummaging through their spawn towards on B main. The question now lies, can Conga Red actually find a shot on that tiny little corner as he starts moving his way through tiles?
Yep. Now they're just gonna take it real slow. This is the same exact playbook used by mid, but brr goes to Odin, buys them some time, and that recon does show everyone out. Conga will be caught out here. Wanna fly finds Kishi Akashi. Will getting the trade in return. The plant will be happening. Dylan with the beautiful flank there finds Red Neville in return. Free a gun, he says. Buy one, free one, probably. Lone Phil's nose, and here comes the Hunter's Fury. All the way from the back there, but Daiki will be finding Kadum, and Akashi does trade out, finds his counterpart, and says, haha, my ulti's better than yours.
Really looking to be the better ultimate at this point, but okay, that's really good. The smoke allows Loki and the rest of Cerberus to start saving these weapons up, because even though they could buy in this round, I think the next one, if they lose all of it, it might be too expensive for them to repurchase once again. That being said, Akashi takes 3, does lose Loki, but still takes the round away from Made in Thailand.
Yep, as you said before, any round is good for them. They need to bring this to a game 3. They cannot let Myth close this off, because that means they'll be going home, and this is round 2. But look at this though, if you look at how they kind of like aim themselves, they already know that Alone Fills will be playing that corner. They have all the information they need. All they need to do is just kind of spam it there. Repositioning might have been the best idea for Alone Fills. However, because of the gun that Alone Fills was using, repositioning might be a little bit hard.
He did mix up back onto like the rifle, so now he's kind of fine with repositioning and everything. It's now Kadum is actually equipped with the operator, but it's gonna take regardless of what happens. Red Neville actually takes a bit of almost lethal damage. He racks back up. Oh, I like it. Kishi's already prepared for the lockdown to come through. But I wonder if Made in Thailand know about this, and they're just going to be waiting first before anything to get a pick first, before they use that lockdown to force out the rest of Cerberus to get out of that site.
Yep, that's right. But here comes the lockdown. Oh my god, that jump! Spray from one of us was so painful. Kadum finally gets that headshot onto Loki. Daikyu forced out of the site, and suddenly the defuse will be happening. He sprays out, immediately gonna be caught out, but Wanafly will be the one in the front to stop it from happening. Kadum moving away, but the defuse does happen. That's the end of that.
I asked the question, Tash.
What was the question?
Oh, no. For like our viewers, I mean, like, you know, this is a generalized question about where the lockdown is gonna be placed by the Killjoy, because again, they know that Kishi still has the aftershock, and rather than the default spot that you put on tree, they actually put it on heaven, because they do know that Kishi was already prepared for it. So you really do see the inner machinations of the Made in Thailand mind aren't an enigma. It has a lot of purpose, and it does allow them to get that retake in the end. Of course, CS does have that really good round previously, but you really do see Made in Thailand making rounds very manageable for them as to how they read the utility usage of their opponents.
For real, because why plant default when you know that it's gonna be happening? You gotta be 3 steps ahead of your opponent, especially in Valorant. For now, we did not see Kadum be able to get that pick there. Had to reposition. And he's probably thinking, God dang drones, so pesky. Taking away my spot. I don't know where I'm getting that accent from, but Kishi.
Streaky drone trying to take my spot. Not really.
Get off my lawn. Oh, man.
Where is this coming from?
I told you it's still so early. Oh man, Red Neville does have the blades. Who is the question? Oh, he spots him out immediately. Gonna have to move away out of that, but here comes the fragment as well. Null Command also gonna be taking that blades away from him, and suddenly he regrets not buying a rifle. Red Neville 79 HP, all he has is a classic in hand, and said it's okay, that's all I need, and slowly gonna make his way onto B side. WannaFly has logs. If he doesn't check, he might be gone. There comes the sprays, and yes, he's out. Will he be double? Oh,
10 seconds left.
Look at that beautiful gravity well.
Spike down B.
I think they have time to be able to plant the spike. Oh no, never mind. It actually was
No,
dropped onto market
Farida.
doors. All they have to do is run away. Oh,
Run
wow.
for our lives.
Yeah, did you see WannaFly just jumping up with the Phantom and hoping that he could take down Akashi?
WannaFly has been... He's been getting away with this jump sprays, okay? Just KJ
BYB
things.
fam, going to Astro to do them Astro Guardian things I do.
Wow, what did she say?
Astra things do. I actually haven't played Astra that much, so I don't really know her lines as well.
Astra has really funny lines though, I'm not gonna lie. She's pretty
Yeah.
sassy.
Who else is as sassy as Astra? I think who else?
Astra is just as sassy because it's Astra.
Yeah. I think for me as well, maybe Sky and Jet's newer lines are pretty sassy.
Oh, I actually
as well.
haven't heard her newer lines from Jet. Oh my
Yeah.
god, speaking of Jet's voice actress, Shannon, it's so crazy when you go to her stream and she sounds exactly like Jet. And you're just like, she
Wow.
is Jet.
Yeah, I didn't expect that the voice actor for the one character sounds exactly like the character they voiced. That is
Yeah.
amazing.
It really is.
But yeah, I get what you mean. Like, just plays Jet all the time and then just says random.
She's as toxic as Jet too, which I love. She is Jet. When you say it's always the Jet mains, absolutely. It's always the Jet mains. It's literally Jet. Oh man. Now Daikyu with the operator. Let's see if Daikyu can get this pick if he wants to, but Kadum. Let's see who out-ops who. It's always fun to see who gets that first pick. We're now Red Neville coming in through Catwalk. Oh, actually, I just realized that they're right beside each other, but... Oh my god, Red Neville does a little bit faster on that first initial pick, and I think that's a free op for him. But for now, Paranoia comes out, Dylan has to move away. Red Neville immediately goes forward, will be double. Yes, that's 2 for him, make that 3. And suddenly, Myth falling
Ooh.
out.
Red Neville's angry.
Yeah,
Where's
that's
the
the Red
shot
Neville
right?
we've always seen.
That's true. That's true. But it took him a while to get to that point. WannaFly's already on the lurk. I think Kishi might not have spotted the timing there, but yeah, he's still gonna clear out short regardless. WannaFly is not gonna know this, but alone fails. Okay, save up his Brody there. I don't think they can try to make the clutch work, but should be able to save the operator for Kadum. I don't think this is the operator that Kadum had on Daikyu, so they should be able to save it, but they're making sure that nobody else is coming in from weird angles that they haven't really checked up yet.
Yeah, that's right. And now, look at that. Immediately, this is going to go on the other side. Just like, nah, man. We love Kadum. We got you, brother. We got your op for you. Didn't you always feel so happy when your Pocket Sage or your Pocket KJ just be like, hey, Jet, here's the op I got for you from last round.
Enemy kill.
Able to save that for me. What a pro.
Yeah, I know, right? But when you talk about that little angle just now, I mean, it's always good that Jet holds angle, but it's always even better when you have someone else watching your back as a op player. There are so many times where you see people actually get knifed from behind, because when you're using an op, it's always that situation where someone might just be sneaky, but they don't know where they are now. Then Red Neville does too. Immediately the smokes come out, not allowing that opt to happen. And here comes the Hunter's Fury clearing out that area for his team. And Kishi, they're just trying to figure out how exactly they want to do this. But if you look at where WannaFly is, his setup's actually through mid.
We'll be trying to circumvent this. Daikute has already made himself the entry fragging operator, but yeah, we talked about this as well. There's just a lot of force things that the rest of them want to go as a full four. Conga Red not making that a possibility though. Oh, he charges right out through the Nano Swarm. Doesn't take lethal damage. And Alone Feels up for a ride. There's the peek out from Kadum. Wants to use the blades. Alone Feels still gets the value here, but Kadum though does not. Deland now trying to swing in. I think he spotted where Kishi was. 1 versus 1 on the intake here. Gets fully blinded.
30 seconds left.
Kishi's not actually wanting to fight. Wanting to play this as safe as can be. But this will allow Deland to maybe even sneak up through Speedway. Kishi's not going to get the information about this.
Yeah, that's right. Sprays come out though. Deland wins that. And for now, 11 HP left. Akashi also so very low. It's just a battle of who peaks first. Akashi 7, 3 HP. Will that it is wall bangable, but he doesn't know that he's there. Who sees who? They're right beside each other. Here comes the peaks. 1, 2, 3. Deland gets the wall bang.
Smart.
Oh, that was so close.
Yeah, I actually thought that Akashi had more HP. So I thought that was going to be a win already, but you absolutely pointed it out. Both of them were very low, and man, Deland just played it to an absolute T. I was even surprised that Akashi actually wanted to play on that tiny little box there, where as you saw Deland, he just slow peeked it, and again, this attacker doesn't really see the opponent, but the opponent sees the barrel first.
Yeah, and also you know that box is wall bangable. I personally would have played Boathouse because it gives you like a higher chance. Either way, I think he was hoping that he wouldn't check that corner. There are some moments where that doesn't happen. Deland with the smokes, trying to slow them down as much as they can, and immediately as well, Red Neville is suppressed. He can't dash inside, has to wait that out. But look at that, all of them are actually on A main, except for Daikute, who's trying to catch anyone flanking from mid.
Could work though, but as you can see, main Thailand not really overcommitting to the positioning just yet. Lone 10 seconds on the recon dart. If CES don't push in the next couple of seconds, they will actually get spotted here with the brunt of the forces being well, maybe exposed by that utility, but it seems like he doesn't want to use it just yet. Maybe for when they push in, much easier for getting kills, possibly.
Yeah, absolutely. We did talk about the ability usage from the side of CES. That's probably why here comes the concuss as well as Red Neville. On the side there, Deland will be caught out by Red Neville, but Conga gets a double out of that though. Kishi and Loki now out of the way. Red Neville does find someone else in return.
30 seconds left.
Have to move away just for the reload.
Still pretty healthy though, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but why did he peek out as he was still pinched in, especially tagged by the recon? Oh, that is very questionable. Well, maybe he wanted to save his...
smiley face NFT again!
Sorry, I just wanted to finish off what happened to that play. Maybe he wanted to save or start helping out his teammate because basically stuck on an island there, a generator.
Oh yeah.
But that being said, the window of opening here for Kadum to get this punish.
One enemy remaining.
Oh man, huge.
That was really big. Yeah, when you think about that, there was nothing else they can do. I think it was also panic as well, because remember what I said? Daikute was watching for the flanks, but it was actually Kadum that found him, and immediately knew, okay, it's Pincer.
Get out of my way!
Revealing area.
Well, that Pincer really messed up Cerberus there. You mentioned how they felt like very anxious to already get that forward map control, but the timing wasn't right, and the punish was just insurmountable. Red Neville here though, igniting the site itself, but only good for the one. Alone feels so many utilities being thrown his way. He was like, oh look, he's coming in front of me. Oh, someone's coming in the back of me. I gotta have to try to at least break one in. He does take away from the shadows, but This will give the numbers advantage to Cerberus. Congaret and the rest of Myth really have the big utils to actually make things work. They do have Dellen's wall, so maybe they can use that on B main and just start the... Yeah, there it is. Exactly that. They're just going to try to force someone to actually peek through before anything else.
Oh, Daikyu does find one though. And now he knows that Kadum was there, but he can't outtry Kadum. He is just so much better. Loki had to reload, but he reloaded out in the open. Big mistake as he does get caught out. Here comes the other one, but for now they're running out of time. Kishi trying to run. Congaret does get one more. Will it get double? That's the question. Not quite. Akashi will be finding Congaret in return. Kadum gonna choose to save the op instead. It looks like CS will be getting that Vera Esports clutch.
Last round before the switch.
End. But yeah, picked off bit by bit. Very expensive endeavor for them, but they still should be able to purchase up somewhat. And their Red Devil push was, you don't really have to always get the kill as the Jet. Obviously, it would be amazing, but if you can create that space, your teammates can flood right into the site. Exactly what Cerberus did. That really left not a lot of options for Myth to start of get the retake there. The wall, as I mentioned, actually was used very late in that retake, so there was some precious seconds that Myth could have maybe used to start working their magic on the back of B or even B site, but that never really came into play.
Also, another thing I want to point out, Wannafly actually uses his utils very early as well. It's more of just to buy time rather than the damage that he wants to do as well. I did notice from how he plays. For now, I think the post-plant or they call it post-plant defense that came in from Cerberus was just solid. It was just so hard for Congaret. Doesn't know where to look, where to go. He did get some picks out of that, but the problem is you're not able. The buying time is what Cerberus is so good at.
Maybe they're going to be good enough to push the rounds equal. 6-6 would be amazing for them as of the moment, because every bit that they can get against Myth and every single endeavor is going to be huge because of, again, what we saw with Myth just basically stealing the show on Bind with that 13-3, 13-2 end.
I have the spike.
Oh yeah, that was very dominating.
Exactly.
That was. I think that's why they really want to work. But for now, the Jelen, that timing, Daikyu just shot him straight in the face. Kadum now knows he has all the information he needs. But the thing is, there's two coming from the left. If the timing is wrong, he might be losing that on. The fragment does come out. Daikyu does find Kadum, as I said before. Immediately the flash comes out though, but no one is coming through tree. They're just taking their time here. The overload is out. He does get one with the flash, but his null command will be saving his life. Kishi does get him in return. Kishi with only 3 HP left. One small Achu is all they need to bring him down. Wannafly has to go real fast, and there's the Achu coming in. And suddenly, we're going to be seeing Congaret back in the game.
Wannafly! How dare you? Dang, okay.
30 seconds left.
That's a
Yeah,
Guardian,
you shot
by
my
the way.
teammate.
Yeah, that's a Guardian,
You shot
by
my
the way.
teammate.
Exactly.
Listen, Guardians are not... Guardians are the one-taps, okay?
True. Oh,
I
low
mean, we talked about how we want to be a, you know, an Omen main or something. Why not a Guardian main? Here comes the lockdown from Killjoy. Loki gonna be spotting one out, but look at that, Wannafly already with a 3K. Congaret finds Akashi in return. And suddenly, it's not the duelists that get the spotlight.
Feels like Myth just know exactly what Cerberus are doing. Right?
It's
Especially
the
with
same playbook.
Yeah, because like Loki just peeked out, and then 2 players from Myth were just looking straight at him dead in the eye. But to be fair, the re-peek for Loki was incredibly fast. Like, he didn't even try to cook the position that he was on, and by that I mean just delay the timing on his jiggle and make Made in Thailand second guess their double up on spawn like that. So that being said, it really was, I think, not really the lack of judgment from Cerberus here, but their antsiness that is being their downfall in some of these crucial rounds.
Yeah, as I said before, Loki, Kishi, Akashi, they can really, really pop off if they want to. It's just so crazy how they do it. But sometimes I think because of how, the pressure that went through in game number 1 is making them kind of a little bit more hungry. They just really, really want those frags. They really, really want to make sure that they can close all these rounds. That said, though, Daikyu doing such a great job watching flanks. 13 in his pocket here, more than Red Neville, actually. Red Neville doing a great job providing that space. I think it's more than what Kadum is doing, because right now, if you're seeing what Kadum is doing is more of just trying to get those picks with the op as well.
Yeah.
But either way, both jet mains are just absolutely crazy with their ability usage on rifles as well. But personally, later, if possible, want to see Red Neville on the rifle because they do have Daikyu.
Yeah, but actually that might be the case right now, because Daikyu, even in the attack, was just the one that they equipped already with the operator, and Red Neville, as you mentioned, just was the entry fragging rifler, which probably would still make sense here, because I would prefer Red Neville to be the one that gets the more aggressive map control on defense than Daikyu, because I would prefer Red Neville being the one knocked off first, if need be, because Daikyu's trademarks would really help out the lack of control on the map for Cerberus, especially on this defending side.
Yeah, that's right. So right now, I think that personally, both teams are doing very well on this map. I mean, if you think about it, Ascent is more of those. I usually see Ascent on the Decider map, same as Heaven as well. Either way, I think CS really, really is very familiar with this map, the way how they're pushing in, the way they play post plant as well. I think they have better control of this map compared to Myth, but that said, Kadum finds Red Neville and suddenly they're one jet down.
Well,
out of charges.
That jet being knocked off the block is really detrimental here for the rest. They've already spotted out Daikyu, and he got tagged. He's bringing back the tags with his own. Oh, that's a really aggressive push down from Kishi. The blind to come in, but it seems like Made in Thailand wants to go for this full fight. Cerberus tried a waterfall, but they were going in onto a waterproof site. Unfortunately, Akashi, last bastion for Cerberus, but too many eyes, too many guns, too many angles, and he gets broken down. Pistol blamed by Made in Thailand.
Let's be real here. Those frenzies do so much damage as well. Even when you're blinded, the spray control that comes, the sprays that come out, the DPS, is just so much to handle compared to like maybe a classic or even a ghost. And that's the thing. And on top of that, WannaFly wrote the playbook on jump shooting, on jump sprays. You can't jump spray a WannaFly.
To also add to that, this is a that is a gun that allows you to be as mobile as can be, right? Compared to like the Ghost and the Classic, where you might have to just juggle. This one you could just full-blown run and gun, and it will absolutely destroy somebody who's not prepared for it.
It's a mini Spectre.
Yes, that is a really good description of it. It's a mini Spectre in its own right.
Yep, Kadum on Sabrosa. Okay, the corner's Daikyu here. Oh, that timing! Conqueror catches him as he was setting up his little trademark, I believe, or his teleport. Not sure which one it was. Kashi's so low right now, but they don't spot anyone out. Recon immediately out of the way, and right now Akashi trying to be cheeky about this playing in the smoke. Conqueror has to move out of the way. Here comes the swing, but they already know. And Conqueror with a 3k this time. Loki in the back will be a 4. Yes, it will, but not quite the ace that he wanted.
Spike planted.
How does Conqueror like survive all of that? They came in one by one, yes, but he was so exposed out in the open, but still able to get so much value off of it. Also kind of like a weird thing there. The stun from Kishi didn't hit, but I think Cerberus expected that he got actually stunned. That being said, Loki's been spotted already. It's only a matter of time, and the only thing he can do now is hope that maybe he can get one kill at least. Not even that will be laid to him by Made in Thailand.
Look at Made in Thailand, how they play defensively, either on attack or defense. One thing that I did notice about Myth is that if they do manage the plant, getting the retakes is extremely hard because of that crossfire. If you give a site too easily to Myth, that is what they'd have to deal with, which is why I think why Cerberus played more on not allowing Myth onto the site. But this time around though, Akashi will be the one with the Odin. And Akashi says, hey Alone, I too can go brr just like you.
I think they started hearing it as well, so that gives like straight up call for Made in Thailand to just not ever push B. That's literally it. That's why you're seeing them just commit for the A side already. That recon coming in through 3 is so crucial to start opening things up. But right now, teammates have started to ignite onto 3, ignite the fires on the wood, and that's gonna just blaze through. Now it's only Alone by himself.
He's all alone.
Yeah. Till now, I'm always on by on my own. Totally different song. Same mentality.
Yeah, Alone can't do anything here. If he peeks, he might be gone. Red Neville pretty much ready, but there's the recon immediately deleted. And Alone, what are you gonna do all alone here? We have Akashi with the Odin as well, but Loki will be the one getting him. And said, you're not alone anymore with your teammates waiting in the lobby.
The bonus round for Made in Thailand. That was almost a nice play though, but CERBERUS really committed to forcing out the Made in Thailand's push on short by enforcing it like 3 people.
Yeah. I really want some gelato. Why, observers? Why you gotta put it here when I haven't had my breakfast, huh?
You have gelato for breakfast? That sounds hella...
That sounds adult-like.
Oh yeah, okay. I got money, you know. I pay my bills, my taxes. Why can't I eat gelato for breakfast?
I'm an adult, I do what I want. Oh my god, I just realized Wannafly is the one with the Odin this time around. It's no longer Alone. Alone is just like, no. I want to be better than the Odin. Loki going aggressive here. If they don't check this corner or if he swings, it'll be the end. He's waiting. He knows a barrel was there. Loki does fight him out. Kongorai does trade it out. Here comes this. Oh man, even with that Congas, they are scared. Look at that. Kongorai with 3 already. Come on.
He's activated as of the moment. Are they gonna swap weapons? No, they're not. Kongorai does have the ultimate here, so he can really just like use it, suppress everybody, get tapped, and then keep pushing right in, but try to clear out as many first before anything. There it is.
Oh, wow, he still did it. That's a precaution. Here's the knife coming out immediately. The fragment as well buys some time, but Akashi does find him. But that's the beauty of null command. Jet can revive you. Akashi forced into the back of Boathouse, and Wannafly does get the revive. Daikyu coming in from Market. Here he goes. The timing on that smoke just expires right there. Dylan finds him as well. Dylan with 2K.
Yeah, just
need a drop.
Clean rounds. I actually thought it was a 3 versus 2, but it was a 4 versus 2. So they have even, yeah, that extra number just makes it easier for Made in Thailand to actually get the res on Kongorai and again go for that trade if ever CES want to get cheap. But Kongorai, his ability to just frag and people not really knowing how to deal with his pop flashes have been absolutely critical for Made in Thailand to get these picks off. And goes to show, look at that, he's already on the tippy top of the mountain here, Tash. 19 kills in this in the second game.
Yeah, and honestly, what's really good as well is Kongarai's way of using the utils. It's aggressive, like Forsaken. It's not as fast, but definitely I do understand why though. They want people to get sort of distracted by the knife and immediately he runs in. And I like that usage, really, really like it. And it really shows how Kongarai, when on KO, when on Sky, he likes to run with the abilities inside.
And he's so, what's the word here? In sync with what he wants to do, that it just feels effortless watching him just do those enter fragging, right? When in reality...
Who needs Kadum when you have Kongarai? No, I'm just kidding.
Kadum's hearing you. He got 16 kills, you know. But he's not Kongarai, so he only has like 3 kills behind.
Yeah, either way though.
Yeah, not enough to date me. I want people that have like 20 kills above per game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Kishi, oh my god, he nearly gets deleted right over there. 20 HP left, gonna have to play a little bit passive this time round. But if you look at the economy of CS, they're suffering. They have a Guardian and a Marshall. We've seen some really good Marshall plays. Maybe this can turn it out. We've seen some really good thrifties. Either way, Waterfly is still sticking to that Onin. He wants to go brr, just like his turret. I mean, when you think about it, it is possible to be a turret as KJ with your Odin. It's like a double turret.
Sure enough. They're still trying to get away through the utility of the drone. But since I think they only know it's the Sova here, there's the aggressive rotation for Made in Thailand to get that mid control. CES, I think, get the whip of this one. Oh, a wallbang would have been absolutely detrimental there from Kishi, who was just one bullet, maybe even two away from just getting knocked off his block. That being said, Daikyu playing with the Headhunter, but as I mentioned, the KO Blade denies every single bit of that with the suppression. Really good tags, though, from CES in terms of the recon, but still not able to capitalize because the huge wall that THAILAND have put into that separation from B as well as the site itself. Kadoom now clearing out the rest of the back here. Daikyu makes some waves with the pistol. That's all gonna be that as Made in Thailand shrugs off the B site. And CES just cannot really find the formula to this mix.
Yeah, that's right. On top of that, just too much when you think about it. It's just so oppressive, the control they have when it comes inside, especially with Dylan's ultimate. They couldn't even push inside. They don't know where to go, where to look. If they push in, there's already a crossfire pretty much waiting from them from so many different angles. And that's the problem with Cerberus. They're just like, okay, we may just figure out where exactly they're gonna do or what kind of setup they're gonna do. But suddenly next round, Myth just has a different setup altogether. They kind of hold on to that and only use it when they need to, which is also another problem in itself.
It has created such big difficulties for Cerberus time and time again. It's just, I don't know, they haven't really adjusted as cleanly as they would have want to.
Yeah, Myth knows how to play it slow, and sometimes playing it slow makes CS a little bit antsy at this point. It's more about trying to figure out what exactly your enemy is thinking, and it's very hard when it's an enemy like Myth who likes to switch it up every 2 to 3 rounds. But Wanna-Fly finds Daikyu with the Odin. Kishi finds Kadoom in return, but the sprays will be coming out. But Congress said, no, I got you, brother. Gonna be trading that out for you immediately. The flash already out. Red Neville has to move away. He can't see, but look at that. Loki knows there is a shortcut coming from there. But look at that. Akashi with the one tap. Wanna-Fly not flying this time, but Congress will be trading that out. 30 HP left. He is fearless.
Fearless.
30 seconds left.
And conniving as they're gonna double back onto the A site.
I have this.
Yeah, Red Neville just making sure that he's going to be able to get the cross here. Conga Red opening things up. 20 seconds will still allow them for maybe a bit of breathing space. Red Neville's already opened Pandora's box here. The flash to come out will be crucial for Conga Red.
Looking?
Yeah, he tried to not get hit by his own flash. Not enough time anymore. He can get the kill there regardless. Oh, you actually might be able to plant the spike. There's a dash out, but he's bought enough time.
Oh, yeah.
This is so expensive, but they get it regardless. It gives them some breathing space here, Tash. Ooh.
Yeah, really, really close. 11-17 Myth. A little bit too much time spent there. Conga Red can make as much noise or chaos as he wants, but if they're not on the site, that's the problem here. Red Neville, look at the solid shots coming there, not allowing them to even get onto the site. This is what happens when Red Neville actually survives long enough to actually kind of hold on the fort.
And he read that situation so perfectly. Right? Because since Made in Thailand weren't already at B, and there was like that maybe 5 to 7 seconds that no sound was made by Myth, Cerberus, especially Red Neville, was just like, no, my spider senses are tingling. And he's got that really, really good timing as he peeks out, even through the flash of Conga, able to deter. It would have been okay if Conga was actually the one that was knocked off, but Dylan was actually the first, and Conga didn't have enough HP to really fight a prolonged battle against Red Neville, who we know is, on his good days, on his good rounds, can really ignite things for Cerberus. That being said, though, Kadoom, he's had enough. Red Neville, you're off the board in this one.
Yeah, he's like, not letting you do that one again. Kishi playing it real sneaky, but Dylan will be the one to spot him out first. Not sneaky enough, he says. But for now, look at that. Just picking them off one by one. And right now, CES's playbook, page number 10, already pretty much opened and read through by Myth. Loki wants to try and see him get any flags, but look how sneaky they are through mid. And Dylan finds Loki in return. Here comes the darts, but Dylan is going to be waiting for him. Actually, no, it was Kadum actually. Daikyu from the back all alone. 24 still out, but this is only good for one. Can he at least get one? That is the question right now. He's trying to see if anyone will be peeking out here. Lone will be the one planting again, but this time his homies got him. Oh my god!
Yeah.
What?
They were just about to touch tips.
Match point.
They really were. Like tips of their barrels, alright? Of their weapons.
Daikyu was probably so shocked. It's like that horror movie when you're peering through a window and then suddenly a face just pops up.
One enemy remaining.
I guess that sound effect.
That's exactly. Next time you die. Oh man, Daikyu probably had the heart attack of the morning, I feel.
Yes, because he hasn't had his breakfast yet. He hasn't had his gelato. He's an adult.
Let's make it pizza, actually.
Oh yeah. You know, pizza is like the most well-balanced meal that you can ever go.
I just realized that the pizza is still hot. Look at that.
I mean, it's been hot for like a year plus now. I don't know. They did something to it.
It's Radiant Night.
It's Radiant Night pizza. Okay.
Yeah. Either way, though. Oh man. Conga 24. That's crazy. He's just doing work. How many times has he had an ultimate? Twice? Thrice?
A lot of times, for sure.
Yeah, I don't think he's been farming orbs either. It's literally just frags.
Yeah, it's the same ideology with a Phoenix that, you know, once you die, once you get kills as a Phoenix, once you die as a Phoenix, you get that orb charge much faster. But because of you being a duelist / initiator in the case of Conga Red, it's much more frequent to happen because you're always in the thick of like contact.
Into the thick of it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I really gotta say Conga Red just... I don't even know, man. He just sees everyone. He's just so fast when you think about it. Either way, 12-7 already, and Myth calls for a timeout, and this is a really good timeout because usually people tend to choke at round 12. They don't want that to happen. And Thailand, I think, you know, after the storms and the flood from last night, this is definitely some good news for them.
Yeah, thankfully, nothing incredibly disastrous happened, at least in terms of, you know, where they are.
Yeah, it's just not a great time for them, and us being so close to them as well. This is very, very isolated to where they are. I hope everyone's safe all the way there in Thailand.
Yeah.
My
Maybe
prayers go out to you.
I'm slightly far. I have a body of water that separates us.
Yeah, I gotta do a little bit of a swim there, huh?
Oh yeah, just, you know, maybe like a 2-minute lap on the ocean. Glub glub glub.
Blub blub blub. That's the right way to go. But you see this tempo this time around is very, very slow to the point that Daikyu is like, okay, I think I'm gonna try and figure out a different way to approach this. Because it seems like mid will be where they're hitting. Look at that, the fragment immediately comes out to kind of isolate, put them away a little bit. Wanna-Fly finds Kishi. That's really, really big, was Kishi not able to get frags, but look at that sprays from Akashi with the Bulldog. Loki as well finds Kadum. Wanna-Fly does get Neville out of the way, but they know where he is right now. Look at that, the Hunter's Fury is coming for Wanna-Fly. You wanna fly? Let's fly. I am the Hunter. But suddenly 2 out of the way for both teams. It's still a 3 versus 3 situation. They're not worried. Lonefield's trying to get that information. He does have the Hunter's Fury. And suddenly, the spike has been planted.
Loki now actively searching for Wanna-Fly. It's gonna be a 1 versus 1. Timing is key, and yep, the flank is now dealt with and made in Thailand. All faces now point forward. Stellan and Lonefields will be the one hunkering this down. Oh, that is a very, very risky smoke to actually try to push through now.
Saved
Plant
his
onto
teammate.
Jenny as well. This is bad.
Yep, that's right. Lonefields trying to get that pick if he can. There is the defuse, but there is the Hunter's Fury. That's exactly what they're trying to do. He does tag one. Akashi finds Dylan. Balloon Fields finds Loki. Immediately switches out. And one more shock dart is all he needs. Trying to play Ring Around the Rosie, and that's it. The end.
That was really smartly played by Cerberus.
That was so good.
Yeah.
Just saving them that round.
Being able to have that spike was the key fundamental of being able to win out that round. Oh man, if they did, if they were able to have that would have been so disastrous, and we would be seeing Cerberus already out of the tournament itself. Yeah, I actually was kind of curious why Wanafils wanted to go for the shock dart first, because that does slow you down when you try to throw out the arrow, right, or the quiver. But to be honest, maybe he didn't even thought that Akashi was low. 80 damage in the center of the dart, if you guys don't know. It's really strong. I think maybe even 90, but he had full HP.
Yep, for now, Wannafly. Trying to make sure there's no flankers, but Red Neville has been tagged just now, taking a little bit of damage. But this is a very, very, like, slower than usual myth, very different. But from what I know, is that when they want to put the pedal to the metal, they can. They just try to make sure that they can get the ones to mess up a little bit is CES. Okay, she is ready. Oh, he actually does have the Rolling Thunder. Won't be used just yet. Loki, very aware. I think they already scoured all of B-side. They know that everyone is on a look at that. They're surrounded from all different areas. Rolling Thunder as well. But here is the knife. Recon Dart stopped as well. And the expression does come out. All they have to do is just wait it out. For now, there was no follow-up with that knife, which is going to be a little bit problem. Kadum already onto the site right now. But look at Loki gets one though. But there will be some trades coming in return. So like Kishi, Loki, Red Neville out of the way. It's a 2 versus 3. They do have the information they need, but the jump shots aren't happening this time, as Akashi does find a loads on return, but Kadum stops him from happening. Daikyu from the side and Wannafly gets Daikyu swing out. He didn't know that he was there.
Yeah,
Solid.
regardless of, Daikyu didn't have time because he still had to get away from the lockdown, and I don't think he had a TP out, because if he did, he would have just TP'd immediately after that pick onto Kadum. And that was a very intense last round. There was a lot of trades here and there, but there was just so much more that Made in Thailand was able to make use of. Like, I gotta give it to Cerberus. They had a really, really good defense on that A site, but it just was a tad bit short of letting them push that even further.
Yep, that's right. But let's have a look at the post-game stats here. We did mention a lot about Congaret with 25 kills. You asked for over 20. Here we go. 25 bomb from Congaret. Daikyu with 16. Now, for that last round, we really got to give it to Myth right there, because it looked like what CS had set up was intensely good. They had the Rolling Thunder, they had a pincer mechanic going on, but Congaret's knife just put a wrench into everything, and suddenly everything just fell apart. They couldn't do anything, and on top of that, Wannafly is the only one that didn't run onto site, and that's why Daikyu wasn't aware.
Yeah, they wanted that pronged attack, and to be honest, it's actually always good to have one player on A main just to kind of help out manage Heaven, because that's where Heaven has that straight up 1v1, right? Again, towards that A main. Just really helps them kind of solidify everything. Plus, if the spike is already planted for out in the open, A main is a very credible position to make that work. Speaking of which, let's just see what the highlights have in store for us, as a lot of these rounds really went the distance. Honestly, very much so. Compared to that first game, this was way better for Cerberus.
Yeah, it looks like Cerberus needed that warm-up match, but sometimes you don't have enough time for the warm-ups, especially in this kind of situations. I really gotta give it to Red Neville. This time around, he looked like he's shown a lot better, especially with rifles in his hand instead of the op. And there are so many situations where I felt like Red Neville not only provided that space for his team, but also getting those intense picks that they need all the way from mid, because he knows that the way that mid plays was just that pincer technique coming from the side, loves the flanks. They put either Daikyu there or Red Neville, which is really smart. And I really think that mid kind of struggled this time around compared to round number 1.
They did, but a lot of these rounds as well, CERBERUS just got caught with their pants down.
Wow.
And yeah, that's not what you want to happen at all.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, on top of that, I mean, one thing that really impacted the whole way this game went, I really gotta say, it was absolutely Conga Red on how he plays it. I mean, yeah, there are some moments where it does kind of like catch him out in return, but most of the time, I think like 80% of the time, it does work out in his favor. He's not scared to make that space, he's not scared to play out in the open, he's not scared to walk through the enemy smokes and use it to his advantage. And look at this was the craziest part here. It looked like CES finally had it done. Just beautiful sort of smokes as well. In a way, the smoke when it looked risky, but I think they knew how to play to their advantage.
They always have that like really good read over what CERBERUS wanted to do each and every time, and it really did put such a damp cloth onto the flames that CERBERUS were trying to fan. Anyways, guys, we're just gonna go for a quick break. When we come back, it's the panel to bring you even further into this discussion as to how Made in Thailand made it into the qualifications. We'll be back, so don't go anywhere.
Made in Thailand punches their ticket into the knockout stages after getting that 2-0 victory against Cerberus Esports. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raf. Now, Raf, that first map was really in favor of Made in Thailand. There's no way to sugarcoat that. It was a stomp. Map 2 kind of looking good for Cerberus Esports, but they kind of faltered nearing the end. What exactly happened there?
I feel like there were two very separate themes when we were walking into Bind. I mean, let me just pull up my notes here. The early side lane pressure towards Shower and Belong has really bore fruit for Made in Thailand on Bind's attacker side, denying as much orb control and forcing a bit more presence being pulled away from A short / TP control. Now that being said, we've always talked about how the defaults on Made in Thailand have been absolutely superb. It really did show, and unfortunately for Cerberus, when the side swap did happen, their margin for error was almost non-existent, and with Made in Thailand landing all these crazy shots in tandem with their signature playstyle working, it really looks like they're becoming an unstoppable force.
And when we look at, the other teams in the scene, in the region for Vietnam, me and Raf have always, kind of touted at the start, especially that most of the Vietnamese teams start off pretty strong, then lose that retention moving on forward. But we also talked about many times over that Cerberus were the only Vietnamese team that didn't seem to have that symptom, that seemed to kind of get better and the longer they go. And that certainly was the case. Ascent was a lot closer of a match than the opening Bind was. We were bound to only 3 rounds, but Ascent, I mean, it was looking better, just not as good as we would have expected from a team like Cerberus, from a team with players of their caliber. And Made in Thailand just knew exactly what to do against them. You look at the composition that they brought in the match, and you can already see that, at least, starting off on Bind, you look at Made in Thailand, they've got the Raze, and they've got lots of utility to support that, with the Sky being their sole initiator, so you don't always often see, but they have the double controller more importantly. And you look towards Ascent now, and the composition as well kind of mirrors that, how much utility shuffle they can really win on such compact maps because of what they bring to the table.
Oh yeah, like you said, Ascent looked much better for VN Squad. We saw a little bit of that Breach KO dynamic, which honestly I believe is the key contributor why it was so tight, at least at the very beginning of that match. But once again, the side swap happened, and all that flavor and all that magic Cerberus was running on just could not really stop the onslaught that Myth had to offer. Well, once again, it really is that default, but I wouldn't necessarily say criticize Cerberus, but their ultimate usage was a little staggered, and utility usage was just disjointed at times.
And with that, Cerberus, they will be paying the price for that, and that would be the last we will see any Vietnamese in the Asia Pacific Challengers. And in Thailand, they're still pretty strong. They're going to be coming in really strong as well into the knockouts, but we have to talk about the next series that we have in store for you guys. Another Thailand team versus an Indonesian team, Xerxia Esports and ONIC G. Unfortunate that we weren't able to see Xerxia play yesterday, but today it's going to be all game, all day for Xerxia. We have another dog in the panel, but we have the Hedgehogs to introduce first. It's ONIC G. The Hedgehogs want their redemption match against Xerxia Esports going into this matchup to get into the knockouts. We got Elmi Moore, Monyet, Anti-Slasher, Severine, and Shiro wanting to dismantle Xerxia once and for all.
We were talking about how everybody on the panel have different positive opinions on ONIC and who their favorite players are from the from the roster. Me personally, I love watching Severine play because it's not really about the volume for this player, it's about the impact. Now, you could have a case for everybody. But again, talking about ONIC as a whole, I love their unique take on defense, which was very, very evident in their split game. They kind of have this weird 2-3 setup that is leaning towards one side, and then they use that leverage wherever they lay that trap. Now, ONIC, they've looked unstoppable, but just a little bit slower on their step right now. Facing elimination, hopefully they can get their bearings together, and hopefully that hubris doesn't set in. We know that they're a very tactically sound team, and they're also the type of team to always go 100%.
Yeah, and they're really, really good, especially on their defensive sides a lot, when clogging those lanes when it does come down to it. And that's, I think, a big contrast to how Xerxia plays, which we're about to talk about in a bit. But I really think the thing that ONIC have to go into this game knowing how they played against Xerxia the last time around is to stick on their game plan, because if they let Xerxia, just run away with, I guess, map number 2 especially, then things are going to be very difficult again for map number 3.
And yeah, they've already met up against each other. It was a 2-1 victory for Xerxia Esports, but it wasn't as close as they wanted to for the first 2 maps. Let's introduce Xerxia and let's talk about him a little bit more. Already getting that victory against ONIC G, they will want to replicate the results after not being able to play yesterday, potentially qualifying into the knockouts. We got Crows, Foxes, Scary, Surf, and Zushi Boys.
Now, Xerxia, we talked about how, and touched upon rather, how they have a bit of a different kind of contrasting playstyle towards ONIC, where ONIC they like to clog up those lanes when they're playing in the defensive side of Xerxia, a bit different. Lots of set plays where it's really focused on trapping the opposing attacking side, and that's really where they made their mark. But they're also very, very good on their defaults on the attacking side as well, able to spread themselves out, but not thin is a very, very delicate thing. And that's what Xerxia have really been, I guess, working on and been banking on ever since last year. That's why, at least, tenure wise and in terms of circuit point wise, they were the #1 team in SEA. They were able to go to lands much more often than any other team in SEA, and they're potentially even looking like they're about to do it a 3rd time around here. Of course, they did get sent down to the lower bracket due to misfortune, but I do think that Xerxia as a whole still haven't locked on in, and I don't think what happened for them yesterday is going to affect how they play here today.
Oh yeah, I mean, they are mentally locked in by the looks of it, but still that might be a thought that might be lingering. We're taking this into account because as a competitor, you really want to be in that zone, and sometimes it's so easy to knock you out of your own pace. But Xerxia, speaking of space, they've been very, very controlled with that, as Black and Blue has mentioned. So it is truly interesting to see how this matchup is going to go, because like I said, ONIC does have that fairly trap-based defense. They meet a trap-based offense, so it's all about kind of slinking their way into those very, very fine cracks.
And speaking of being in the zone, our head-to-head matchup is something that we have to look into. These 2 players have been in the zone for the most part throughout the entirety of their play-ins, and as well as the group stages where they used to look at each other, where they used to face off against each other. We're going to have a look at Surf and Monyet in this head-to-head for this series. ACS really high up here for both of them, and they really did the heavy lifting for the most part in their teams.
Monyet and Surf, both basically the main duelists, the Jets you'd forward the put upon when taking that responsibility of taking space and getting frags, and that is what both of these two players do spectacularly. They're some of the best Jets, some of the best duelist spearheads you're going to find in the entirety of APAC and Southeast Asia. And Surf especially, man, for him to come into this team which is already long established to be one of the best teams in not even Thailand, but APAC as a whole, and fit into it like a well-tailored glove or a suit. It really is a big testament to both him as a player to be able to adjust and Xerxia as a team to do it basically 3 times over. When Poo One Tap left, in came Potifon. When Potifon's out, Surf here came to ride the wave out, and man, he's making a big splash.
I'm glad we're talking about duelists despite the fact that it might rile up Tosh. Tosh had her sentiments about said role, but talking about this, Monyet, I want to highlight the fact that even though ONIC has this beautiful, flexible system, he still manages to create his own fire without really asking too much from his teammates. That's the X factor that Monyet provides, aside from that raw dueling talent. Now, Surf, you did mention, and we have talked about how Xerxia really benefits their duelist in a slot in, slot out type of manner. Surf has delivered, and he's been delivering. The question is he gonna step up today and become a player of his own and not just, to silence those questions? Is he a product of that system, or is he really succeeding as an individual?
Yeah, I guess we have yet to see Surf riding the waves of his predecessors in this matchup. I mean, in his career, even here as they start off in the Asia Pacific Challengers. Now, before we get into the map vetoes, I kind of want to ask the same question I've asked earlier on between Made in Thailand Cerberus Esports. Are we going to be seeing a repeat of the results that we've seen in Xerxia and ONIC G? I mean, all things considered, ONIC G, they were able to go up against Now's Esports 2-1, but it wasn't a convincing fashion. In Xerxia Esports, we didn't get to see them play yesterday. Is that going to be a huge factor going into this matchup where ONIC G still has yet to see a little bit more VODs here, Black and Blue?
I definitely do think it's going to be a huge factor here, Nomad, and it's something we just can't just throw to the wind and forget about. The fact of how the past few days have gone for either two teams will affect them to a certain extent, and I do think ONIC are going to play even better than they did the last time around versus Xerxia here. But when we go to our predictions later, my answer might surprise you. I do think ONIC have a better chance now that they do have that VOD to look back into. As we commonly say, the team that does lose the previous matchup typically has some sort of upper hand. Now, that didn't work a while ago for Cerberus versus Made in Thailand, but this is a totally different team, and I think that ONIC have more than enough competency to be able to learn from their mistakes and potentially swing this back their way.
I'm interested to see if we're gonna see an icebox on the side of ONIC, because if my memory isn't hazy, I think that was their closest map. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, Black and Blue. What was that, the icebox map where Xerxia kind of turned it around and ONIC just kind of fell apart? Either way, like you mentioned, there might be a VOD. There is definitely a VOD that has been taken into account. Xerxia taking Split away, again, one of ONIC's most refined maps, completely makes sense. But now I'm really curious if they're gonna open this with Icebox.
Well, Raf, you are correct, and turning it around kinda isn't even putting it properly, because if anything, he's putting it lightly. They literally 10-2'd Xerxia at the half. ONIC were up 8 whole rounds, and then Xerxia just came back for just an amazing 8-round run for their own as well to come back into the game after winning the pistol. So it really was kind of a, hey, you now, me next, is what happened for that map number 2. But we go to Bind to start things off, a map that neither of these teams did pick nor play during the previous matchup. Actually, even the last time that they did play against each other, it was Xerxia who banned Bind, and so it looks like ONIC are wanting to, I guess, play off of that weakness.
That they do. Talking about Bind, I think the most recent sample size we've had was against Full Sense. Again, my memory is a little hazy. It's been a very intense 5 or 6 days or so. But ONIC, I'm pretty sure they're going to bring their own flavor here. We've seen the double ops from Full Sense. ONIC, once again, that webbed type defense where they have a single player sometimes on a side, but it's actually Xerxia to capitalize on Icebox being left out. Hopefully they can replicate that success, or at least that's what they want to happen. But I feel like the reliability or at least the probability of them reversing a 10-2 is very unlikely, especially that, you know, the information has been mulled over.
Well, the last time we did see bind, at least coming from Xerxia, was against Sharper, which is a pretty decent team. They seemed better last year, but this
That's a while though.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
back.
That was like January. But still, that's the only kind of thing that they got to reflect on. So if ONIC are trying to use past history against them, I'm not too sure how, I guess, up to date their information might be. But Xerxia, as you put it, you know, Raph, it's not really reliable to be able to come back from those type of maps. And if anything, I would have thought that they would have not wanted to play Icebox, considering how they pretty much almost got stomped out of it. So Xerxia, at least they pulled it back at the end of things, but it was very, very close for them on that Icebox map. ONIC, it is one of their better maps when you look at the statistics, at least as of the recent times. And I mean, with Ascent left on the table, I would have expected Xerxia to go with Ascent over Icebox, especially considering how Ascent has been looking like a wayward map. So they do actually end up on Ascent, which is a map that has had very, very 50-50 chances for the ONIC side, but has been very proficient for Xerxia.
I would have thought that they would have taken Breeze to really kind of capitalize on the brawly nature. We keep talking about Breeze like that because, once again, ONIC is an incredibly structured team, but I feel like the volatility of that, or that defense, really becomes a little brittle when we take into account how Xerxia is so good at taking those early picks and then resetting from that. But Ascent still remains incredibly interesting, as you mentioned, with all those lovely, lovely points. I really can't call this one, despite the map veto. It's super close already.
Man, as close as everything can get here, even if we have a look at the 3-month statistics, it's still 50-50 for the entirety of the series, and it kind of begs to ask the question, are we going to see Game 3? Are we even going to be making our way to Ascent? Because if we do make it to Ascent, it's been 100% win rate for Xerxia Esports for the past 3 months or so compared to ONIC Esports. And I guess I'm fearing for the Hedgehogs there. What do you guys think? I'll start with you, Black and Blue.
I do think that, you know, the opening maps do somewhat help ONIC's chances a bit, but especially if we go to a map number 3, I think Ascent is heavily going to favor the Xerxia side. So barring, you know, a 2-0 sweep from ONIC, I think we're going to go the distance. And when we do, I think Xerxia are still going to come out on top, even with the information gathered from the last time around. They're playing 2 different new maps right now that we didn't see during their last matchup, and that just begs the question, you know, Icebox is the only one. That begs the question, can they actually still flex into it? And so my answer will be Xerxia 2-1.
Oh man, I would normally not disagree with your picks because, again, we've had very, very similar picks just from the play-ins up to our group stage. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have the same predictions in the play-in, or rather playoffs. But I think, honestly, if ONIC don't have that meltdown we saw in their previous matchup against Xerxia, they have a very good chance of taking this. You did say that Ascent is still pretty much woven for as a Xerxia map, but that defense on ONIC, I'm gonna keep touting that defense. Their ability to play the cerebral game. I feel like today it might be extra sharp, but hey, who knows? I could be wrong. ONIC 2-1.
I mean, you know what they say, the best defense is the best offense, and I have to agree with Raph there. It has to be an ONIC game here. We're going to go the distance once again, 2-1, I feel is going to be the scoreline, a close scoreline, even more so on Ascent. And with that, we have to dive into the first map of the game between Xerxia Esports and ONIC Esports.
It's a day of revenge here, Xerxia versus ONIC. Will ONIC be able to take this? Because last time that they were on the field together, it was Xerxia to take it in a 2-1. Very, very close. And in fact, ONIC could have come up with a 2-0 in the last time that they met. One map going into overtime to lead us into the third map. And that led up to ONIC just sort of dropping the ball. And as Raph mentioned earlier, having that entire meltdown. But we'll talk about this game. And to do that with me is, of course, us, your casters. I'm Illustrato. This is Tash Bunny. We're going to be delivering to you the action here today in map number 2 and in number 3. So let's go ahead and start talking about it. Xerxia and ONIC, these two teams, we were talking about this over the break. This could have been a grand finals in your words, Tash.
Sorry about that. So, as I mentioned before, this is a grand finals part 2 for them where they're meeting again. Xerxia took the first round, but the second, it's all up in the air right now. But we do know that yesterday how Xerxia ended up in this bracket was a little bit of a misfortune. So I believe in the side of Xerxia's side, they're very riled up. They're very hungry, I believe, because they want to make up for what happened last night. So right now, let's look into agent select. So Illustrato, my question for you is, what sort of strats are these two teams famous for?
Okay, well, ONIC, the way that they played in last time, I was a very big fan of it. We saw it especially in the map number 1 that they played, and they played so smart, so tactically, and it's a great way to shut down the setup style of Xerxia, like trying to get Surf into those advanced positions, trying to get him to get those picks. It's a very good counter play style. These two teams have very differing play styles, and we should expect a lot of that today. I am so happy that we get to see Bind, because ONIC, the last time they played against full sense on it, it was just a masterclass performance, shutting down John Olsen, really being able to prevent PTC from making those high impact moments. I think that's what we're going to see here a little bit more in Bind. I do think ONIC are going to come out on top of this map. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see. But on the other side, we got Xerxia, who, like you mentioned, are pretty much in rage mode right now. Can they be able to, make up for the fact that they did lose out to bleed 0-2 because of those, technical issues? A little bit heartbreak, of course, because sometimes nature doesn't want you to have your way with life.
Yep, speaking of nature, they do have a Sky. They want to show Mother Nature that they're with them. They can bring it back no matter what.
Is Sky a hippie? That is my question, Tosh. Is Sky considered a hippie?
I don't know our bad. I don't want to talk about it.
I'll say for the record, I think Sky's a hippie, but a cool kind, the one that you can kind of want to be friends with. She'll probably take you on safari and all that, and
Oh yeah. She has your back, but at the same time, she can go crazy if she wants to.
Oh yeah, because she knows how to defend against wild animals, and that's not something we want to mess with. Anyway,
we talk about Australia. We talked about bonkers, right? Like how they're from the land down under. They've seen things.
They've seen
so many.
Yeah. If you're not in Australia, not everything is actively trying to kill you. At least that's what I hear from my friends who are there. But
exactly. My friends from Australia to hype up the fact that Kangaroo will total your car if they want to.
I have heard that too. But anyway, get back into the match here. It's Thailand versus Indonesia. Tale as old as time. One of the most classic rivalries here within not just Southeast Asia, but within APAC itself. Let's go into the game. It's game number 1. Let's find out who's going to take this one. ONIC on Bind versus Xerxia. And we're starting off here with a pistol. Monyet looking to lead the charge. One of the most insane players that I've ever seen in Southeast Asia and in APAC in general. I want to see what he brings to the table in this game.
Yep, that's right. Severine, though, I really gotta say, as a Viper main, Severine, very cute. I see what he did there. And my question for L Me More is it Love Me More or just literally L
it's
for like
short
losing
for L.
me more?
You are actually correct. It is short for Love Me More. But,
that's right, but Monyet, look at that! Fine Sushi Boy straight out away, but Scary though will be trading out Monyet, and that's huge because they need him to actually get the frags out of the way for now. Let's see, what do you call that? A shock dart straight into Hookah, barely missing Surf.
I like the idea. They go towards Hookah as a response towards the mid brush that was coming in towards A. But this isn't like Haven. It's not one of those where like, oh, you see presence of the defensive side here towards A. Let's try to make a beeline for C. It's not like that. The defensive side still firmly holding towards B. So instead, they will fake it out. They will try to test their luck elsewhere as they go straight towards Lamps area. Surf looking to lead the charge here. Will be tailwinding in. It's a double setup here, but Cruz and Fox dismantle.
Oh my god.
Still one more player to deal with. NC Slasher gets a dink, but he gets taken out himself by Fox. And 1v4 right now. El Me More has to compute.
Spike planted.
Yep, love me more, he says, but there's no love to be seen as he walks through this little area here. There comes the shock dart, misses everyone. Now all of Bai knows he's here. And look at that, there's 4 guns straight to him. Immediately the swing, that's a 3-man swing. like a horror movie.
Yeah, definitely. If I'm peeking that corner and like 3 members of Xerxia are just right behind it, I'm just gonna go home. It's like, yeah, you know what? Have a nice day. Understandable. Let's just get out of here.
Yeah, that's right. But for now, though, a Marshall will be the weapon of choice from Surf. And look at that. We also have a Vandal from Foxes as well. The rest will be running the run and gun beast called the Spectre. And we all know we've seen some pretty cool running guns this season.
Absolutely. I think it's gonna be more of the same here. But Xerxia, they like to play very patient. They like to play very diligent, especially on these anti-eco rounds. So the run and gun might come into play. I do imagine that they will really want to make full use of that early Vandal from Fox. Try to take those long-range angles, long-range duels, just like here towards long and towards showers. They're giving up mid a little bit. It's not too much to worry about. However, as the shock darters come in, should be able to tag Severin a tiny bit, but the paint shell does come through. Trade kill coming in onto Sushi Boys. 4v5, and it's already starting to look a little bit expensive. Not too much to worry about just yet, especially if they can keep the rest of the round clean. But they don't have any hookah presence, however, so this might be a little bit of a problem for the side of Xerxia.
That's a very... Oh, they know, though.
Oh,
they
seen
know.
him.
Immediately! Oh, that was a no-scope straight in the face. Elmi Moore not getting the love that he wanted. Suddenly, it's 3 versus 4, though. Still very winnable. Scary! Finds his counterpart, and will it get double? Not quite. Severin ready in the other corner, but the plants will be happening regardless.
This is what I was talking about, the hookah presence that they so desperately needed. But with the kill from Surf like that, it's pretty much done and dusted that round. It's a good shot. Really in it, but a good wall bang will finish off the rest of the round. Xerxia escape with a fairly clean anti-eagle. They keep the Vandal alive, and they're able to keep 2 Spectres, so it's a decent bonus. It's a decent anti-eco. They would have liked to keep maybe at least 1 more up, but regardless, they should have fairly decent chances on the bonus round coming up next.
Yup, that's right. Really gotta give it to them. They put Scary over there, making sure no one flanks, and I really like that. They are thinking 2 to 3 steps ahead. Severin not able to do anything, and you can see that the immediate reaction from the other teammates as well. In case one goes down, there's always gonna be a crossfire. But we're gonna go into round number 3 now. It is gonna be a full buy for everyone, so you can't say I don't have better guns than you. Immediately Dugo gets gone out of the way, and immediately those paint shells are gonna give that space that he needs. Gravity well as well. Doesn't pull anyone in though, but the Boombot and the Flash as well as the Satchel is doing everything out right now. CRWS running for his life left and right, but who gets the first contact is the question. Monyet will though says he is. Fox is from the side. He has an idea where they are.
Yeah, Fox all alone. 1v4, definitely under the spotlight right now, as the rest of the members of ONIC have a fairly good idea where he could be. They're keeping him trapped inside lamps. He has a little bit of an opportunity, a path there. He sees one, oh, he gets jiggled, and that should be the round. Elmi Moore takes him down, but I do have to bring this out. Xerxia, they like to do that rush sometimes here towards lamps and keep bathrooms fairly open. But the problem with this is that we saw a lot of the time that just didn't work out against ONIC. Full sense. They like to run that strat time and time again, pretty much like hitting your head against the brick wall. Not really gonna work out against a team like ONIC, who are so good at responding to that lamp control by pushing showers, by pushing from the flank, and then really timing the retakes on that side. You cannot just take lamps and hold it against a team like ONIC. There has to be more than that.
Yeah, ONIC is just, they're a hedgehog. They will have spikes, so like you're not, the crossfire
I think those
is
are porcupines,
definitely
though.
Porcupines? Okay.
They're not as prickly, but they still have the thingies.
I can never tell.
Quills.
I can't tell between the two. For now, the Trailblazer does get spotted out, but really gotta give it to ONIC. Their play has been absolutely dangerous once they figure out how exactly Xerxia is playing. And right now, Surf will be spotted out. He does not get tagged though. There, Xerxia is gonna have to wait it out because you guys see the lineups from Severin are absolutely deadly. Immediately right now, some smokes out of the way. She can actually play through it if she wants to. Sushi Boy is waiting in the corner. 1 peek is all he needs. But the thing about ONIC is that they are not gonna peek because they don't want to lose as much bodies they can. They don't have to play aggressive.
Yeah.
All they have to do is just wait.
They're just happy to play towards that backside there, knowing that they have better weaponry. They're relying on their crossfire, they're relying on the utility. Just like that one, the moment they send something, they throw it out. And it's good enough to deter. Look at this, they've forced Xerxia on a full rotate towards that B side, and you're going in towards 2 members. Definitely going to be a tough one to break through. A Sova and a Viper should they still have their utility, might not be the easiest side to break through, but they dash in. And Severin is trying to find
They just miss each other!
Okay, he manages to get him in the end, but 10 seconds left. He does have to get it. Sprays through the smoke, and Scary is able to get that pick off. 4 seconds left. They do get the spike planted down. It's a 3v3, and they're going to try to go for it.
Ooh,
Cruz in this corner. He
gets
swings out, he gets one. That's another, but Scary finds a third, and that's going to be the first round on the board for ONIC. Sorry, for Xerxia, responding to the first round for ONIC.
Yep, that's right. Oh my god, that was a very deadly corner, but he knows his homie was right there on the side just to kind of back him up in case. That's what we were talking about. I just gotta say though, that was just so well played by Severin playing in the smokes. You need a Viper pit? Nah, I'll be in my own little tiny smoke. I can play through it as much as I want. Sprays still come in though, but CWS could that got double out of that. I think that's very, very worth it.
Yeah, Cruz is good enough to find 2 on that one. The timing really worked out for him. Caught him when they were trying to look towards backside here, but still enough for a buy for the side of ONIC. They did have a fairly decent economy built up until this point. They only really will have NC Slasher on the Marshall, but as we know, NC Slasher is one of those players who can absolutely go ham on the Marshall.
On the Marshall, yeah. For now though, I like the slow pace we're seeing here from Xerxia. Taking their time, they don't have to rush, they don't have to worry too much. It's still 1 minute. Regardless though, Scary will find Monyet out of there. Just barely a pixel he noticed. And Monyet was trying to run away out of that. That's how painful those shots are.
This is a very different ONIC, I think, that I'm seeing from the one that played Bind up against Full Sense a couple of days ago. I mean, sorry, like a week ago.
Yeah, this is definitely less aggressive than that match, I feel.
No, it just oh, okay, that's the headshot that we're looking for. That's what we're talking about when NC Slasher has that Marshall. He's brought it to a 4v4, and out of nowhere here, managed to claw their way into a decent position. They still have 33 seconds left on Xerxia's side to decide what they want to do. The spike will be collected. They will be going towards that A site. They will be committing towards it because that is where the pick was. Cosmic Divide will help them take the site. It's going to be the dash in. Shiro gets one before he teleports all the way to B. So that rotate's going to take a little bit longer, and it forces NC Slasher to go all the way back towards Heaven, play so passive, give up more of the site just so that they can retain more numbers.
Yep, Scary playing aggressive here, but Slasher misses that first one. Doesn't miss, actually just tags him just a little bit. But look at that, how many smokes there are. They are all aware that there's 3 up there. Sushi Boys does get Severin out of the way, but from Heaven, Love Me More will be seen. But Shiro will be getting Scary out, and right now it's still a 2 versus 2. Shiro so very low, and right now Sushi Boys will be getting Sova out of Heaven, and somehow Xerxia comes out on top.
That's a good attempt here for ONIC. Unfortunately, doesn't go their way. The crossfire did not hold. I like the play from ONIC. They get the picks, they fall back, even at the disadvantage. It really did come down to a miss there from Scary. It is a Marshall. You do need 2 shots to land in order to convert that kill. But still, it comes down to a 1v1 towards the end of it. Xerxia should be happy. And now, we do resume the game. It is another eco that ONIC will be facing, so they will probably have to try a little bit harder to get those kills. If they can make it expensive at this point, it's still going to be really good. Because look at the money of Xerxia. But before I get to say anything, Xerxia finds a nice double kill with those Blade Storm. It is still an eco. Nothing too much to worry about, but Sushi Boys cuts off the rotation from him yet. And there's 1 player left. Surf might be taken from the back. Not gonna happen.
Yep, that's right. Look at that. Just so fast how he got his blades. This is round number 5. Right now, Surf, he does have his angle. His teammate is waiting on his side. This is very clean. If Slasher gets caught here, he's not looking the right. Okay, now he is. He's very aware. Right now, will be the first one through. Tags 1, but misses. Both half HP. Smokes do come out though. Slasher, gonna have to be careful here. Does not hit once again, and that's the problem with using a sniper. Foxes finds him first.
Yeah, just not really hitting the mark on a couple of those shots there. But
when you're in pressure, it's really hard to land those, especially when you see 2 to 3 people. You don't know who exactly you want to go for.
Well, still excuse me, a couple of nice double kills there from Surf. As the round does end up going to Xerxia. They win the eco round fairly cleanly with 5 members alive at the very end of it. It's exactly what they wanted to help build their economy now. If you take a look at the bank, you got 2 players sitting above around 5k. Fox is at 4 or 5. Only really 1 player is at the bottom, and that's Surf with 1,000. It's not really too much to worry about. Still gonna have enough for a couple rounds here. So ONIC are gonna have to dig fairly deep if they want to start shipping that economy of ONIC away. And their solution right now is to rush towards that B side. It's classic B split. And Surf, he's gonna get a nice decapitation onto Shiro, dashing on in, supported by the Seekers. Can Surf find him? Severin still somehow here, but the Hunter's Fury does the job. That's the B side easily taken down.
Yeah, that's right. I really, really like that. The problem is Shiro walks straight into the crosshair of Surf, which is the problem here. Love me more, trying to find the angles. Everyone knows Fox is with that wide swing, catches him off guard. Slasher does find CRS, but get tagged by that shock dart is just so annoying. How much utils they have to the end just stop this sort of retake from them at all. They can't do anything. And the thing is, you didn't mention, safe, they have to, because we saw that just now in terms of credits, they just don't have anything. There was a lot of rebuys coming around. Flash from the side here, 26 HP, just trying to stay alive, don't want to die, don't want to lose their guns.
Yeah, just fall back, just play for the next round here. It's entirely reasonable here, but we're going to be seeing a 6-1. This is night time for ONIC to be taking a timeout. I do imagine right now they're already making those talks in the comms about what they're going to do in the next one. But I do think we should see a timeout very, very soon. It's getting scary, if you will. If it gets any worse than this, they might be in a position that is a little bit unsalvageable. So exactly as I said, timeout will be called, as ONIC are still facing a brick wall in form of the offense of Xerxia. You know, Tosh, this is not the ONIC that I saw playing against Full Sense last time. ONIC, last time when we saw them in this map, they just looked so well put together, so controlled on their defense, really able to shut down individual players. But this is just not it. I don't know if it's nerves. I don't know if it's because they're not really feeling hot today, but it's just not the same ONIC.
Yeah, honestly, I have to agree with you. They looked a little bit more aggressive as well. They are very slow on the rotations as well when we look about it. And in terms of ability usages from both teams, I think they're both very, very equal. It's just the fact that in terms of defense, in terms of how they hold the site, Xerxia is just looking a little bit more stronger when you think about it. And I think one big problem ONIC is facing is those pickoffs. They're not holding hands as much as Xerxia is doing right now. Timeout does go off though, and I think ONIC wants to stop this steamroll that's happening for way, way too long, because some teams, they kind of rely on that momentum to go forward, and if they want to come back, they need to stop that momentum from Xerxia.
You said it perfectly there, but also on top of that, I think it's the mid-round reads here that's not coming in from ONIC. The biggest determining factor, I think, for ONIC's victory last time against Full Sense was how well they read the plays. But this time, it seems like Xerxia, they win the gunfights, they get onto the site, and that ONIC, there's nothing ONIC can do. So if it's in terms of tactics and outsmarting the opponent, sure, ONIC can do that, but keeping up with the aim and just the individual prowess of Xerxia, it's not the easiest of things to do when they're feeling hot like this. So what are they going to do? They throw out the early Viper's Pit just to limit the choices for Xerxia, limit the places that they can actually go, force them to go elsewhere like hookah, like short, maybe even try shower, and keep them at bay for at least a while longer and make them use their utility to get towards those sites. It's an eco round, so I'm surprised that they invested that much in it, especially these Viper's Pit, which would be crucial. But it might work out for them in the end because they leave B site entirely on its own.
Yep, that's right. Because I think about it, Thrifty does give you a little bit extra in the next round, which is what they want to do, I believe. But when you look at Xerxia, how they're just playing it safe, and on top of that, you saw that how scary he does try to get picked, but it was so far away. It's nothing too risky compared to what we saw from ONIC. For now, though, slowly but surely, they're just inching their way onto the side, just like how my cat is whenever I'm casting a game, just slowly coming straight toward me.
I feel you.
And for now, Severin immediately spots them out, but look at that. Immediately has to push out away. Surf already onto the side. The spray is coming into Severin. I love the fact that they know they're good. That A side, sorry, the B long was the one that had the Viper Spit. They immediately went to hookah.
And now they're gonna try in a 3v4. Still, it's a good shot from Shiro, and not gonna find anything on top of that. The Viper's Pit, it was a good idea. Execution just not so much. If you look at how they controlled the map, it was pretty decent. You had Severin controlling B long, Hookah was completely in control of the rest of ONIC. They even had a player towards spawn. On a normal gun round, this might have worked for them, and I would wager that it probably would have worked on a normal gun round. But on an Eagle round like this, to commit the Viper's Pit, I think, definitely too risky for my taste. Now they're going to change things up with that operator from Shiro. Monyet will have a showstopper as well. So I'm imagining they might go for a little bit of a 1-2 punch here, try to get an early pickoff, maybe towards Shower, especially with a showstopper, just to bring in an early 4v5. And because that seems what they need right now, early advantages.
Yeah, they really do, because just now I think we saw ONIC try to do that, but the thing is, Shiro walked into Surf's crosshair. But the thing about Xerxia is that they like to take their time. Sometimes when you have a little bit teams that are a little bit antsy, it will kind of like bite them back in the butt. Yeah, so right now, that's the thing about Xerxia. They keep you guessing, just like your Tinder date on day number 1. Are they gonna come by? Are they not?
I feel, you know what, Tosh, they're there. I feel like, you know, those kind of dates are fairly straightforward for me, but but if that's what you're going through, man, you live your truth. I'm here to support you, my friend. But we go towards B long. The Owl drone does come in. It's gonna help them spot it out. I do imagine the flash would follow suit thereafter. NC Slasher is gonna have someone break this drone. And it does go down, so they will be trying to barrel their way towards it. LB Moore, nice shot through the smoke, speculative, but successful. And the close approach, it does work out. NC Slasher takes a minute, but he gets a double anyway. One more player to find here towards Hookah, and that's only Sushi Boy. So, ONIC, this is exactly what they need to do. They need to come up with this, you know, 1-2 punches. They need to come up with these setups that are hard to predict.
Yeah, sneaky is what they did. I am just so shook at that play just now. An NC Slasher with the 3K through the smokes, and that's how an Astra should be played.
In the smokes, definitely got a couple here. Nice double. That was a guess shot from Elmi Moore. That was nice. And I kept that's 2 blind headshots from Elmi Moore through the smoke. He had no vision whatsoever, and he still got those. That's just how good his game sense is. Also because NC Slasher was probably relaying the information. Might have seen them on the minimap.
I'm just surprised at the reaction time coming from Fox that round. I mean, he saw him. His timing was just off because he had his ability out. Yeah. But now we know you don't play with abilities and smokes. Shiro now on the aggressive. Doesn't get anything out of that, not even a tag. It's very frustrating as a chamber when that happens. Elmi Moore, he has a feeling that Surf would be playing up there, but does not even commit. Surf taking his time here, just as I said before, just keeping them guessing. But once ONIC figures this out, that's the end of that. They do know, they have an idea. Fountains is where they are. I think he spotted 2. Xerxia still just waiting for the aggressive pushes, but that's what I really like about ONIC.
Yeah.
Because Xerxia wants those aggressive pushes.
And there's so much information that was given. You're absolutely right there because, you know, they spotted 2 towards long. They know that the Owl drone's coming from Hookah, so it's definitely a big hit. They put all their eggs in this basket. Sure, Elmi Moore gets a nice hold of Crossfire, hold steady, but only for 2. Shiro gets a nice pick off towards the back lines, and that's going to be a 2v3. Spike can be planted down. They're going to call in the rotation right now. ONIC will happily take their time, slow down that pace. But they will be pushing slowly but surely all together as the Cosmic Divide comes through. It'll make their lives a little bit more challenging here, but scary. He wants to push through, sees the barrel of the gun, trades. Yes, Severin gets it. And the showstopper from Monyet will take down Cruz. That's the last of the kills. That's ending up with ONIC winning another in a row. So that's a good sign to string at least 2 rounds together here for ONIC. It means that they might actually end up with a 7-5.
Yep, that's right. That's exactly what they needed when you think about it.
Are they gonna go?
Yeah, free op as well. Buy one, free one. Us in Southeast Asia, we love the free stuff that comes with everything just like this.
You're not wrong.
But look at that.
You're one of those players, aren't you, Tash, that asks for a drop even though you have money?
Oh, heck yeah.
Well.
I will definitely not have a 0 in my creds, okay? But I really gotta give it to NC Slasher. His aggressive Astra plays are just coming in on clutch, exactly what they needed. And suddenly Scary finding himself on the other side of what he was heading up earlier. And now Xerxia has to refigure out what they want to do. And that timeout just now from ONIC is just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, ever since the timeout, things were just looking a little bit better. You're absolutely right on the money there, Tash. This peak, however, from Shiro, it didn't really pay out last time. So they will be, and yet again, it will not be netting any points. But good read from Xerxia to even commit utility on top of that to force him back. It removes the operator's chance of getting a pick a little bit prematurely in the round. So now we go to a 5v5. Yet again, it's a lot of this mental gymnastics, a lot of this chess early on in the game, because they're both very patient teams. None of them wanting to overextend too much for those early peaks. ONIC did it earlier on in the pistol. They got punished for it. So ever since then, they kind of don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, for now, I think I like the change in pace coming in from ONIC, but is Xerxia able to do that as well? Trademark does get spotted immediately. Some smokes are in. Surf already pretty much ready, but Lovely more finds Sushi Boys in turn. Slasher comes in from the back, finds their duelist up there. Recon immediately deleted out of the way, but it does spot her out of Foxes with the wall bang, doing some work here. And suddenly so much space for them. It's still a 3 versus 3, still very winnable. Fox is playing this corner here, just waiting, Scary, trying to be that distraction so that the swing out can happen from Fox.
Taking their time with the spike here. Fox, he gets spotted out in this position. Severin wins it. Shiro follows up. 1v3 for Scary. He lines up one, gets away, turns around, can't hit the shot. And that's going to be Monyet to take out that round. He gets it for ONIC, keeping them alive even longer. Just when you thought that 180 was going to hit the mark, it just misses a little bit, does a little bit of damage, but nothing more than that. And ONIC, they get another round, they keep that operator, and they make a great argument that this game can still go their way.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little bit disappointed Foxes that round because honestly, he was very, very aware he didn't have to wait. If he were to swing out and catch him off guard, see, he waited, he saw his shoulder, immediately reacts to that. And the thing is, Scary didn't know that from the side, from Hookah, there was actually one more. By the time he realized, he was already gone.
I do have to give props to the, Xerxia side. I think the defensive reads from ONIC are actually better. But Xerxia are so good at making space and taking duels and just absolutely bodying their opponents into submission. Choke holding them a lot of the rounds. And that's what's keeping Xerxia, I think, ahead in this game. Hunter's Fury does come through, not gonna get any information whatsoever. I think he might have gotten a tiny spot onto one, but I don't think it's connected ultimately.
No, I think he does get the idea, and I think that's all they need. For now, they are just going to be still taking their time. Personally, I think Xerxia needs a change in pace. They need a change in how they want to play. Because right now, how they're playing is already figured out by ONIC.
Yeah, you're
but they still want to go. Yeah, they just want to hold on to it for a little while. Here comes the sprays! Love me more. Scary just has the better angle, I believe, but 30 HP. Very, very close between the two. Could have gone both ways.
I think you make a fantastic point there. A change of pace might exactly be what Xerxia need. The slow, steady default, it works out most of the time, but they've lost 4 rounds in a row. At what point do they go, yeah, let's change it up. Let's go for a straight B hit and A rush. But look at this. Cosmic Divide comes in. What a shot from Shiro! Through the smoke finds the dome of Surf. And that deters the push any further. Cruz yet again, though, will be able to get that entry in. The rest of ONIC, they'll be falling back for the meantime. They like to slow things down. Cruz from that advanced position finds another. The IGL here for Xerxia will make the difficult situation suddenly possible for the side of Xerxia. 2v4 could be an 8-4 unless Shiro does something about it. Monyet only gets one, but in a 1v3, swaps out. All the way to a Vandal now, right beside him. He's gonna get taken down. Horror movie, in fact. And how many of those kills did we see in that round? Xerxia playing the smokes to perfection.
Switching sides.
I'm so sorry for the EL. They were just side by side. They were all very, very well. Watch this. If you look at how they were playing just now, I think there's so many times Cruz got so many kills from that smoke. He was just playing around it. Shiro tried to do the same thing, but the thing is, Sushi Boy is just side by side. His shoulder actually bumps into his face. I'm thinking like, what did I run into?
I'm walking here.
Walking here. Get out of the way. Did I sound like a Brooklyner?
No,
yeah.
no.
Oh,
no. Maybe the first one, but it's okay. We can work on that. There, Tash. I find whenever I cast with you, Tash, the there moments, they kind of come and go quite a little bit.
I felt like after I had that with me.
Yeah.
Oh, how
it's okay. We still
tables.
love you, Tash. It's
thanks,
okay.
man.
We got you, bro.
But coming back to that, though, I really think that in terms of playing around the smokes, I feel like Xerxia has a better idea. Weave in and out, like to the point where they think he's in there, but actually he's not in there. really gives ONIC is kind of like a headache.
Absolutely. The headache for ONIC, I think, has been time and time again the aggressive plays within the smokes, just them getting into advanced positions. You saw it from Xerxia, whether it was playing within the smokes of ONIC, within their smokes, you know, just being nuisances all across the map, just prevents ONIC from getting clean rotations, preventing ONIC from getting into the spots where they're comfortable playing from, and just denying that map control that allows ONIC clean retakes. That's exactly what we saw in that previous half. Now, ONIC, I like their attacking side a little bit more. Last time we saw ONIC play on that attack, it was very coordinated. It was very, very much a treat to see, because time and time again, they would get the better read on full sense, know what to do. Their mid-round and late-round adjustments were seriously phenomenal. How in the span of like 5 seconds, they would be able to make 2 calls to change sides and be all completely coordinated between them. Hoping that we see that yet again on this attacking side.
There. Yeah, that's right. It's just they haven't had their sight yet, but for now, let's see what you were talking about. Look at that lineup, Larry. But Xerxia wants to go on aggressive, immediately tags out 1, gets 2, gets 3. Woo! That is the aggressiveness from Xerxia that's coming through, catches them off guard straight on.
This is already sending a message. Xerxia, they want to fight. They definitely want to show that they control the tempo, the momentum, and even when they're ahead. Look at this aggressive play here. Scary Fox, and he's dead to rights here.
Oh
great play by
God.
Xerxia. Completely shutting down the offense of ONIC, putting them to the task, forcing them back, and yet again not stopping, keeping their foot on the trigger, keeping their foot on the pedal and their finger on the trigger.
Yep, that's right. I like how he was actually running with the dogs. Literally, look at that. Runs out with him, and immediately the concuss happens, and he can't even react to that.
Well, speaking of reactions, it has been, I think, the better of the 2 teams for Xerxia. They have been the better of 2 teams when it comes down to those reactions here. ONIC, sure, responsive here and there. They're able to dissect some plays from the attacking side earlier on, but to get completely caught off on the pistol like that really will set the pace, will set the momentum and the mentality for ONIC coming into the rest of this half. You assert your dominances earlier on, it's so hard to negate that. So they're going to continue on with the push here. Sushi Boys with a nice double, and that's 2 kills for ONIC as well on the pistols, bring it to a 3v3, already expensive, more expensive than they wanted. And ONIC Shiro, he gets another one before he drops. That's a shot dart to follow up, and Elmi Moore gets another 2v1 out of sudden. Even though they're low on HP, they can definitely do this. Surf has a Marshall, so it's pretty much an off at this point. He'll be falling back. Here's the teleporter come towards B, but it's going to be a fake. He sends him reeling towards the B side and going to rotate towards that A.
Yep, that's right. ONIC Shiro 1 HP. Yep, he's trying to flank that, but both of them so low. All he needs is just a little small achu.
1 HP.
But if he's fast enough, that's the problem. Surf, do not look in that. Immediately finds him off. That's a 3K for Shiro. And a free Marshall too.
That's exactly what ONIC needs to get bodied, to get mentally shut down in the pistol round, and then to come back even stronger, taking a thrifty play from ONIC to hold their nerve, to show tenacity, to show that mental fortitude that they can bite, to roll with the punches, even though they're at a disadvantage. Now it's a 9-5. Now they're a little bit in a better spot here. They still have 4 rounds to catch up to, but should be 3 if they can keep this clean.
Look at Xerxia. They have 2 shorties in there as well as a sheriff. I can't imagine what Surf and Cruz want to do is just play those close corners, especially in the smokes. We've seen them do it before. I wouldn't be surprised if the same thing is going to be happening. Monyet playing on the aggressive Boombot will be clearing out those corners. If he can, Monyet straight to the face. Sushi Boys gets caught off guard. Did you see that?
Yeah, a lot of question marks on that one, but let's see if they can keep it exclamatory here as Shiro finds another. 2v4 here, only the lamp control is what they can work with. Elmi Moore, he's gonna be kept alive by his teammates. Okay. Things got a little crazy there for a couple of seconds, but it's all good now. 6-9.
I'm a bit disappointed we didn't see some shorties to the face.
Yeah. It is what it is.
It is what it is, but you know what else is what it is? Oh wow. I'm not sure if you're referring to me or the game,
no,
but
life
that's
is
fine.
Sorry, I should try to avoid having existentialist crises on casts now.
It's too relatable.
It's too That's what's concerning, that it's too relatable at 2 p.m. But 6 to 9. Try to level things out. The operator from Surf, early operator here. Let's see if ONIC can get a read on it.
I think ONIC knows, so they're not gonna peek this, but we did talk about it in terms of aggressive plays. Xerxia kind of sometimes changes it up compared to ONIC. But ONIC changes it up compared to Xerxia. They just, look at that, Surf hasn't even moved. He's just standing there. Usually we see like a sort of shift in movement after a while, just not to get caught off guard. But Xerxia, very, very patient. Both teams just, honestly, I have to say, in terms of what we're seeing in APAC here, in terms of discipline, gunplay, both teams are very, 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 very similarly on top, I believe. But Sushi Boys, he has a little bit of a high angle here, but the smokes are gonna make it very, very difficult for him to be able to get the read on that immediately as well. Shot guards come out, comes to sprays, gets one, immediately teleports away. Very, very worth it.
Absolutely, he gets the spot. It's still 4v5. Now ONIC, what can you do? Moniette trying to play with fire here, spots a lot of the players on Xerxia's side. Right beyond that wall, but Elmi Moore with a quick double response. 30 and seconds immediately left. Everyone's dead. Xerxia got everybody lost, but Surf has the operator. He finds one, brings it to a 1v1, and he knows where the last player is. Surf versus Shiro. This is very much tense moment here as the operators. It's not
planted for him. It's not planted for him.
Not.
You think go bros don't think?
Oh no, this might have been a misplay here for Shiro. He's gonna get it to
Shiro should not be playing there, but another smoke comes out. All he has to do is spray for now, but Surf solo! Oh, misses out, but it's gonna be Shiro that comes out on top. He said that wasn't a misplay. That was all according to plan.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure that what Shiro did there was the right call. I think there was a lot of fortune and a lot of luck involved. The Surf was on the operator. Had he had anything else, he would have been dead to rights. But look at that beautiful adjustment from Elmi Moore. And I've said this so many times, Stash. Elmi Moore is like, I'm gonna say this. He's probably one of the best Indonesian players out there right now.
That's why he has a lot of love.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I really want to say the way they played in the enemy smokes, weaponizing everything they used against them is exactly the problem Xerxia is facing just now. Surf actually kind of, in a way, I understand those smokes, but the thing is, it's very predictable. He knows where he planted it. Like it or not, even if you're in the smoke, the sprays are gonna happen regardless. You are gonna get tagged.
Well, I do want to bring out that really good little bit of a 1-2 combination, the Ferrari peak plus the gravity well earlier on.
Ferrari peak?
Yeah, it's those kind of small details that just make ONIC so good on the attacking side. And look at this read perfectly placed here. The B side is almost completely open. There is one player, that's Fox. He only gets one. But the flank is dealt with. Elmi Moore's out of the picture. So right now, ONIC might have actually bit themselves in the back here with a play like that.
The trade does happen. They do get a plant here, but at what cost is the question. Sushi Boys making sure that no one would peek that way immediately. Here comes a Trailblazer trying to give as much info as possible, so at least they know that they don't have to worry too much. But Sushi Boys, that is so painful to the face, and that's what makes freaking Chambers so annoying to deal with. Surf finds Shiro immediately scary as well. Those crossfires just working out wonders for them as they finally find their tempo back.
They do have Xerxia, a thrifty win, a great thrifty win there to get themselves the momentum and get themselves double digits. This will really rock ONIC, but they've shown that they can roll with the punches, they can take those big hits and come back from them no matter how much they reel back. It is still going to be a 10-7, so it's 3 rounds to separate these two teams. They do have enough money, I imagine. They do, and especially with the Tour de Force ready for Shiro. See what they can bring.
I think that's the best thing about being Jet and Chamber mains.
So much money.
Too much about money. Yeah, you save so much. Hashtag just Asian things growing
just
up.
Just Asian things. We think about very economical.
We have ops at home. Ops at home.
Actually, the Shiro op, the Chamber op is actually better than the regular op, but
we don't have to know that as Cruz charge in the face to Monye just gets him out of the sky. Surf has this high ground here, but Sushi Boys run and gun straight in the smokes, and he will get one more. Yes,
Wow.
he will. Scary. Those crossfires, man. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, there's just too many to deal with. There's just no way they get through that. I really think that was not a typical ONIC play. They played that a little haphazard. They just rushed in and hoped for the best.
I think it's because the utilities that were just keeping them. Look at that. Look at how many utilities come out. They can't see
the Cosmic
anything.
Divide, the
They're
2
blind.
smokes, the shock darts, everything.
Yeah, and we talked about Xerxia's play in the smokes as well. Look at that. Look how patient it is. I mean, I think they have an idea that he'll be up there, but the problem is when you're up in that angle, you do have an advantage, especially on higher ground.
Yeah. Well, ONIC definitely have to call this timeout because they have to decide whether they want to play for overtime, whether they're going to go for it right now. They risk a lot if they try to play for overtime and equal on this round.
Overtime is dangerous.
Yeah, it's always very dangerous. That's when it can kind of go 50-50. But right now, ONIC, look at the buy. There's just nothing they can really get here. So,
Yeah.
scratching their heads a little bit.
They're probably trying to figure out exactly how to play around that, but they don't have to worry too much though, because just now was a round where, you know, there is the ultimates coming out. So now that's already used up. Now they're thinking, okay, now that that's all out of the way, how can we change this? How can we kind of catch them off guard like we did in the earlier rounds? Every time we see an ONIC timeout, we're going to see a change in pace, and I'm really excited to see what strat they're going to come up with next.
They have a Vandal. They have decided to invest a little bit of a hero buy in this round. And they're putting it into the hands of NC Slasher, which is not entirely unreasonable. Monyet is going to have that showstopper as well. So this is actually a fairly decent buy, all things considered. But look at this aggressive push here. Flash should come in. Shiro, will he be ready for it?
There's 2 people there. Oh my god.
Oh,
But
he dies
Shiro,
into the teleport. I thought he'd get away.
no, he doesn't. So unlucky. But Fox now, they're probably so happy with Cruz only losing half HP. His teammate's still away, but Monya does get tagged here.
Through the box.
Has to play safe. Yep, through the box. I mean, maybe it wasn't through the box. I think it was just like a little bit of a
shoulder?
delay there, perhaps. Yeah,
But
that's how fast it is. But Cruz stuck there. His teammates need to bail him out. If he peeks, it's gone. There comes the shock dart. He just has to swing, but I think Slasher is very aware. They're waiting and trained. But Cruz will be the one going down here. Fox is trying to get some information out of that. Not allowing that surf. Ooh, that was a very, very nasty angle. Catches him off guard straight out in the open. Surf at the back there. They know he's playing behind sight. And right now, Xerxia just holding on to angles. They said, we don't have to rush this. Just wait for them to come in.
trying to bide their time here, and that might actually be what works out for
30
them.
seconds left.
Still very, very possible right now for ONIC to take this round, but they're going to have to decide soon. Put down a smoke just to get a little bit more control, a little bit more vision here. Great shot from Severin, an absolute ripper, and Elmi Moore follows up. Now a 2v3, excuse me. But with 14 seconds left, they're gonna have to commit as NC Slasher finds another one. The hero buy works out. Sushi Boy has to rotate all the way from A. He's got a tour de force, not the best weapon to retake with whatsoever. They decide to switch up, but the HP pretty low on Elmi Moore. Will it come into play here? As Sushi Boys will try to push here towards Elbow. He's got an inkling of where they are. Here's the shot from the Guardian coming in through. Sees a Vandal at his feet. Will I imagine he swaps out to it? No, he's gonna stick onto the Tour de Force. Very, very brave. Oh, he does pick up the Phantom just in case. Switch. Oh, nice shot. Lands it onto Elmi Moore. 1v2. Switches to the Phantom. 6 bullets. Has his back turned. Doesn't get the adjustment. A good attempt. But Severin comes out on top. ONIC find themselves an 8.
Oh, very, very worth it for them. And this is exactly every time they have a timeout. It's like a third eye has been opened. I'm sorry, it was just like so intense, you know? Look at that again. Oh man, the thing is, Foxes and all that didn't have to peek that. It was okay to wait a little bit. This is one of those moments where I felt that Xerxia was a little bit too impatient.
Yeah. I think you're right on the money there. But I think a lot of it has to do with that. It's a very different approach that ONIC did. Pretty much it's a contact play. They kind of just walked into the site and then just shot them. Very simple.
I mean, the thing is, they did get the initial pick from Cruz. And I think a repositioning is definitely called for because they all very much know this comes down to,
Judge?
you know, yeah, judging people on how you play, but immediately Sushi Boys will be fighting Severine. That's great because that gives them a little bit less smoke control, but Astra's still there. Monyet with the judge. Can he go swinging forward? Can he just shoot them in the face? That's the question. Love me more, play the smokes here, try to buy for time, but he does find one. Scary has the information he needs. Surf waiting the back, but Slasher just outguns him. Yikes.
Okay, Fox was running when he hit that shot. Okay.
Red again. Vroom, vroom. That's the name of the game, baby.
That's Hollywood, baby. As we get into a 3v3. Still very much doable for either side. The Cosmic Divide available for Xerxia. They probably will be. So they can use it now. It does come in.
It's a free diffuse if they want to.
They
Look
can
at
get
that.
close. It does, separate just the spike. It's perfectly placed here, but right beyond the wall.
Scary.
Oh, he pushes into his demise here. It's a crossfire from Xerxia. Elmi Moore finds one. 1v1. Knows where he is. Elmi Moore shows out the recon. They get it to half here. Up from above, Sushi Boys. He misses the shot. Pulls out the classic from behind. And it's going to be Sushi Boys with a triple kill. Right click with a classic.
Oh, man. I just don't believe this!
Match point.
He whiffs that, but he redeems himself.
Very anime, isn't it? It's kind of like...
Redemption arc was in 2 seconds!
Last player standing.
Oh, man,
I do think Elmi Moore might have overthought that situation right there. He goes from above, he misses the shot, goes underneath.
Why did he go underneath like that?
Here, she's Louise.
Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise or Cheese Louise, as I would say.
I prefer cheese.
That was really cheesy. The move, I mean, coming from them.
I like cheese in general, but I'm lactose
I'm
intolerant.
lactose intolerant. Jinx!
That is life, but we deal with it.
Yeah, that's right. But for now, Surf gonna be tagged here. Monyet, as Asteroid says, wants to go with a splash, but I say go with a bang. Rocket Fuse is running out, has to be. I'm gonna give them space for now. They're trying to play with so much information, but the thing is, look at that. You also have the Viper's Pit. You also have 2 massive smokes here as well. It's just so annoying, and immediately you see nothing.
The Seekers is going to be huge here for Cruz, especially now that the Viper's Pit is up. They're going to have to find a way to deal with. There's not a lot of map control for the side of ONIC. They're going to have to hang tight here, but it's going to be Surf finding that shot right there. Cruz following it up. Shiro gets a trade. Now towards the flank. A little bit of an engagement. His NC Slasher will try to do his best. Fox will get Shiro as well. And they're still in the stand-up right now. They're just still keeping him at bay. But Scary and Sushi Boys gonna finish it off. Do they have time? No!
Oh my god! So unlucky, but that is how it is. Viper's Pit is just one of the best tools to buy time. And what's really annoying about it is that even though it's planted outside, you know where it is, but you don't know who might be inside. All you gotta do is just spray upon the beep beep.
But they couldn't.
They couldn't. Yep. Rate my
It was a great gravity well as well from NC Slasher at the very, very last second.
Is it neck slasher or NC slasher?
NC Slasher.
There. Ah man, I thought it was like a McDonald's. It's a neck slasher, like slashing people's necks. But looks like the Hunter's Fury will be the one slashing people's Surf out of the way. Now Monyet immediately judges you forward, but you are gonna have a band-aid out of that. Cruz with the sprays, gets a triple out of that. Still very, very available if they want to win. They can go anywhere if they want to. Cruz is crazy.
Yeah, Cruz is just showing how cerebral he can be on this game. Just pushing through smokes, finding the angles, taking fights one after the other, and still winning each and every single one. Elmi Moore, though, will bite back 2v2. It's going to have to come down to Cruz and Fox yet again. And Cruz will get a 4th. Looking to ace. Will it be an ace to end the game? Will it be an ace to get the 1-0 for Xerxia? Be the recon avoided, and he gets no ace this time. 1v1. Elmi Moore, can he do it? Misses the shot, and it's Fox that takes Xerxia. And they're gonna take map number 1 here in Bind.
Oh man, and on top of that, this is ONIC's map. And it's just so frustrating for them because Xerxia just looks more prepared. They know exactly what they were doing as soon as they said, we want to play attack first. Great crossfires, great map control, and on top of that, they change out between going all in from one side as well as coming in from the pincer.
Well, I have to bring it all to Cruz in that last one. He gets 4 kills. Without him and his heroics, it
The real
probably would have won a
hero.
couple more rounds. Indeed, truly the hero that they needed.
Some heroes wear capes and some heroes have a braid.
I prefer the cape because capes are cool. That just goes to show what I know.
That's not what Nature Girl wore though, so we can't.
Yeah. But let's take a look at the stats here as we get towards that post game. A little bit of pretty much a tie. It's a very tippy top here. 19-20 for Shiro and Scary. But Scary with a 2.7 KDA. Very nicely done as a 274 combat score and 224 on Shiro.
I just gotta say that this doesn't come down to more of like gunplay or gunfight or frags. This whole game was basically not only just mind games, but also map control, where Xerxia was just a little bit better. They knew how to play inside smokes as well. Honestly, this game probably felt like a whole horror story for Xerxia. They're inside of a horror movie where smokes are the jump scares. Oh, not sure what happened there, but let's have a look here as well in terms of stats. When it comes to map control, when it comes to all the numbers, Xerxia just has a little bit more of an advantage here. But objective wins though very, very close. We saw the trades happening from both sides. We saw defuses from both sides. We saw post plants from both sides. We saw the great defenses from both sides as well. So I really have to say that despite all the efforts coming from ONIC with those timeouts and everything, it looks like what's happening is the fact that Xerxia was just a little bit better, and they're very aware of how they want to play it. For now though, I think we're just gonna see a straight in the face look from from Illustrato as he tries to fix his little bit of his
sorry, my
issues.
my mic died a little bit there, but yeah, we're going into the highlights and we'll look at how things went. Apologies, getting into it before a little bit of a look and reliving some of those moments we just saw.
Man. Scary is scary.
Absolutely. And Scary is a person that, you know, even though his name is Scary, kind of looks like he's the nicest guy.
Oh yeah, but what's scary is him playing inside of his smokes. That's what makes it scary. But Sushi Boy is getting Sever in there as well as Surf. I think this comes back to the syncing of the comms as well. Like they said, okay, we see one person here, and suddenly we'll use the power of friendship, and suddenly everything. Look at that.
Yeah, with their powers combined, they summoned Captain Planet.
30 seconds. They summoned Scary's true form, but this is a hero moment from Shiro, I gotta say. While we said bros are fake, but it just felt like Shiro knew exactly what he was doing, give you a false sense of security. That's the worst part about it all.
Yeah. It came down to this very big hero player from Cruz towards the end. 4 kills for him, just unable to find Elmi Moore, but you know, Elmi Moore, I've said it so many times, an incredible talent for the region.
Yeah.
And he could fit in any team if he wanted to. Any team that he gets into is basically such an upgrade already. So, well, that was it for now in our analysis of the post game. We do have to take a short break. When we do return, we're going to be continuing with game number 2. Xerxia ahead. They're currently 1-0 up against ONIC. Can the Hedgehog find their way back into this match, or will Xerxia just chow down and take them 2-0? We'll find out after this. Illustrato and Tash Bunny, your casters, will return after this break.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then it's...
Xerxia with an amazing map. Number 1 yet again, proving why they are one of the top in the region. Not necessarily missing Potifan all that much. Maybe with Surf stepping into the picture, we'll have to see how that plays out over the course of this time. But for now, they're looking like a rock-solid unit, especially up against ONIC, who delivered a great match until the very, very end there. You're joining me, the caster Illustrato. Alongside me is going to be Tash Bunny. We still have more action here in the second game of the series, but what a game number 1 we just saw.
Yep, absolutely. It already feels like the grand finals. And on top of that, ONIC's map, absolutely steamrolled by Xerxia, is the most surprising thing of the day.
Yeah, just surprised with how well that they played in. Oh, bless you.
Thank you.
Just so surprised how Xerxia played so controlled. I really do feel like they're at this, very big turning point in their careers in terms of their play styles. It's not just sort of a gung-ho kind of approach that they're showing. They are really keeping up with all the advancements and all the growth that we are seeing from across the region, proving that they're, the biggest reason why teams stay on top is because they have the ability to adapt. And Xerxia know how to adapt very, very well. They showed that there on Bind, taking away ONIC's map pick. Now we go into map number 2 here. We're hoping that things look a little bit different for the side of ONIC, as I feel like I'm going to need to give Tash an antihistamine at some point in the day.
Yeah, I don't know why. Suddenly my whole face is itching, but let's not talk about that. Let's talk about what match is going to come out next. The thing about Xerxia right now that I think is the biggest motivation for them is because they're hungry. Last night, something very unfortunate happened all the way there in Thailand, floods as well as a whole blackout as well. So right now, because of that, unfortunately, they're going down to the lower brackets where they're meeting one of the toughest teams all the way here in the regions. And of course, when you come back from that, you have to be mentally strong. And seeing them take that first game just really shows us how strong they are and what they really want to bring onto the table, especially in this tournament.
Yeah, of course, our hearts and minds are with not just the players, but also all the people from within Thailand. Especially after all those blackouts and the flooding. Hoping that on our side, we're hoping that everything's a little bit better there, especially today. But we go on to map number 2 as we deliver some of the action because obviously Xerxia, nothing's gonna stop them. Rain, sleet, snow, flood.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last night. We saw last night how they were ready. They packed up everything. They were ready to go. They're like, we need to go to Iceland. And honestly, this kind of stuff, it really puts you on a mental strain, and seeing them come back so strong is just so great. But let's talk a little bit about ONIC. Right now, I think when you talk about ONIC, we've seen one of the best maps before from them. And you mentioned before, Illustrato, it was a very different ONIC last week. So can you describe to us the difference between how they played today and last week?
I really think ONIC had such a phenomenal grasp on the map bind, where they were time and time again making these amazing mid-round calls to shut down full sends. We saw that one round where they went towards A, teleported to B, saw that there were people, took a little bit of a fight, and went suddenly towards A again. Didn't really see much of that here today. We saw a lot more straightforward plays. But some glances of that inspiration, some of those contact plays that we saw here up against Xerxia, those were great. But a lot of the time, they were hitting their heads against the wall because Xerxia kept constantly taking the fight to ONIC, forcing them back, forcing them to play passive, making them take duels that they weren't comfortable with doing, denying information, which just goes to show that this game is so rich and just very, very difficult. And just much more than what is on the very front of it all.
Yeah, and I think the problem is when it comes to them is that they want to do those same plays, but you saw how Xerxia kind of put themselves in little corners. They're ready pretty much from all the teleporters. So even if they were to teleport or play that kind of game, I think they would be playing right into Xerxia's trap. So like it or not, they had to change it up. But let's have a look at Agent Select right now and see what exactly will be the lineups coming through from the teams. And what's really interesting just now is that the fact that we saw Reyes, Chamber, Viper, Sova, Astra from ONIC, and just now Jet, Astra, Chamber, Sky, and Sova. So now we're gonna move to Icebox. Let's see if there's any changes. Looks like a Killjoy will be brought in. We are actually seeing I think a Cypher. Oh no, this actually is
Look,
gonna be.
I'm just gonna say this straight up. There's two teams in APAC you don't want to play in Icebox. That's Paper Rex and Xerxia. You just don't do it. The fact that we're going into Icebox on Xerxia, I'm very, very scared here for ONIC.
Okay.
Now, having said that, a lot of Xerxia's success before on Icebox came of a result of Hatifan being an absolute god. Now that Surf is in the picture, I'm very curious to see how this changes the face of the game now that we have a different player stepping into their shoes, into their team.
So personally, I don't really see many KJs, at least on this new Icebox. So I'm curious to see how KJ's setup will be on B site, because as we know, I believe that this change kind of made B site a lot harder to hit, especially with the change to yellow, I believe. So now that's being said, I have seen some, in terms of planting, it's still the same. But if you look over on TikTok, they have the most interesting lineups for different types of plans over on B side. People are getting very, very creative.
It might be sort of just like one of those all of pass moments where, you know, one of the pro teams message, hey, can you take this down because we're going to use this in the tournament.
That happened?
Now, that happened in CS.
Oh
I'm certain that at some point it will happen in one of these games here.
That will be really interesting to see, but sometimes those lineups are not feasible to be done in a real match because of how fast-paced these kind of games are. But Scary, like his name, will be to find Severin first. He didn't even get a chance to react.
No, just simply popped at the very top there, towards this spawn, actually. And now they're going to go towards B. 4 players to defend here from the side of Xerxia. How are they going to react? They still haven't gotten the spike planted down. They're really taking their time.
Yeah, Surf is in a very risky area here. But look at that. I like how they're just taking their time to rotate. They don't have to rush too much. ONIC Slasher will be the one slashing Surf out of the way. Sprays do come out. Scary from the top side will be sprayed through and the plant will be done easily. Fox, though, he wants to play the lineup game, just clearing out any angle.
Or yellow.
Yep, or yellow.
Well played there,
Oh
but
my
suddenly...
god, no way! That crossfire was crazy. Suddenly there's only one left. Monyet taking it out, but for now, that's the lineup there. We are gonna be jumping upside, but I believe Monyet, like the monkey, is climbing up. I mean, not
By the way, that
monkey,
wasn't a
that's
diss on
his name.
Monyet. That's actually what his name
That's
means.
literally his name. Monyet means monkey in Malay.
Just to clarify that for you guys.
Yeah, sorry. I completely forgot that in terms of context.
Do you speak Malay?
People don't know the meaning of Monyet, but yeah, that was literally his name. Honestly, that was a really good one.
Do you know
even
the
though
language?
they had the wall from Cruz, but the fast reaction from Monyet immediately just shot downwards was just crazy.
I don't understand the lick of it, but for no, I mean Malay.
Malay?
Very, very
Oh yeah, I thought that Monyet also meant monkey in Tagalog.
No, it means it's a completely different word here, but it's unggoy anyway. But there are some intersects, however, between our Austronesian languages. More gets a nice shot here that is steered towards the
Surf is
flank.
always the first one out. Did you notice that?
Yeah, well that's absolutely fine. He is the duelist at the end of the day here. Monyet, nice pick up onto Fox. Monyet will find another before he falls back and tailwinds out. Only 2 players left, and this should be fairly clean here for the side of ONIC. Okay, up until Scary finds a kill. Has information, however, where the rest of them are, but there's so much utility being dished out, I don't know how they're gonna even come close to this.
Yeah, I have to agree. Xerxia suddenly finding themselves on the other end of that, and this is their map. For now, look at that. It's 2 on 4. Sushi Boy's barely living. There is the defuse coming up. They are playing it real sneaky. Xerxia does find Severin in return. 9 HP left, 30 versus 9. But this one, it will still be ONIC's map because they know how to waste time.
There is a, I do want to bring out an interesting thing that happened during the first round. Didn't really get to take a good look at it, but on that pistol, they all stalled out there towards yellow, waited for a few seconds and exploded together, swinging out, taking all the fights that they needed. That's the kind of coordination that I saw last time they played Vine. That was something that was sorely lacking in the previous game. Now that they're sort of bringing back, feeling themselves a little bit more comfortable in this one, this is kind of the ONIC that I came to see. That comes to play in important maps like these. But on a bonus round, they don't really have a lot. Still could be very lethal. Surf playing up
my god,
close.
look at that rush in! My
And they
god,
get him.
I love me more! He got away with that and a free gun as well. Hello, buy one, free one. And for now, Cruz waiting on the top here. Sabine, oh sorry, Love Me More will be the one out of the way. Cruz gets 2, but Monyet will be saying, nah, that's enough, not today, Zerg. We had a dozen guns here.
Where?
Doing a little bit of a party trick.
Where are they winning these fights from? A Severin swings out and gets
How
the
the
triple kill,
heck?
pushing the back lines.
That was so fast!
This is the ONIC. They're emblazoned. They're on fire. That was their bonus, and now they're rich. I'm just so happy that we're now seeing ONIC yet again play to the fullest, because last game, that just wasn't the ONIC we expected to see. Now, this could be the El Clasico, the classic Thailand-Indonesia rivalry matchup that we've been hyping up since the beginning of this tournament, that we've been waiting for since the beginning of the year.
Yeah, that's right. And suddenly Xerxia in a position where all they have is a frenzy and 4 sheriffs. We have seen some turnarounds here. It's gonna be really hard. Foxes has to move away from that. That's the snake by coming in for Elmi Moore. Look at that. They are waiting, but Elmi Moore playing it real sneaky, coming in through mid. Want to stop any rotations coming in from back there. But for now, the rotations for Xerxia is finally going on real fast.
It is an eco round, however, so it is time to collect themselves, to think. A moment of convalescence for the team on the side of Xerxia. Be able to gather their thoughts a little bit longer. If they can get a couple of picks here, will already be worth it. But not hesitating as they try to barrel their way onto that site. Monyet finds Fox, and they get an easy dismantle towards the first 2 players onto that side. They find another one, and it is as clean as a whistle right now. Textbook from ONIC. They even know where Scary is. Trying to pre-fire.
Scary, not so scary right now.
No, absolutely just quivering in his boots this time with the members as Elmi Moore makes a statement, finding a nice 3K there towards the end. But I gotta say, Tash, this is the classic.
This is
I've been thinking about Southeast Asian games a lot.
Yeah.
It does feel like Game of Thrones a lot of the time, because you have the 2 big factions, Indonesia and Thailand. But then suddenly there's Paper Rex, like the usurpers coming from, from the east. It's like every region. It's so interesting because you have all these separate regions and all these separate countries that just come into play, and then like that works.
Come on.
And then Philippines, like we had Team Secret, our champions, but now they're dead.
Oh wow, you know who else is dead? Monyet. Getting wall banged out of the way, but NC Slasher says no, not today, Zerg. He's back, and Scary is just probably like, oh no, I'm scared. But when you look at that, ONIC suddenly just breaking. Sudden break here, and they're saying, okay, we're gonna change it up right now. Surf does have his op in return. If they were to peek, it'll be dead, but woo, the jump peek, very high risk. I like that. Picasso.
Picasso. But maybe they can make Picassos out of the bodies of their opponents as they push onto the site. Surf with a nice tap. He does get one with the operator. Looking for more, sees the tip of the bow. Pulls out the shorty. Can he get away? It's Cruz to back him up as he slashes trades. That's going to be Fox with a nice shock dart. They actually remove the Viper's Pit from the equation as Surf holds the line.
Kidding me? Finally, Anti-Slasher says that's enough, but Sushi Boy says you thought.
You thought for a second there. Again, I have to bring it at Surf. Surf held that like a champion, man.
Oh, man.
He gets away, backed up by Cruz right there. Initial pick, falls back. Really stylish, really coordinated from Xerxia, showing that they're not dead in the water just yet.
Oh yeah, I think as rounds go by, as soon as they get the momentum, that's the Xerxia you have to be careful about. Sometimes it does take that time that, how do I say this, that takes time for some teams to kind of get that read, especially in the first 1 to 5 rounds. And then finally it's like a Rubik's Cube. You break into it and suddenly everything you want to do doesn't work anymore.
Kinda coming to a grinding halt for now, as just the offensive side, ONIC want to show a little bit of presence here. I don't imagine that they're gonna hard commit just yet, especially because they don't have so much information, and the slow orb will force them back. Exactly, just that. It is exactly like something an ONIC would run. They're gonna go back all the way to A, but they do have to contend with Surf, who is holding the aggressive angle. The moment somebody shows up, he can probably pop one, fall back.
That's how Surf plays. He likes that. They know. No, they didn't, but now they do. Severin tried to jump that, but Surf said, I'm just faster. Will be a double, not quite Foxes. We'll be taking that out of the way. The nice little angle there, but Slasher a little bit faster from the side. Immediately walls that. And right now, Slasher with 2 getting the biggest problem of the wave, but Cruz will be there to back him up. For now, from the top of the side here, scary. Cactus love me more off guard, and suddenly that was the momentum Xerxia needed.
This is exactly what Xerxia are feared for. You know, I had a conversation with Dax about this, and even if it wasn't Spotify on that operator, it's just Xerxia are so good at setting up their duelists to take those aggressive fights, to survive, to thrive. And no matter who it is, their duelist is going to do absolutely great. And you saw it with your own eyes there, Tash. They had
with my own eyes.
Operator just having free reign on multiple sites happened on towards B. It repeated itself towards A.
I think it's because his teammates were ready behind him, which is why he's so confident with that op as well.
No, but he was alone on A.
I mean, yeah, he was, but honestly, what I was trying to say is just now, when he moved back, he knew that if he were to die there, his teammates will be there to pick up the op.
Yeah,
and
Fox
just kind of
got
like
him.
come there. Yeah, Fox, he
And
was
Fox
like
covered
ready.
him as well, right before he got taken
I wish
down.
I had homies like that. When will I get homies like that?
Well, you got to play with us more then, Tash.
I mean, the last time I did, I got flamed for
We
skin
did not
shopping.
flame you. You flamed yourself. You know it. You flamed yourself. You and Jenny.
Oh, man. But that's enough about us. Let's talk about the game here. I'm wondering what kind of strat ONIC came up with in that timeout. We always said that Sonic changes their strats every time there's a timeout. Let's see which third eye they open or which Pandora's box they opened up this time.
Maybe they just got to go fast because they've been changing their minds a lot, and it's kind of been hurting them.
It's really interesting because Xerxia, when they change their minds, it works out. But when ONIC does it, it doesn't. I think they're just trying to figure out what exactly makes Xerxia thick.
Yeah.
Not thick, yeah.
I think you're right because Xerxia, for many of those rounds, they have those advanced positions, they have information to be able to make those mid-round calls. ONIC haven't been afforded the same luxuries, and so what happens is rounds like this, where even if you go towards A, there's just so much you have to connect. There's a Viper's Pit, there's a wall, there's like 3 people waiting in the back, and Sushi Boys is 1 kill away from getting that lockdown as well. There's even the Hunter's Fury. It's gonna be a difficult round. ONIC need a pick in this one.
Yeah, they need to figure it out. Usually the safer route is to go straight to B, but they did leave their Cruz to just anchor on his own. Wall bangs are coming through, gives them a little bit of information, but they are going to be forcing themselves onto the site slowly but surely. They are not very scared. Severin playing here, making sure the corners are not being aggressively pushed through. Slasher gonna be putting the aggressive wall here.
Baits out the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, that's
there we go. Brilliant move. He knew that the Hunter's Fury was there, so he just waited for it. Now they're gonna go. He still gets tagged by it. Oh, he gets forced back, a little bit scared for his life. But now they're gonna commit to this plant. Should be. Severin looks to hold the line. Not gonna be able to do it because Sushi Boys gets Shiro. Scary has worked his way. How is he in already?
God.
And yet again, they play the smokes to their advantage. Scary playing up close, and Monyet is left in a 1v. No, he's dead.
Yeah, we didn't even realize that happened. It was just so fast. I'm a bit surprised they still wanted to commit to this plant despite the Vipers. But I think what they wanted to do was what Xerxia did in the beginning, use their smokes against them. But this is Scary's world. You can't outplay someone in their own world.
It's so difficult. They're just the masters of using subterfuge to their advantage. Every single time that they have information, they use it to their advantage. It's just the information asymmetry from Xerxia right now that is just giving them time and time again advantage after advantage in these rounds. And ONIC, they're just grasping at straws here. Most of the rounds that they have won is because they simply win the duels and win the out body Xerxia.
Yeah, that's why I said earlier that when you go against Xerxia, what you are looking for are those sort of who's better at holding, who's better at first contact. And right now, in terms of frags, it's all still very similar. Zerf does have a shorty as well. He can go aggressive and just dash forward if he wants to. But we've seen Surf go on the aggressive before. But look at that. They are very aware that B side might be the way they want to go. But it looks like from what ONIC is, they're still not made up their minds.
Yeah, look at how far NC Slasher is already holding. He's taking a very big risk.
He's just waiting for it to happen. I mean, we've seen this happen before. It can, it can work out in their favor. But after all, they can play like this because look at their economy. It's not that great. They can just kind of wait this out and just wait for their guns if they want to. But if it does work out, it's free gun for them.
It's the right call for the side of Xerxia to just play back because they have the operator, and the operator has been working out. The wall comes up, great shot from Surf. He managed to find Elmi more. And they're gonna come in already. I don't think they can get the spike. They can get the spike down. Still a 2v4. Lots of players to find. Res available, they probably won't even need it. Oh, maybe not, because Severin with the tour de force gets a shot on, and Shiro as well gets a headshot. 2v2 already coming through. No revives now, but Killjoy lockdown will be deployed. Tour de force sees one more.
Oh my god! How are you doing this? Lockdown is still there. Hunter's Fury as well coming out, stopping that.
Well played.
Scary out of the way. That was exactly what they wanted here. Thrifty. As I said before, they really wanted that thrifty round, and suddenly everything is going so well in their favor.
I think Xerxia got a little bit antsy, maybe a little bit too confident in that one, because Sonic.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Sonic. ONIC.
Yeah.
ONIC were ready. They had the line of sight. They had the tour de force. They used it perfectly there. They got back. They even stalled out so long. They had, I do have to point it out, it was Severin who saved that round because that tour de force, that last shot before the teleport out, chef's kiss, man.
I gotta say, Severin was clearly the hero in that round, coming in so clutch, just getting those important picks. And all Shiro had to do was just like, you good, bro? Do you hear the tap, bro? All right, let it rip.
Absolutely. Now Xerxia has to take a timeout. This is, I think, the first timeout that Xerxia has called.
Yeah, that's right. I think Xerxia just had to figure it out because this is their map. And on top of that, ONIC suddenly just... I think the thing about it is ONIC never really lost speed. Yes, they lost like 2-3 rounds, but to them it's nothing. It's just like, that's fine. We just gotta wait. We just gotta wait till we have better guns. Or if they're thrifty rounds, I really like that they're very high risk and those kind of rounds because to them it's a 50-50 situation. If we don't win, that's fine. If we win, great. We're just gonna destroy them.
Eyes up. Yeah, exactly. You have to gamble on it. You have to take those chances, and it paid dividends for them. One of the best things about ONIC is knowing how to play those disadvantaged situations and how to play against an operator, as evidenced by their match against John Olsen and Full Sense last time. But Surf now. Oh, spot out one. He knows that there's one there. Jiggle peeking the angle. Misses the shot. Great jiggle peek. Surf just doesn't get the shot off, and that's information. No, let's go towards A. We don't want to deal with this operator right now. Instead, let's try our luck towards A side.
Here.
Yep, that's right. Severin is holding on to that little area. He knows that not a lot of people are there, but we do have Sushi Boys with his lineups here. We haven't seen his crazy lineups just yet, not that aggressive at least. So let's see how he can buy some time. Immediately, that's aggressive sort of push coming in. They're not even scared right now, but Fox gonna use that shock dart here to cut out away, but he does get revealed, has to kind of hide it back. Walls are coming up, and immediately he's gonna be trying using that angle to just clear out the corners. Walls are also gonna be coming down as well as Slasher, trying to find a little angle where he doesn't get dead, but Scary with the wallbang Cruz as well. But look at that, ONIC, Shiro, and Love Me More are just saying no, we're not letting you take the site back.
Well, Surf puts the nail in the coffin right there. Really get a good look at it, but it happened
Not so
nonetheless.
much in a row, but the thing is, Cruz is just... I really am surprised at Cruz's performance right now. Even on an agent like Sage, who is not supposed to be playing as aggressive as like a Sky or even a KO, he's just so comfortable with this gunplay. Look at that.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect word to describe it. Comfortable. Exactly what we saw in that Cruz. Surf. It got scary with NC Slasher and Ellie Moore and Shira there, but in the end, Xerxia come one round closer to tying things up. They even break the economy of ONIC, who now have to once again be on that eco.
Does it really matter though if they're on eco? We've seen so many crazy things they've done even on Thrifty. And I wouldn't be surprised if they take this. For now, look at this. How much utilities are already thrown out to them, making it so hard to play onto the site. But at this point, does it really matter? Because all they have to do is just wait those out. At this point, it comes out to who's able to hold on to their abilities longer, whose ability usage is better. And at this point, sometimes it looks like it's ONIC.
ONIC now, they will be working their way slowly towards the B. I think Scary did get a spot onto one, that's why he is reacting that way.
Oh, he missed that.
No.
Yikes. Oh, he got it in the end though.
It's a great pick. Still, 4 more to find. Not exactly the easiest of endeavors though, but they have already made it somewhat expensive. If they get to the site, recover a rifle, this skyrockets their chances by a lot. The res comes in just for security here. Can they punish? Doesn't look like it because Fox mows down 2.
Yep, that's right. That's the power of friendship we talked about. And suddenly, NC Slasher out of the way. Surf from the back here, trying to catch any flanks. And now suddenly, they're just stuck here over on B-Long. There is still the recon to give them some information. That wall is just giving so much problems to them. And suddenly, Scary coming out on top, tapping Severin out of the map. And for now, they have 19 seconds. This needs to happen.
Yeah, I don't think it can get close to planting either.
Oh my god.
It's probably just going to be a couple of kills most. They already... Okay, well,
oh my
Ellie Moore,
god.
he's very dangerous on the pistol. If you can get a... Okay, he gets a third. Well, not going to win the round. Can make it expensive though.
Yep, they can. And look at that. Even though they didn't get Thrifty, he got free gun out of that. And on top of that... Woo! Made it very painful for Xerxia. A win, but at what cost?
They did take a lot of losses.
Yeah.
I think they actually lost the operator for a moment. It all started with a great shot from Monette. And things come into... Things could have gotten a lot more dangerous because Elmi Moore, my god, is showing exactly why he is one of the best players here in Southeast Asia. Yet again, another triple kill. Had he had a little bit more time, it might have actually gone his way.
Yep, that's right. Surf once again on the offense. We love to see it because usually most of the time he will be popping some heads. The question now is the fact if ONIC did learn their lesson from before. They are going to be taking the time. Here comes the recon bot. We'll be giving the information. Suddenly Surf has to reposition himself. They're going to be clearing out the angles with that shock dart. Does not hit anyone. Monyet still waiting, trying to play it real safe and real slow. Severin making sure no one's flanking from the back as well, which is exactly what a chamber should be doing.
Yeah, and just holding back, just trying to get information here. Right beyond this alarm bot is where his limit is for now. He doesn't want to give away his position too early, Severin, like you mentioned. But Fox could be punished for this. I think he spots him. Yeah, he gets a little bit of a tag in, not a tag, but just information. But Severin cuts off the rotation. Turns tail, rejoins his team towards a objective completed. Now it's going to be the hold from Surf and Fox. They keep things at bay. The members of ONIC scratching their heads, wondering they have to do to break out from this site. Severin finding another one, jumps from up and above, but can't land the shot. It's all up here in a 1v3. This round pretty much done and dusted as Cruz get that final kill, brings us to a 6-5. Xerxia, they steal away the lead from ONIC.
Yeah, they really do, and right now they're doing it so much better as well. They want to win, but make sure to minimize losses as well compared to before. But what's really interesting is that these rounds that they lose are always these thrifty rounds. And I have to say, I don't want to say it to ONIC. I think it's more of like the overconfidence from Xerxia. Sometimes you really cannot underestimate the gunplay coming in from ONIC.
I think ONIC, yeah, you hit the nail right on the head there. Their gunplay has just been their saving grace too many times. Not something that you can constantly rely on. However, Monyet will be spotting out that turret, takes it down, gets him a little bit more safety here towards top 2. He gets tagged down. Now he'll have to go back on up. Very awkward for Monyet right now, but his teammates responding around him to keep him safe for now. And not really a lot of map control, not a lot of presence taken by the side of ONIC.
Yeah, there is a alarm bot there, but will be found out by the shark dart. For now, this is a very different ONIC, playing slow once again, trying to make sure that they can cover all their angles before they decide to go in. Cruz making sure underneath the tube will not be hit too hard. Looks like Kitchen as well. They are very, very aware as well because the turret did get destroyed. So they're kind of suspecting that that might be where they want to hit. Severin is on the site. Turret is back up. If the turret is going to go pew pew, that's how they know. But look at that. They just went straight up onto A. And everyone, 1, 2, 3 people's on B right now. So they don't have to worry too much about Serb getting the picks. Ooh, she misses that.
Misses a crucial shot there. And so the rest of the members of ONIC now begin to flow in towards that side. Supported by the Viper's Pit. The Hunter's Fury will not be able to do that much. Doesn't even get a spot in. Only more finds Sushi Boys with 13 seconds left. They're gonna have to commit here.
Oh my god!
Backstab from Monyet, easily finding Cruz. Fox just around the bench here. Will be able to throw in a little bit of recon. Right click doesn't connect. Fox does actually take the kill for himself. 3v4 still possible. And up from above, Scary, the Stick NC Slasher, was staying a little bit longer than he was welcome for. Through the wall, what the hell? Fox finds Shiro there. Severin down below, can't get it. Elmi Moore might be playing for lineups. No, he actually plays from behind. Gets it to a 1v1. And it's all who can spot who. Time is low though, so this has to be do or die for Fox right now. He needs to get on the spike, but he's nowhere near it. Desperately tries to spam, but Elmi Moore prevails with a nice triple kill, getting ONIC the tie on the halftime 6-6.
I just really gotta say, this is such a close match, and as I mentioned before, when you're in a Viper's world, you respect the Viper rule. But look at that, look how much damage they can do and how much cover his teammates got out of that as well. We are going to be seeing some really good shots here from the side of Scary as well as Xerxia. The problem is when you're playing around a Viper's Pit, yes, there are some picks you can get from the enemy team, but the problem is inside of the Viper Pit where everyone is just so low. And you talk about Xerxia's Viper, Scary, yes, his Viper Pit is there trying to equalize things, but the fact that he got knocked out so early is the problem here.
Yeah, the Viper's Pit going down, very much a big difference, but I mean, more being the key.
He plays very safe, I have to say, in a good
way. He does, and I think it levels out because you have at the front lines an amazing fragger in the form of Monyet. You know, NC Slasher right there to support him, but in the back you got Elmi Moore and Severin who are just working that flank. And it's such a great dynamic because time and time again, you know, they just balance back and forth between these two fronts, and it's lovely to watch.
Yeah, it really is. It just really shows that in terms of Elmi Moore, he's not as aggressive as Scary, but in a way it works out for him because he knows that he needs to survive as a Viper main. I really agree with the fact that you need to survive. You need to make sure that your smokes are around to give that control to the map to your team, as opposed to Scary. I mean, we saw how Scary played with the Astra as well, very aggressive. That's how he likes to play.
A little bit of time to get your snacks and kind of just sit tight for a while. We still have the halftime is just past. At some point, you know, Taj will probably have those really cool halftime shows.
Oh
Like,
yeah, we should have like those
Michael
light
Jackson.
shows. Well, maybe you can see
Maybe not
Sova
Michael
as
Jackson.
Michael Jackson.
Okay.
Yeah, Sova doing the moonwalk, perhaps. That'll be really cool.
Yeah.
Something that we see on League of Legends as well during their worlds. Very, very nice to see. But
Oh, we had
perhaps
one in
day.
Champions last year, but I mean like Super
We
Bowl.
need a
someday.
music track too. We need a music track for Valorant.
Right
That's
here.
what,
We
that's
have.
what happens.
There is one.
I mean, yeah, but like a cooler one. We
Okay.
gotta compete with the other title, don't we?
Fair enough. Look at how aggressive the side of ONIC is on this push. They've already gotten behind enemy lines. They might the turret might spot them out, sure, and they probably will be holding back for a second longer the moment the push comes in from B.
Oh, he
It's gonna
gets
give you an
tagged there.
inclination as to where he is. And Severin does take a little bit of damage, not much to worry about for now. The spike will be planted, the quick plant will come into play, that calls for the rotation. And now the members of ONIC will now begin their retake. Shiro does get a good shot onto Cruz. It is through the wall as well. And with a limited time that they do have for this retake, they should start moving very soon.
Yeah, it is possible to jump over that wall, but very, very risky as well. They don't want to over-peak Surf because you know his gunfight can be scary. Monyet coming on aggressive. Will he find him? Yes, he does. Beautiful recon vault from him. Gives so much information to the team. And suddenly there's only 2 players left. One actually. Can Scary actually do anything about that? Is the question.
Oh, I thought he got the diffuser. He got him. He diffused it just in time. My God, how close was he to stopping that round? Xerxia, I gotta take a closer look at that dash. That was pixel. That was a fraction of a second before he got that defuse.
Oh man, so many different angles, and suddenly ONIC's just running away with it. ONIC,
That's a good spot.
they're coming very, very... I mean, I'm not surprised with this outcome. Both are some of the best teams here in Asia Pacific. But I didn't think it would be this close so many times.
I agree. Well, if there's any match that deserves, and we expected to get to a map number 3, it's this one. But to this degree, certainly something that we are very happy to be seeing right now as the push does come in towards that B site. Martial shot speculative at best, but still enough to warrant a little bit respect on the other side here. Surf does force them to hide behind those covers for just a little bit longer. Nobody hard committing onto the site, so they will be slowly inching their way towards it, and I do believe they will commit.
I mean, when we talk about Xerxia, we saw in Bind just now how they're okay with changing their mind at any given moment. But this is a very, very hard commit from them, which is a very different pacing from before. They learned from before that the recon will be the downfall. Immediately they get that out of the way, immediately walls it up, will be planting that for the area of long so that they have all the information they need. But Shiro finds Scary, but Surf will be having his teammates back. Cruz says no love for you, my dude. Immediately knocks him out of the game. Surf knows that Shiro is probably in the back. The 1 peek is all he needs. But he doesn't have to be too aggressive. Finds Severin instead. Doesn't have to be so aggressive about it. Oh, Shiro, goodbye and good night says Cruz, but Nancy Slasher says nah. As well as Surf just tying it up for them. Real good, and they do get some guns out of it as well.
Yeah, they're able to get themselves a fairly decent round, and brings it back to 7-7. Do have the chance to take the lead now here on it. It's kind of been teeter-tottering, a little bit touch and go from both of these teams so far. But either way, it's a little bit of time for ONIC to kind of question what's been going on this defensive side. It hasn't been sparkling clean. Their attacking side was certainly convincing, but this defense for now leaving a lot to be desired, as it does seem that they have been unmoored for the most part.
Oh my god, he barely noticed NC Slasher down there. Need to check your corners. But the question is, will he actually get a payoff out of that? The walls will be going down. NC Slasher in a very dangerous corner. Cruz does spot him out. We have seen his fine pixel moves, but Monyet will be the one knocked out of the game for now. Elmi Moore, 34 HP, gets tagged. Has to move out of the way. In terms of guns, it doesn't really matter to them because they only have sheriffs here. But both teams are suffering economically, actually.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, Xerxia. Okay, right click to finish things off with the classic. It's gonna
Very
stabilize
classic.
things for
Classic.
Xerxia. They're gonna have another round on the board.
gun here.
Yeah, I really gotta say, Xerxia's plays for attack has been a lot more better, I believe, than ONIC. This is, I mean, this is their map after all. They know exactly what they want to do. So, yeah.
There is a 5v5 that includes a Guardian on Elmi Moore. And Elmi Moore is literally one of the best Guardian players in the entire APAC.
One taps.
So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring. Elmi Moore on this, whatever you put in his hands is going to be very, very deadly with it anyway. So towards B they go, and the Blade Storm support, and look for that entry around the bend. They have Severin towards yellow. I think they do know that he's pretty much there, right? Oh my God, what a tap from Surf. Removes Xerxia. Severin, a great one pick before he does teleport away back towards safety. The res does come through. Cruz finds him through the smoke with a run and gun.
That's the power of the Spectre, as they say. Run and gun through the smoke is how you want to play it, especially with the revive. You know exactly what's going to happen too. Xerxia still taking their time here, but look at that kind of lineup that they have. It's making it so hard for them to do anything just to push through. Poison Orb, as well as the wall is up. Cruz will be getting the plant, no problem at all. Spray's coming out to give Cruz the cover that he needs. He says, don't worry, homie, I got you. Sir barely missing that shot just now. And right now, they do have an idea where NC Slasher is trying to get some area to get that angle. Not quite getting, just whipping the whole way. And NC Slasher wants to do a little bit of a weird angle right now. Barely missing. But look at that lineup over there from them. They do get 2 out of the way, but we are going to see Cruz playing the hero once again. And this time, Foxes will be tying up the last knot.
Like I said, Elmi Moore on that Guardian, just one of the best players to be using it. He finds 2. Viper's Pit does bring him down very, very low. Can't get any more kills, but it was a good endeavor in the end. That was the last buy from ONIC. Now they're going to be having to sit on those lesser weaponry onto upgraded pistols, maybe even a Marshall for NC Slasher. So a little bit of time for ONIC to sort of wait out things here and regain their composure. I do imagine they will be calling a timeout soon if they lose this round, or maybe the next gun round after that, because things are starting to look very, very dire. Xerxia is 1 round away from map point here, Tash, so you're going to want to rein things in as soon as they can.
Yep, that's right. How Xerxia is playing this has been very, very aggressive. They just slowly inch their way in. And once they get an inch, they go whole way with a mile. Suddenly, you lose the whole of B side. And that's the thing about it. It's hard to get in if you play aggressively. But once you give that site, that's the problem. Surf just making noise here. Because look at that. Xerxia, once again, not scared to change their mind. And suddenly, the rotates coming in from Wonyit gives them a little bit of space, and suddenly they heard, okay, we heard shots onto mid, and I think they're gonna be changing their minds again.
No, not enough fuel.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
30 seconds left.
Box is on top. This is absolutely crazy. That crossfire, we saw it before and we're seeing again. Finally, I have to say, Xerxia finally finding that momentum on how they want to play the setups. Their post plans have been absolutely phenomenal. The only thing I want to criticize though is Sushi Boys. He knows he has the lineups. He didn't have to peek that, but it's okay though because he knows his teammates will be there to back him up. And look at that, the multiple angles that ONIC was trying to cover, Xerxia was already covering it first, so he can't back up his teammate.
And timeout now has been called. Xerxia in a 3-round advantage. They have a little bit of wiggle room here. But ONIC, this is pretty much do or die at this point. If they lose this one, they risk getting to 12, and that's just way too many rounds to try and come back from. Having said that, this is a very swingy kind of map. We have seen insane comebacks, but a lot of it is going to ride on this one round. Monyet will have that operator. Looking to see if he can get those early picks that ONIC have been struggling to get at the very beginning of these rounds.
Just now, we haven't seen Monyet with an op just yet. He likes playing aggressive, he likes running in with the judge, it has worked out for him. But he's saying maybe I should be taking the back seat this time around, because it looks like the picks are coming in from Surf has just been too much. So maybe I can out-op him perhaps. But I just gotta say, in terms of attack, it's just looking way more dominant on Xerxia's side. And in terms of like getting the information as well, it's been hard about Xerxia. How do you play against a team that is so not unpredictable? I think unpredictably isn't the right word. It's just like they're so open to changing their minds. For now though, Surf will be seeing one, immediately teleports away. Severin does get tagged from that. A little bit unfortunate, but it won't be thrown in problem because NC Slasher will be providing the heals. Oh, look at this aggressive angle from Monyet, and now suddenly they immediately know there's an op, and look at it, they just run straight to A.
Yeah, but there is a Viper Spit waiting for them. And as to where that Viper player is, that's Elmi Moore on the judge. Not the easiest of targets to find.
That's
we'll have to dissect this
beauty
site.
of playing Viper in her own little world. You get to play around with the judge straight to the face, and it's so satisfying.
Well, it's gonna come down to whether they can get he can get the kills or not. Right above this orb, he does have information. He doesn't know that there are shots raining right around him. Xerxia just decided, what do we do here? There's a Viper Spit towards A, there's an operator here towards B. They're gonna try their luck towards mid, so they're gonna try to get out of here.
Oh my god, look how many times they've changed sides. They're not scared. Fox is clearing out mid here, severing behind that smoke, and they said, okay, let's go through kitchen. Immediately gonna recon dart out and Scary. Gonna try go through mid. Immediately Severin has to teleport away, and suddenly an open mid here for them. And they can go anywhere from there. Wall does come out though. They're running out of time. 13 seconds. They need to make the plant happen.
10 seconds left.
Oh, with 9 seconds left, I don't know how they're gonna stop this plant from happening.
Here.
Yeah, they're planting for an open mid control.
As a meat shield. This is scary.
Poison's gone.
Great adjustment from Monyet. Now it's still a retake city. They are coming in from both angles. They have to clear out mid because it is planted open. And right now, Surf finding yet again another one, but ONIC and Monyet, they pick up the pieces. Monyet finding a triple kill, looking for one more here. The Nano Swarms will not be able to be used. The shock darts, can it connect? No, it's Shira who pushes the angle, pushes the envelope, taking things that much closer. 2 rounds away now. Just 10-8 and Xerxia take a loss on that. ONIC find footing.
The only problem with that round was, while Xerxia could change their minds 10 million times, it doesn't matter because they are racing with time. They need to find that time to be able to play around that. And I would say that that last minute plant was just, they didn't know where to plant. They were running out of time. They had to force that. And because of that, how many changes through, it gives ONIC that time to just kind of like reinforce their positions and just play around them.
I do think that Xerxia made the right call there. They saw stiff resistance towards A and B. They go mid around the Viper Spit. They go around towards spawn. Fantastic call. Unfortunately for them, ONIC were very much ready for that possibility. Came down to Monyet hitting those shots time and time again. Now double operator for the ONIC side. They have the tour de force for Severin.
Ouch. You don't want to go against a double op.
Yeah. Absolutely
For
not.
now, will someone be peeking this is the question, Sushi Boys. Oh my god, I can't just hit him off guard. He wasn't expecting him coming from that side. He's actually a knee to the head, to the face. He has to teleport away so he knows, okay, he's one teleport down. We don't have to worry too much about it, but we're still gonna be playing this slow. And I think that's how Xerxia likes to do it. They like to just kind of like play around. They can go fast if they want to, catching them off guard. For now, Surf already onto the site. The site is pretty much clear-ish. He needs to make some space, but Cruz really finds Lovely more. And from the back here, Severin finds Smurf straight in the face. Foxes, he got 1 out of that, but 2 is gone. There is the revive from Surf. He's trying to make sure that his teammate doesn't get caught out, but Severin, that corner will be what he'll be using to his advantage. That wall was used against them so painfully.
Wonderful stuff from Severin there, but He only has 1 bullet and the 34's left. There's still 3 opponents left. He might have to switch up, pick up a rifle that was dropped on the ground. Scary close angle. Monyet wasn't ready for it. Shiro looking to trade. Can't do it. Scary with a double. Now Severin from up on above. They're going to have to try and drop and deal with the Viper's Pit. Separates them. Sorry, the snake bite. And the snake bite was good enough to buy so much time. NC Slasher has a res, but will he commit? No. Decides there's not enough time. Will pick up the operator instead. And even though Severin gets an amazing 3 kills, it's not enough because Xerxia win this so cerebrally.
I just really gotta say that was so well done. While Severin was the hero, sometimes the hero just can't end the story just well. The villain still bombed the whole area. Wow, that's a whole movie. But anyways, coming back to what I was talking about, it's just a matter of how Xerxia played this. While they did lose 2, the thing is there's so much information already given out to where Severin is. That wall is just making it so hard for him to do anything. And the little corner where Scary was, this is the exact thing I was talking to you guys about earlier, where there's a little corner, there's a little pocket you can go through, and you just don't expect anyone to be there.
Well, now the economy of Xerxia, it's not exactly in the best of spots after losing that many members. Oh, no, I take that back. Sorry, they have enough. But
yeah, they do, but Surf is the one out first. More revives for you this round.
They won't be able to get him up for sure. It's ONIC who find themselves with an early man advantage now. They wall up just to double up on that presence towards B. They do not want to give up so much. So,
on the wall, he didn't realize he was there!
Very much good awareness from NC Slasher to know somebody was creeping up from underneath. And there is still a lot of time. 54 seconds. Xerxia, where are they going to decide to go? Through the smoke. But Scary going to be identified. Now they're known. There's information. They get double pinged. And the shock darts now come through. Could dissuade them from pushing any further. Right behind this, it's Shiro to hold the angle, but Cruz actually does prevail up onto NC Slasher now. And they're going to be having 0. Oh my god, a great shot from Monyet. That's the spike already dropped. I don't think they're going to be able to get closer to it because LV Moore's already coming in from the flank. Sushi Boy from up and above.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a great pick-off still, but it's 1v3. The spike is so far away. This round is Onyx for sure.
Yep, that's right. Lovely Moore gonna jump around, get some information here. Sushi Boys does tag him 9 bullets. There, he's running out of time. He can't play this. All they gotta do is just waste time. They can, and Elmi Moore says, "Who needs to waste time when you have better gunplay?"
Elmi Moore definitely sealing the deal on that one, being yet again a force for his team. Look at him, 20 and 15. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's the Vipers really that are showing everybody up. It's Scary who's at 19 and 11.
This is Vipers.
Right behind them, it's the Jets. It's almost sort of the same here. NC Slasher and Cruz, the 2 Sages, are in 3rd.
It's almost a mirror match, well, at least for the first 3 agents. But I really gotta say, for the side of, I'm seeing more Severin big plays than Sushi Boys for sure. But, oh my god, he whiffs that. So unfortunate. Forced to give up so much space now. And again, that's aggressive wall finds Cruz. They were not expecting that, but we are going to see a trade-off from Surf. Finds the NC Slasher outrigger. Monyet has to move backwards because the lockdown is being a pest for that. And on top of that, a Viper's Pit. Come on.
Yeah, definitely going to be hard, but they do get a tag onto 1. The Surf is going to be hiding right behind Yellow just to keep himself safe for now. It's a 4v4, still possible for Xerxia to take this, but Monyet will have something to say about that. Gets another shot off to make up for the couple of misses that he had earlier. The shock dart from Shiro land nicely. Sushi Boys with a hold. He gets a 2 before he falls into the Viper's Pit. Now it's a 1v2. Scary has been amazing for his team. Can he find 2 more? If he clutches this, it is for map points. Brace, he gets the diffuser. That's absolutely massive. Desperate time right now. He drops down. He runs out of bullets.
Oh, so unlucky, but so well played, though.
2 seconds left. That was way too close. Oh my.
Personally, I think he should have just hid in a corner. He didn't have to spray like that. He gets 1, just immediately repositions himself, but suddenly... Oh yeah, he fell.
He fell. That was the heartbreak right there. He fell and he ran out of bullets because, you know, the spray was kind of going awry from dropping down.
Yeah. But I really gotta give it to them. That was beautifully played. That was one of the most nicest plans or attack side I've ever seen. barely winning that. Did you see he was just one bullet off?
He was. And just the damage that came into Shiro from being in the Viper's pit. Oh my god.
Yeah, he could have waited it just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. But it's okay
Just
though.
a tiny. Now he was being pushed though, so it was hard. It was hard to reposition. It's just that he fell. he took a step too
I
wide
have
to the left.
tears in my eyes because of how sad that was. That was
very
so
close.
good. But we saw some really good ones from ONIC too that didn't come around. It's just so mind-blowing from me how they're able to make all of these plays or all of these setups so beautifully. And because both teams are equally as good, they can equalize that.
Full gun round now as the tie and match point hangs in the balance. Both of these teams here
Just
pretty
like what
much
Thanos says, perfectly
neck and neck,
balanced.
perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
But it's gonna have to be unbalanced in a while though. Let's see here. Will Monyet get the peak he wants? That's the question, because what Surf is running is a rifle. He has to reposition himself, running away, has to give up his information. 5 HP left from Cruz. He does have the heal here, no worries at all. Surf making all that cover for his team. But you know what? They decide, nah, we made a lot of noise. We brought the party here. Let's change our minds.
Yeah, happy to reposition and to change sites. Monyet now will be sort of left with the 3 of his teammates here towards B. Hasn't really gotten the shots. A couple of missed opportunities earlier, but definitely made up for that towards the later half in the game. They are leaving Severin here towards A. He's going to try and maybe get one before he does teleport out and call for the backup. This is going to be crucial. If he can get one, it's going to be massive for ONIC.
Absolutely, but the question is, will be going through there? I think they might. Cruise, not full HP, can be tagged. Foxes will be his first one, but Gadget is destroyed, and immediately he has to teleport away, getting nothing out of that. And immediately Surf's position has been revealed. There's the shock dart clearing out the corners here,
left.
but Scary finds Elmi more before Surf could. Surf is only 46 HP away, immediately breaking the walls. But look at his firing squad from Severin. But Surf says, nah, you get one, and I'm gonna be getting one in return.
Low HP on a couple of the members as well. Cruz and Surf not in the best of positions. I don't know if the heal is available. They will have to play this very patiently. Res does come through, and they keep that Res alive. Now it's 4v4. Monyet with the Blade Storm. He's going to look to entry with it. He's going to be pushing on top of it, on top of the rope. Shiro somehow wins. Looking to push the envelope even further. Going up from above. Can't get the trade. It's a double for Sushi Boys. Looking for 3. And he does actually manage to take a loss right there because Elmi Moore wins it, but the snake bite is good. Oh no, the snake bite. He's got him down solo, 1 bullet. No time, no time. Scary's done it.
Oh my god! How? Elmi Moore gonna say change his mind and say no.
Match point.
I'm not gonna peek that. I know that he's out there. And suddenly, look at that. How ONIC tried to play it. It could have been a straight out firing squad from Severin. But the thing is, Surf was just a little bit faster catching up onto that. Sushi Boy's off angle, or the weird angle rather, catches them off guard. Suddenly everything fell apart from there.
Did. Oh, Xerxia looking this much closer. Sorry, getting this much closer to winning the series 2-0.
Yeah, will
the
they
best
be
buys,
able to
Cruz.
close
Oh,
the
God.
game? No, not quite.
Great pick from Monyet though. Looking to find a couple more. There is a Guardian onto Cruz. We might want to try and swap that out. Doesn't look like it. They're going to stick on it for now with Surf. He does see one alongside the turret coming in for the rotation, and that was Severin. The bio as well from ONIC isn't exactly the best either, so it's NC Slasher who's playing on the Stinger. He's going to have to come up absolutely massive. They pick up the orb. That's good for the res. They might go to A, go for that res and hit the site.
Yeah, that's right, Surf. They're gonna go around again. They did hear that orb being taken, and that's the thing. They're just like, okay, are they rotating or are they not? We just have to wait till they really come up for that. The Foxes will be coming back to life. No worries at all. Back to a 5 versus 5, equalizing them. They really want to make sure that if they want to take this match, they want to end it, it has to be clean. Because if not, they might be going into an overtime, and this really messes with the mental. Shiro does tag a few, but doesn't do anything because Elmi Moore playing Cruz, but Surf gets a double here, but Severin will be the one getting served, and with a stinger on top of that.
All 2 players left standing here for ONIC. It's the time of desperation. NC Slasher picking up an operator, but what can he do? Sees the turret, takes it down, switches back to the stinger. Not the best of weaponry, because Sushi Boys makes it a 1v3. Low HP though, so somehow still possible for NC Slasher. Gets up close, wins the dink, but cannot win the duel. And it's gonna be Xerxia taking this 2-0 and going and qualifying, knocking out the Indonesians, removing ONIC from the playoffs, and they're gonna go on ahead.
Oh, this is definitely a big W for them after what happened last night. Xerxia coming back, swinging strong, and this is exactly what they wanted. They're gonna say, a storm may have stopped us, but that's not gonna stop us from making a comeback. Great stuff from both teams. It felt like seeing the grand finals all over again.
It did feel very close there. Unfortunately, ONIC came up short just by a tiny bit here. Let's look at the exact margins as we look at the post-game situations though. Elmi Moore at the very top with 22, Surf with 23. Very much a concerted effort from Xerxia, but Xerxia proving that they are still at the top of the pack here. And I'm gonna bring it back to the previous analysis on the maps. I just don't think Icebox should have been let through in here, not by ONIC.
Yeah, that's right. Icebox is just so scary. Xerxia, while it was a close match, I think the reason why ONIC allowed Icebox is because they had already been practicing. They already knew how to play it. But the thing is, can you really take Kings of Icebox title away from the Kings of Icebox? That's the thing. Either way though, it was so close, much closer than the bind map where Xerxia's win was a lot more absolute.
You're absolutely right there too. When this 2-0 victory from Xerxia is definitive proof that, and again, this is the second time that they've faced off, is proof that Xerxia stands tall above ONIC, defeating one of the Indonesian favorites and one of the teams that we thought would make it through, or had a very good chance at making it through. Now they're completely out of the picture here. We've been taking a look at the highlights now as well, just to relive the moments, and there were certainly a lot of them.
Oh yeah, I really gotta say, in terms of ONIC, they did have the right way. It looked like they were bringing it home, but every time they come so close, it felt like Xerxia had a small reset. They didn't have as many times outs as ONIC, but the thing about them is that Xerxia just knew. They already knew how to adapt on the fly. They didn't really need too many timeouts. They were very focused, very aggressive. They knew how to play the corners, they knew how to play maps, but I really gotta give it to Elmi Moore for ONIC. He really knew how to play aggressive when he needs to. He really knew how to play sneaky, and putting him on a Viper really adds so much value to his play.
That moment, I wanted to just go back on that. A fraction of a second longer, that would have been a kill. But just the accuracy, the first couple of bullets, had they hit, that would have been the round one. But I think that pretty much perfectly encapsulates this game. It was a game of inches. It was centimeters of the tiniest marginal differences between the both of these teams that separated the victories from the losses. And yet again, it comes down to, now it comes down to a 2-0. Last time it was a 2-1.
Yeah.
Xerxia proving that they are learning to deal with Indonesian teams, I think, a little bit more.
Yeah, I really gotta say that as well. I gotta agree with that actually. And on top of that, it's just all about that microplay. It comes down to that, because you can see how they play around each other's abilities, how they use it to their advantage. And there's so many times you saw good setups from both teams, but both teams not being able to tie it. It's a matter of, it's a cat and mouse game, I believe, from these two teams. While it is a 2-0, it really felt like a 2-1, I'm gonna be real.
You're absolutely right. It was much closer than we thought, but we're not going to break it down anymore. We'll let the panel take care of that as we head back into the panel session right after this break. For the meantime, we're going to be signing off and taking a little break of our own here. The casters, Tosh Bunny and Estrado. Once we return, though, it's going to be game number 3 of the day, the last series of the day, and the last team to be eliminated. We'll find out who that is after this.
Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you... It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The mother.
It's the same result, all things considered, for Xerxia going up against ONIC G, but that was a 2-0 victory for Xerxia Esports, and they have locked in their slot into the knockout stages, knocking out one of Indonesia's best teams. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raf. Now, Raf, what exactly happened there for ONIC G? Where did they lack in that?
Yeah, sorry, I had to fix my hair real quick. You know, the priorities, I have to keep it as smooth and silky as possible. But yeah, ONIC, man, I'm looking at them. I feel like this really started with Bind, right? Let's break this down round by round as we look at the highlights. Speaking of the rounds, round 8 on Bind was somewhat a little uncharacteristic of ONIC. I'm not sure if they're going to show it in the highlights here, right? But they committed the Viper's Pit despite the eco. Again, it was probably to compensate that lack of firepower, but that being said, to seal a Puka is really difficult. It also reduced Severine to a sitting duck. Now again, that was the first round that really made me raise my eyebrows. Then you move on to round 12 where Xerxia threatened both A and B by holding on to the Octagon Patrol. Once again, their dueling power made it so difficult for ONIC to challenge without committing so much utility. A little bit of hesitation on the side of ONIC too. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on with them. They could be overthinking the matchup. They could be maybe over-respecting their opponent. Either way, Icebox was way closer.
Definitely was, and you know, as you kind of touched on, it did seem like there were moments where their ultimates were more used as a band-aid solution as opposed to a pre-planned, I guess, exposition of what they wanted to do. And so there were moments here too where, especially on retakes, especially in post-planned holds, where they would try and go for basically trying to catch the opposing side off guard, but the timings didn't really work for them in that case. They had some really good post-time moments on the Xerxia side when we look at things, especially with their opening half. And that was really a tale of where they just cemented themselves on the defensive side and just closed it out on the attack. And ONIC, they had some good moments here on their defensive side as well. They really did like kind of peeking in first and then pulling back as soon as they make that contact, as soon as they find the pick. And to be fair, like players like D-Love, he had some good moments where he was able to pick and choose his spots and when he would push back and a good discipline to pull back. But I guess it was just too little too late. And Xerxia, when we thought that maybe, you know, this is going to be a match that ONIC are going to try and throw back at them, they just close this book, this chapter for ONIC 2-0 real quick and easy.
I mean, it is such a heartbreak to see ONIC bow out so early. We honestly expected them to make it out of the groups, and again, it's just how the dominoes have fallen, how the butterfly effect has changed the landscape of everything. And this is not a knock on Xerxia, because Xerxia, by all means, they are as powerful as they are. It was that raw dueling power that edged them over, or rather put them over the edge, put them over the hill against ONIC. We did see a little bit more of that riled up, more aggressive style of ONIC that we don't get to see often. But if you want to try to butt heads with Xerxia, doesn't really end too well for you.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to fight fire with fire, and that was basically the story of the game. Xerxia Esports, they lock in their slot in the knockouts, and ONIC G unfortunately have to bid farewell in their run here in the Asia Pacific Challengers. Now, moving forward into the next series that we have for today, it's the first time these two are facing off against each other, but this isn't the last time that their region has been on the cusp of elimination. We've got South Built Esports and the Velocity Gaming going up in the final best of 3 for the entirety of the group stages here in the Asia Pacific Challengers, and we kind of want to dive into the game as soon as possible. Without further ado, let's introduce the first team to join into the fray. From the Philippines, we got South Built Esports. Six-man strong, this Philippine roster wants to dive back into oblivion here, so to speak, or may we just go to Skyrim? I don't know, depending on how the heights will be for Aziz, Flippy, Ja, Papi Chulo, and Pro will be in this game.
Truly the Elder Scrolls and the Elder Team, if that's what you're trying to say. Now, South Built, very fabled, very decorated. Although they did look a little rocky in their previous outing, they hope to rectify those mistakes now. Again, just to touch up on that, they have excellent stats all around, but I just have to constantly reinforce this. Out of tough love for the team, you never know what you get out of them. It's almost like a coin flip every time we see them in such a deep run. But that being said, it's probably for the drama, it's probably for the pro tag buff. We know that they're one of the slowest teams when it comes to the pace and the approach of the match. That can be a little bit extra room for their opponent to adjust, but South Built, they have a lot to prove today, once again facing off another great last hope.
And that slower paced style, you know, that kind of CIS style that we've grown accustomed to, is something that does also leave very little room for error, very little margins for those type of mistakes, and we've been seeing them get punched over and over. But if we're going to take anything from their local qualifiers and so far how they've gone, it seems like this team is looking for this almost Cinderella lower bracket run. It's almost like this team kind of plays to the level of competition, especially when they feel like they're supposed to be the, I guess, the favorite of the matchup, but they can get caught off guard, and this might be the matchup for them to, or rather, that the matchup that will kind of surprise them.
And speaking of surprises, this region is constantly putting up all the surprises here. For the most part, for their run here in the group stages, Velocity Gaming 1-2-0. Now they're in the lower bracket after losing 2-0 to Full Sense, and they want to bring South Asia in the map in the Asia Pacific Challengers. And without further ado, here's Velocity Gaming. Yeah, and fresh from a 2-0 loss from Full Sense, wants to get the full sense of how the South-built esports squad plays in this fight, in the potentially final fight that they have here in the series. We got Amaterasu, Deathmaker, Health, Right to Ace, and Vibor on the field.
I see you got the proper pronunciation of Amaterasu over there. But
Yes,
you know what else is proper about this team is that I think they do have what it takes to really take down South-built, not just because of their play, but them inherently, how they play. Their composition, what they bring to the desk, I think is something that really is one of the type of compositions that, especially most of the maps that they're going to be playing, the type of maps and the type of composition that South-built typically do struggle in. It almost seems like that although, you know, South Asia as a whole typically struggles against SEA teams, Velocity, they're the team that has surprised us, and they're the team that I think, like, composition-wise, and I said playstyle-wise, does match up well against South-built. And if I'm gonna say, like, compared to any other team, maybe like the Naos or Action that came from the Philippines into this qualifier, I think even though South-built might be a better team than those, they also are a more difficult matchup for South-built Velocity as compared to it might have been for Naos and the Action side. So they definitely do have a good chance here to really throw this game for a loop.
Yeah, again, we always emphasize the importance of stylistic matchups because it truly does dictate how a game can look. It's just kind of like using a sword to cut a carrot. It's not going to be the cleanest cut. But again, enough of all the chit-chat. I am just so excited to get this show going.
I mean, you can talk about the sword all you want, but we got to look at the scabbards here that keep the swords in place and enable the guys to get in. We're having a look at the two initiators here for Velocity Gaming and South-built Esports. We got Right to Ace and Flippy. Definitely made a lot of impact, setting up a lot of takes, as well as getting those mid-round calls coming for the team to adjust accordingly.
I love his name. It's Right to Ace. It's like, yeah, this is my birthright for me to just sweep and stomp the opposing side. But knowing that, you know, every time we kind of have these head-to-heads, I look at the stats, and it's almost always South-built who have the lesser stats, even if they get the end result done. I think that might just speak to their playstyle as a bit, you know, not as when you look at their scoreboard, it's typically always evenly spread out. But in Velocity's gaming side, it is kind of like that, but there is a lot more, I guess, individual playmaking ability that does come to the fold. And while they do play as a team, every now and then, every single one of their players are going to have that pop-off moment. So that's really kind of what Velocity brings to the table.
I was about to say, or rather make the comparison. It's like the sledgehammer and the scalpel. But we talked about those glaring issues that South-built have. So they have been surgical. They can be surgical. It's just sometimes kind of have a little bit of a mess on the operating table. But once again, not to discredit an oof, indeed an oof size large, but not to discredit any of those players. We've seen Right to Ace, we've seen his abilities not just as a support, not just as a third in, but as a fragger. He is as stable as he can be. You can say the same things about Flippy, but one thing that I have to note about Flippy is that stability is even much higher than, you know, even the average pro initiator.
I mean, going into this matchup, I guess it's proper to ask here, how's the heat for these guys? I mean, we all know summer's already right here, full blast in the Philippines and all across Southeast Asia as well. they kind of need to be on fire right now. And knowing South Built Esports, they love the lower bracket run, black and blue. Do you think that South Built Esports will take it all the way into the knockouts, or will Velocity Gaming be that hotter going into this matchup?
Oh, it's going to be really tough. This is going to be a very difficult matchup, I think, for South Built. I do think, at least on paper, while they might have the higher power level, higher almost ranking even for most people, this matchup does kind of favor Velocity based on the maps that they are good at, the maps that they do play, and the compositions they bring into those individual maps. And so South Built, I'm assuming you're going to ban Fracture. They haven't banned anything else this entire stage, and so Fracture it is. Velocity, this could go either way, actually. We have been seeing them ban Bind quite often. It is one of their lowest kind of pick rate, or rather win rate maps, but there could be a case to be made for banning some of the better maps of SB as well. They could go maybe for an Ascent ban or even Split.
I was thinking of how South Built wants to approach this. Like they would honestly look at the maps that they can take at a snail's pace, and that's not to put any knocks on them, because they really succeed with that incredibly measured approach. And Velocity, they understand this. They remove Split. Split has been one of the most comfortable maps for South Built. We've seen it in the eye test, we've seen it in the numbers, but we're not gonna see it in this matchup specifically. Now, we do have that opener for South Built. I'm honestly hoping they don't show that notoriety with the map 1 sickness. A lot of you South Built fans will know what I'm talking about.
Ascent is what they go for. Something I wouldn't have expected, knowing that, you know, they do kind of struggle nowadays on Ascent. With them picking that KO, seems like Velocity are going to be starting on the defensive side, and Split to be banned here by Velocity is a really, really smart move. I'd wager that was one of the maps that South Built were hoping to play against them, if not Bind, because of Bind's lower, you know, win rate against Velocity. And Velocity, their pick here, I'm going to assume it's going to be Breeze, just based on how well statistically they have done on that map in the past 3 months. And South Built have kind of been 50-50 on Breeze as well. So that's going to be my opening assumption here, what they're going to be choosing.
I want to isolate this, not just within our 3 months, but I want to lower it to our group stages, really, into our play-ins. Haven, we've once again seen up and down performances from South Built, both from the local qualifier and in our APAC Challengers. But now it does look like Velocity, they come from the confidence that they almost steamrolled Full Sense on this map. They are absolutely feeling it with this, and I think in their minds they're gonna make an absolute killing, but we still have the rest of the veto to decide where the end-all be-all will be.
Well, the following ban here, Breeze, that's I think a really smart ban coming from them. Velocity have had a 90% win rate on this map since the start of the year, and that's something that you definitely cannot scoff at, especially when you're kind of 50-50. But more importantly, they do shut down the operator play, which normally they're pretty good at kind of finding out where that operator is and dealing with it. But they know they have to respect the opponent at hand, and when you got like Deathmaker on that operator, he can be very, very deadly, as his name might suggest, as advertised. Following map here, Icebox to be banned as I kind of expected, which means we shall be bound to Bind if we ever go to map 3.
Soulbound, map bound to Bind. I don't think we've seen too many map 3s today, and really not in recent history. It's been honestly a mixed bag, but we are gonna get into our predictions very soon. But I just would like to point out that Bind can be an incredibly suffocating map, and especially with this new double controller meta, or not really new, but more a popularized meta.
Trend. It's a trend. Man.
That's the word. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's hip with the kiddies. Yeah, with the kiddos.
Hip with them kids.
Yeah.
Aren't we still Zoomers, technically speaking? But you know what?
Maybe,
I don't want to harp on that.
Maybe only in
honorary.
Yeah, honorary. I'm not sure. I feel like we're kind of in between, but less about us, more about the game.
More about them. Yes.
Ascent, Haven, Bind. What a map pick here. None of the larger maps you'd come to expect that is normally played with these two teams, like Breeze and Icebox, coming to the fold.
Yeah. And it's all, I mean, you guys have been talking about the statistics for the past 3 months, and even just during the group stages, and I feel like it's still a toss-up here, and we've been saying that it's gonna go all to the third game all throughout the entire day. But you guys still think that may just be the case here? Let's start with you, Raph. What do you think is gonna play out here?
Well, I've been disagreeing with absolutely everyone in the group stage or in our APAC Challengers, so I'm going to disagree again. No, I don't think this is it's not supposed to be a toss-up. If I could take off my coat and show a jersey to show who the team I'm supporting is, I would. But I can't. But I firmly believe South Built should 2-0 them. I'm not saying anything bad about Velocity because I think they're a wonderful team, but South Built should. It should happen.
I do think they're going to go to a map 3 actually because of the fact that it was Ascent. I was expecting, if anything, Split to be picked here, but obviously it was a really smart ban by Velocity to take that off of the board immediately. I was kind of expecting them to ban maybe Bind, but they let it go to Bind. I do think map 2 and 3 do favor South Built when it comes to the play style and the game plan at hand, but looking at Ascent, when normally you would see them play a KO here in Velocity's side, that is something that typically would not favor the composition that South Built are normally known for in Ascent, which is a Sky. And when they do KO, they're just simply not as experienced with playing with a KO around them on Ascent as they are to the Sky. So I do think map number 1 will go to the way of Velocity because Velocity starts strong and South Built do not. But then South Built will come back for 2 and 3 to take it 2-1.
Well, I will have to agree with Black and Blue there. We're going on to game 3 here. I don't care what you think, Raph. No, I'm kidding. It's a 3-game series. I feel like I mean, I have to, man. I'm your friend. Anyway, I feel like just seeing how Velocity was able to get that 9-3 lead against Full Sense that already speaks the part, but it was only just a factor of them not being able to close out with the lead that they have. And I feel like with that being said, they should be able to at least get a dominant map, onto the side of South Built Esports, but still South Built coming out on top. But that's us talking about the games. We have to witness it ourselves, and without further ado, let's head into the Fury Road that is this final best of 3 series between South Built Esports and Velocity Gaming.
What a way to end our final series of the day. We're going to be having South Built Esports versus with Velocity. It's going to be really, really interesting. I'm Tash, your host, caster for today. Alongside with me is Illustrato. And right now, as your team from the Philippines, what do you have to say about these 2 matches?
Hello.
Yeah, you're back.
Okay, there we go. Okay, we're back now. So, yeah, I completely agree with the statements of the panel for the most part, not just because we're from the same region, but on paper, South Built should be running away with this game. On paper, historically, in terms of the experience that the team has, they should be running away with this game. Having said
that's
that,
right, but let's...
that just never really happens a lot of the time here for, South Built. If you take a look towards Agent Select, South Built, they're kind of a team that starts off very cold, and that's not always the best of things, especially with a team like Velocity, who are just so comfortable from the get-go. So I'm going to echo the statements of Black and Blue, where map 1 is a very good chance of DLC. But if South Built don't pull off at least a 2-1 in this, it's going to be one of the most disappointing results, I think, for them overall.
I have to say that South Built Esports has one of the most interesting runs throughout this tournament. They come out at the bottom.
In any tournament.
In any tournament, yeah.
They always do this. They always get at the bottom of this before they go into like Super Saiyan mode. They always have to get knocked down to the lower bracket. But it's very much similar to their local run. What
they do is, I just really gotta say this. I'm so sorry. They want to humble themselves.
Yeah, maybe. They probably have something to do with that, because like in their lower run in the VCT in the Philippines, they got 0-2 in the upper bracket, and then they literally won everything, only dropping 1 map into the grand
It's
final.
a statement. It's a statement.
It's kind of how they are.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting thing. I think their run is very similar to Bonkers as well, if I'm not mistaken, over on Oceania. And yeah, I mean, in terms of the memes, I think they're very much similar. Gotta say it that way. However, Ascent, the first map for us today. What do you think of the lineups?
Well, the lineup for now, okay, honestly, didn't really get a good look at them for now. Velocity are looking to run that KO and the Omen in the chamber, so that's going to be very interesting to me here. That combination, I want to see how they can effectively put this into play. That KO has found relative success very varying levels of success in terms of any map that we played on. But if we're talking about the history of Ascent, one of the most successful maps for KO historically was on Ascent. It became a very, very big trend after PTC brought it out in APAC L2. Everybody was like, oh my god, KO is amazing on Ascent. A lot of teams came running and playing with it. Now, South Built, they're not doing the same thing. They're running a completely different lineup. Double initiator is what they're bringing to the table. They're sticking with the Astra. Now, I dare say it might be to the point of a little. I wouldn't say intransigent because it's still a viable agent. But I do like the idea of them toying with playing with Omen a little bit more, opening up that aggressive playstyle that they can be known to play with, especially on Ja. If Ja is on the Astra, sure, it's all right, but there's nothing like Ja on a Jet or even an Omen that will give him so much more fragging potential here as we get into game number 1.
Yeah, so this is the first time these two have been playing. The first two matches, the first two series today was more of like a round 2 for them. And this is the first time they'll be playing. We've seen what Velocity can bring to the table, but they did go 0-2 against Full Sense, which makes sense because Full Sense is just that good. But Aziz will be the one knocked out there. Deathmaker a little bit better on the first contact.
Just a quick pick right here. South Built lose one early. That's going to force them to make that rotation here towards B, gather their forces, rally. But it's an even easier rotation for the defensive side. They're all just hanging out in market. There's 3 players hanging in market, which means that they have that access to the B side if they want it eventually. But the access to the B side should be that much easier for South Built as well because there's no one holding that side. It's going to come down to retakes here towards B. But the shock dart onto Ja is just lethal. It's right to Ace finds an early pick. It's now 3v5 without barely seeing anyone.
Yeah, that's right. But if you think about it, right to Ace has been running Sova for so many matches. I think it's the AGT he's most comfortable with. We've seen his insane lineups and how he uses it. It's just so aggressive, but Pro nearly gets knocked out there. Has to go back onto the side. Health just gets 1. Will it be 2? Yes, that will. And just like that, barely losing anything, VLT takes round number 1. However, you did say SB is always cold early.
That's honestly, Tash, that's just an understatement for South Built. I scarcely see teams that start as cold as South Built does. So
how many rounds usually till they warm up?
Yeah, a map.
Are you kidding me?
A map, sometimes a tournament, but it just very different degrees here, and that's the problem. You can't let a team like Velocity get that much momentum. They are such a good team when they have the momentum on their side, especially. So Velocity will have to make sure to keep that momentum and deny South Built further on.
Yeah, we saw them going against Oblivion Force the other day. Even though they lose so many rounds, but they still managed to close it off. In the end, Deathmaker straight to the face. Aziz didn't even know what hit him until after the fact.
Still, okay.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Deathmaker, just a quick peek with the left click, no scope. Health. LFF will try to push a little bit further on. He gets a couple of kills right there, supported by the shock dart. That's nicely timed.
That's a beautiful follow-up with the shock dart and the Spectre. Gotta respect that.
Okay, well, Flippy can't get that last shot off, and that's gonna be Deathmaker with a quick triple. Flawless. This is perfect from the side of Velocity here.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing wrong with it. It is perfect, and this is exactly what they want. They need to keep this going. Now it's gonna be their bonus round. If they can. Make life so difficult for South Built, shatter their economy this early on, get 3 kills, maybe even 4. It's going to pose so many problems in this early half for South Built.
Yeah, that's right. But even then, I mean, we've seen what Spectre can do, and right to Ace's share shots has been lethal. For now, Pro gonna try and get some information here. Immediately, they're gonna covering that out because they want to hold their ground, but the Astra smoke in mid gonna give a little bit more cover. As he's on the aggressive Deathmaker, suddenly on the other side, but his location has been revealed. Papi Chulo tries to spray that out, and suddenly Health will be coming up on top from that.
Already a pick-off happening for Velocity. Managed to take the head of Popular, one of the best players around. And certainly one of the best players in South Built. That's a big pick-off to find here. A lot of the late round prowess has now been removed, especially without those nano swarms. Anti-lurk removed from the picture as well. How is VLT going to capitalize on this? For now, they want to sit back. For now, they want to play passive. South Build, they want to reset the round, deny the information, try to get a little bit more positioning before deciding where they can go. And it's towards A, they do find themselves walking. However, this setup here for VLT Velocity, they have the right read once more. It's a 3-player hold towards that A site as Aziz does dash in. Good paranoia to deny, and it's Pro who actually finds right to ace here, so that's at least one entry. Flippy finds another one, and from A short, they still have Vibor working on it. He does have found one, found Ja. He found another one. Really great pick off there for Vibor, as he finds a double kill on the whole 2v2, and this bonus round is already an excellent round for the side of Velocity.
I really gotta give it to them. They're just so aggressive, knows how to play their abilities. But Vibor with a 3K that round, suddenly 1-on-1 Pro. One little shot is all he needs, and suddenly Hell FF will be the one coming on top. And now the economy from Southfield Esports is just...
Yeah, completely in the gutter here. Southfield, a little bit awkward in terms of that post plant. They had one towards Heaven, and the timings didn't go his way. It just came down to, I think, shoddy decision-making come towards the mid and late round. And like I said, without Papi Chula in the equation for those late rounds, things just get that much more difficult. So if there's any one player you kind of want alive for the very last side of, the very last moments of a round, you need Papi Chula alive and kicking.
Yeah, that's right. On top of that, I really gotta say that run and gun of the Spectre gave them so much. Even though they didn't have any rifles, what they did was just go run and gun, play with their abilities. We've seen that so many times, time and time again. And somehow, I think that Southfield Esports needs to figure out how exactly they want to play this. They know how VLT plays, so what can we do to counteract that?
Now it's the pistols here, just upgraded sheriffs all across the board for Southfield. Not really known to be the... Okay, that's it. That took a minute.
How many bullets was that?
Well, he got there in the end, though, as the sheriffs do ringing on in. And Papi Chula is unable to find a kill. Hell FF does manage to ring on true. Operator on Deathmaker.
Aziz, don't do it. Ooh, Aziz came out on top here.
With a double?
It's a double out of that. Beautifully done. Aziz finally warmed up.
Getting hot. This is one of the players that you got to watch out for, man. Aziz is one of those guys that can hit those crazy shots. Has that high potential, mechanically speaking, if he's allowed to do it. And it starting it off with a quick double kill. Absolutely perfect. Now Ja looking to enter onto the side alongside his team. They have to contend with Vibor, who was problematic to say the least in the previous round. Looking to continue on, but right to Ace has gone down. Vibor still holding the line here. And in the smoke, Vibor with a quick flick towards the right against Aziz, leaving us in a 1v2. Amaterasu not gonna be problemed by Flippy at all. And he recovers the operator for his team. Southfield are just not hitting their shots, not getting the opportunities. It was an eco round, so reeling it back a tiny bit. It's a great eco round, but could have been stolen away.
I love how Vibor plays with the utilities, plays with the smokes. It's not even his smoke, and he says, that's okay, I'll make it work. The beautiful spray is coming out from the Spectre as well. He is, look at that, goes right, goes left, plays around the other side, just catches them off guard. Vibor, you're a beast!
Vibor has really been stepping up on those defensive holds. He just plays those smokes to perfection. Catching off Southfield time and time again with another double, just like that. He's been truly the bane of the existence of the attacking side.
Yeah, but I really want to see how he does the attacking. That's the question. Flippy, his Dugo barely survives that as he's trying to make some space here, right? To Ace in the backside, immediately gonna cover that up. But Amaterasu will say, haha, you're now distracted, and I'm the one who'll be clearing out this area. Flippy caught in the corner, and look at that. Suddenly, everything's just going to hell for them, and they can't do anything as one by one they get picked off. They do have the site now. Will they be able to hold it is the question, because we know that if Vibor wants to play the teleport on Omen, he does it so well. Through the smoke, Papi Chula does pop right to Ace. Straight off, Pro playing from right underneath logs, but will he get a pick?
It's very much a one and done position here for Pro. He needs to get one, otherwise this spells disaster. But he's got backup in the form of Papi Chula playing the close angle here. Good guess right now from Papi Chula to take out that angle. He does get one. And that's going to be Papi Chulo with the third. And this is what I mean. When you have Papi Chulo alive as one of the last players, it skyrockets your chances of actually taking down that round. He's just so intelligent and cerebral as a player that he knows exactly when he can swing out, when he can play passive, when to fall back, and he even wins the aim duel. So just a great player to have overall. They can't afford to lose him earlier on in the half.
That's why he's KJ main, let's be real here. But I really like where they've kind of like covered this up. This is the crossfire that I really wanted to see from Southfield in the beginning. In the beginning, it felt like Southfield was a little bit lost, and I don't blame them. We did talk about this earlier in the last match, where sometimes it takes some teams about 1 to 5 rounds to kind of figure it out, trying to figure out how exactly they play. But now we're seeing the change now happening. Seekers are out, but will it get any picks?
Oh, they do use the fragment to slow down the push. Updraft dash in on through. Amaterasu ready for assist. And then that's Jack completely blind on the side, taken down by the tour de force. Flippy and gets one. Papi Chulo responds with another, but right to Ace's right, swinging from the side. Now it's Pro still alive with Papi Chulo 2v2 here. Two of the veterans of this team. There is a flank coming in. They're right inside the smoke. Vibhorian again, the smoke criminal will be identified by Pro from the back. They need to move. They need to move. The timing from the side. Deathmaker should get a line onto Pro. It does get it. The spike does drop with 53 seconds left. Papi Chulo versus Deathmaker in a 1v1.
I am so shocked that he didn't run into the side with his team. Now Papi Chulo in a position that is just not good. Papi Chulo from the side here, but he's just faster. Deathmaker didn't even stand a chance.
Clean. I want to take another look at that replay. That was a sexy one tap. He just tapped in a bit.
It really was.
Just no fear. Didn't even bother spraying. He was just like, boop. Okay, this is Southfield warming up a little bit more off the back of Papi Chulo.
A little bit faster than you would say, not one map.
A lot faster, Tash. Just a lot. This is this is good for round 7. Yeah, they'll take it for sure.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, but my question is, can they continue to keep this momentum to keep going? Because Velocity is a team that runs on that. But for now, Aziz, he does have the blades here, but can he survive? Because he tends to get picked off so early. He is on the site already. Look how much space. Immediately, he gets Hell FF out of the way, but right to Ace does get immediately Papi Chulo out of the way. And now things are looking very scary for Southfield Esports.
They have lost, again, one of their best players, Papi Chulo, not alive. But still, a lot of force still behind the roster of Southfield. Ja finding that kill onto right to Ace. It's a good pick off to find. Deathmaker has the Vandal, and he gets a beautiful shot onto Ja there. Will be trying to get another shot onto Pro.
Oh my God.
Simply perfection from that left click. And Aziz now with a Blade Storm of his own. Can he hold on? Will he get sniped out? Has to use the Sheriff. Lands a kill. No, he misses Amaterasu. And it's Flippy in the backside. He just simply gets dispatched. And Vibhor will take it yet again. VLT bike back with another round.
Vibhor surviving by the skin of his teeth. Probably doesn't even care about it. I just gotta say, Vibhor's plays have been so impactful for the whole team. And on top of that, while it looked like Southfield Esports had the lead, and on top of that, they were playing so well, you gotta say Amaterasu's knife was just downhill from there, from the side of Aziz. In this kind of situations where you are against a KO, it's still better to buy, because at least if you don't have your knives, it does get suppressed, you will at least have something else to use. And a timeout coming from VLT, they're just saying we need to stop this because it looks like SB Esports is coming back a little bit, warming up. We can't let that happen.
Well, it is a timeout for VLT as they begin to weigh their options and try to figure out what's going on. It's probably a tactical because the map is frozen in place.
Yeah, it is.
Because it's no, on a technical, the people would still be moving around.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I didn't think about that, but I just really gotta say, oh man, while it is Papi Chulo that is like a one-man sort of like not rap, but like he's the one tying up these rounds. But the one that swings it back most of the time is Vibhor. You just never can tell where he's gonna be playing with his teleports. He's like serious mind games here. If you think Papi Chulo is the most intelligent, so is Vibhor. If you put them in a situation side by side, who wins though? That's the question.
We're about to find out in this game. Really one of the first times that these two teams will be facing off against each other. Pretty much exciting to see a lot of veterancy in both of these rosters. Good flash. It stops Southfield from pushing further on. They have control over Wine. It's a 1-2 punch here towards A main. Will it succeed for now against South Build? They do have lesser weaponry.
That smoke is just so good because if they were to push in, they can see their legs and all they have to do is just spray. But one thing I gotta say is that he gets one, but Papi Chulo will be trading that back, but it's still Aziz out of the way. We now see that Amaterasu is now gone, but Deathmaker finds Papi Chulo, and right now there is gonna be a revive coming on to the KO, but Flippy says not today, Zerg. The suppress is still there. But they still get the plant.
They're trying to shoot down Amaterasu just to deny a little more information. The reload is off timing for Giant. He gets flanked. But a great shock dart from right to Ace now as Pro is left in a 1v2. Has to reposition, can't get the tap. It's Hell FF who does. It's gonna be a 6th round on the board for VLT, and Velocity making a statement, taking this already to a 6-2 score.
It is so surprising. South Asia, not like the longest in the Valorant scene, but just coming out so strong this season. Love to see it. They looked a little bit shaky against Full Sense, but I think they definitely learned a lot from that match.
Definitely the case. As it does look like Velocity have suddenly that more tricks up their sleeves. They're looking very comfortable. I'm liking what I'm seeing from flanks are so immediate and responsive. Their utility is on point. It's a very, very good showing from Velocity right now.
It really is, and they're just one of the teams that we saw a lot of change from. Like, we saw them on Icebox against Oblivion Force. They were very strong in the beginning, but second round not so strong, almost losing it to them. But they still managed to tie it up. But the way they're playing right now, no longer playing in like one single unit anymore. They're very comfortable to play on their own. Deathmaker, we're getting Aziz out of the way, but Papi Chulo finds Hell FF, and that's one big problem out of the way. Immediately, they want to make sure that there's no flanks coming through because they know that Deathmaker loves to play backside.
The Sentinel already gone here as the lockdown will be deployed. Still a little bit of time to get a pick if they want to try and hold this angle. Amaterasu, will he be able to hold? Ooh, he gets one. He finds Flippy before he falls back. Out of the picture, somehow still alive, 3v4. The spike still has to make its way onto that side. Pro is able to find Deathmaker. Great shot for now, sure, but Pro's blind a bit. But John backs him up with a quick double.
That was so good. They couldn't see anything at all. SB Pro, all they has to do is just wrap it up, and that's the end of that. Great use of utils to the point that usually it's like South Build that feels a little bit more blinded by the abilities, but this time around, South Build was saying, nah, now this time, this is how it feels not being able to see.
Actually, that was the flash from Vibhor that blinded up everybody. Look at the crossfire holding on. Phenomenal work. The crossfire does hold true for South Build one more time. You know, one thing I did want to mention was Velocity. Their growth over the past few months has just been so phenomenal here. You look at how certain teams have grown in the region, and it's no surprise that at this point it looks like they've eclipsed their, countrymen in the form of global esports, because they are just growing to an exponential rate here.
Yeah, that's right. One of definitely the best team. I would literally give it to them. The best team in South Asia, I have to say. Hell FF though, he does get spotted out just now, but doesn't get tagged, so it's totally fine. But they are going to be clearing those corners, trying to get some information as much as possible. And I like this kind of slow pacing here coming from VLT, denying any information from South Build. And here comes the wall bangs. Doesn't really get anyone though from Hell FF. And everyone's just holding their corners. They don't want to overcommit if they don't have to.
Vibhor, they have to deal with Vibhor. He's towards A main though. It's going to be crucial that they do find him. He's still playing aggressive. Ja takes him out, and that's still a very, very big kill to find here. Allows them full access towards A. It actually might already be a safe call here for Velocity. They've lost two earlier on without doing any economic damage, and it might be a round given to South Build. It looks like it's going to be a safe call already.
Yep, that's right. But it looks like Papi Chulo says, I want more blood. Let's go looking around for them. LFF, trying to see if anyone's flanking for sure. This is very interesting how they're just making sure nothing's gonna be going to happen. But honestly, with 3 people, I still think it's possible. I don't think it's not.
No, they're going for the save call already. They called it a lot earlier on because they know
early.
they wanna save their weaponry, and it's a very fair strategy to do, because they, if they give this round up, they'll still have enough to buy in the next one.
For sure, and I think also another thing is that they want to make sure that they're always ahead. But here's Papi Chulo. Do you know? Here comes the shock dart, and right now Papi Chulo finds HellFF, and I really gotta say that crouch was genius. Probably saved his life.
Did. Keeping 2 rifles alive, that's still gonna be pretty vital for the side of Velocity. As South Built now begin to build steam here. The coals in the engine, the fires have been turning, and it's allowing them just this much more freedom in their movement. Just they feel a little bit lighter, more springier on their feet, and South Built feel a little bit more comfortable in their own skin. Velocity, on the other hand, I wouldn't say they're grinding to a halt. They're still doing very well, but they haven't really found a solution to what, you know, all these attacks that South Built have been throwing their way.
Yep, that's right. Whoa, my God, Papi Chulo thankfully moves away from that because they actually ran in with the drone. Could have caught him there. That's actually quite a smart move if you think about it. For now, Aziz clearing out mid here, making sure Pizza is clear. All right, now Flippy doing the same here. Does know that HellFF is waiting in the entrance.
HellFF playing this very, very tight angle, hoping for one, then teleports out.
So good.
Fantastic reactions from HellFF there. He's able to get in on the picture before anything goes down, allows his team just that much more control over the B site. They don't want to give it up that much anymore. They want to fight for it, but HellFF, he holds the line here towards the back. As this takes him out, they still have to deal with right to Ace, who's towards the back now. Before finding Pro is going to be massive. Right to Ace, can he do it? Can he find Papi Chulo? He does drop down and see the barrel of the gun. It's enough for him to get that kill, and as this in a 1v3, can't do very much. Right to Ace closes out that round, secures the 7-5 for VLT at the very least.
Last round in the half.
Right to Ace. Oh, that was so well played. Honestly, if you're gonna be going into the smoke, you better be running inside of it because that is exactly what you would see, what the enemy would see if you were to walk by. Look at the crossfires coming in here. Right to Ace wasn't really like playing it so passively either. He was moving around, making sure that he won't get sprayed out as well. Really worked on that favor. And I just really gotta remind South Built, if possible, watch out for the smokes. If it's not Vibor, it's gonna be Right to Ace playing inside.
Yeah, they have just been the smoke criminals time and time again. South Built taking a very, very convincing loss on this round. Just goes to show to embolden the side of VLT just that much more. They're more confident now in their peaks, in learning how to play in the smokes. It's very much VLT style.
That's right, but look at the smoke curve, giving them so much space. HellFF does get tagged, but now everyone's already inside of sight. But from Sabrosa, Aziz trying to wall bang that, doesn't really hit him.
This is the barrel.
It's still Flippy! And he's very happy with that outcome.
Definitely, and he gets to teleport out as well, back to safety. Now no more information on where the offer is. Could be anywhere. They do get a tag, and they know that there's at least one here playing towards Wine. They will, I think, need more than just these 2 players to flush out those 2 members on the VLT side. Very risky right now what Velocity are doing to have 2 players stacked up here towards Wine.
Yeah, and they could get into a firing squad area, but the thing is, we've seen it happen before. Vibor gonna just quickly do a peek here. Immediate paranoia coming out, blinding them. Immediately go backwards, but Papi Chulo pop it. Now it's saying not today, Zerg. But there is still one more. Gets one. Will it be 2? Not quite. But there are the knives coming inside. But he missed out. Then now look at that. Everything's just going away and everything just falls apart just because they didn't know Death Matchmaker was there too.
Fantastic round from Deathmaker there. He holds the line. Yeah, you can say he was baiting his teammate, but it works perfectly. The flash, it bought so much time. And then with 13 seconds left, he just made mincemeat out of them. Papi Chulo getting one, sure, but what does it matter when you've got Deathmaker getting triple kills like this with a Blade Storm? Really, really great stuff from Deathmaker, securing an 8-4 Velocity. They're putting themselves in the driving seat in South Build, or just in the passengers, hoping that they can get off.
Yeah, that's right. And they're driving 1,000 miles per hour. Vibor, my God, the 500 IQ plays are just, dang, girl, that's painful. I was watching that and I knew exactly what was going to happen already.
They did only spot one, and that was the beauty of having Deathmaker just waiting there, waiting in the wings, waiting for the perfect timing.
I'm stealing that strat now.
I think it works. That kind of strat will tend to work more in pro play, I think, than on ladder matches, I do imagine.
Will they still check wine if they only
Maybe.
saw one is the question. But either way though, because because Vibor was out of the way, he was like, okay, I think you'll be able to clean up if they think wine is clear. They didn't even bother to check it again. Either way though, Papi Chulo right now with the 11 kills, you weren't kidding when we said that Papi Chulo was just absolutely crazy with that. But either way, you know, Southville is playing attack. They don't have to worry too much because the lineups are coming in later from Papi Chulo for defense is what matters most. But you did mention that Papi Chulo can play KJ aggressively, or at least as a entry?
Yeah, he's done it. He can do everything. That's the thing with Papi Chulo, though. But I think for me, the resounding problem would be on South Build side. Yeah, you get Ja on an Astra. I think that's a problem. Ja is one of those players who can pop off and has one of the highest skill ceilings. But putting him on the Astra where he's forced to play so far back, I just don't feel it. I'd prefer, you know, I prefer him on the Omen. I do think that he has a lot more kill potential with it. I think he can contribute a lot more clutch potential as well when Ja is playing on it. There are, however, a couple of players sitting a little bit more quiet on the South Build side. Flippy not giving us the performance that we expect to see from him. He's 5-11. It's just not a great overall look for South Build right now, but VLT are doing a fantastic job of shutting them out.
Yep, that's right. VLT on the aggressive here through Catwalk is where they want to go. 8-4 is the number. Can they kind of catch up? That's the question. They do find Flippy in the back. Immediately goes aggressive here. Goes out of the way, but Deathmaker just faster. Flippy couldn't even run. But right now, Azzy's trying to trade it out back in return, and Hell FF will be caught. But Pro will be fighting Deathmaker in the back here. Ja from the side here. Right to Ace. No longer right to Ace, but maybe right to end the match.
It's a great round from South Build. They needed that pistol. It was imperative that they take it, but I do think a little bit of that round on that pistol was maybe overreaching from the side of VLT. They pushed the envelope a little bit too far. They tried to get all the way towards CT when they already had pretty much clear control over the site.
Yeah,
and so when
right.
you reach out and you spread your forces, I think, too far like that, you get risk
You
getting
isolate
picked off.
yourself.
You isolate yourself and you get risk getting picked off one by one, and that's what we saw.
Yep, that's right. I really like how I mean, we've seen this happen to Velocity before in the Oblivion Force match. They lost so many rounds as soon as the switch happens. And I think we may be seeing this again. But South Build Esports, are they able to keep this momentum? That's the question. For now, Flippy gonna try to get some information from underneath Hell here. He does have a little bit of an idea. Doesn't have to go too aggressive. He doesn't want to, because Ja from the side here gonna play a bit more of an aggressive angle. Try to make sure that he can get some information at least.
That actually does suppress Ja very well. Oh my god, Deathmaker from short. His team completely open, but Flippy swinging from the back. The side gets 3, looking for 4. He does it. And that's going to be the round here for South Build. Just when we said Flippy needed to step up, he picks 3 big kills up on the 8th. Yeah, they were equal fragged, sure, but it should be enough to help boost his confidence a little bit more.
Yup, that's right. You should definitely see that again. Ja, a little bit overzealous, I believe, but you really gotta give it to not only Flippy, but also Pro. That recon was the reason Flippy was able to do that play. Without that information, that's crucial.
You're right on the money there, Tash. That one opening that they had towards short, I think there was a lot to be exploited here for VLT, but Flippy just comes in, guns a-blazing, and takes down all those fights that he needs to. But now the gun round, this is the true test for South Build.
They're still doing the same way.
I mean, it worked. They did get onto the side, Tash, so I wouldn't blame them completely for it. But South Build should be a little bit more ready for it, too.
Yep, Ja, different area he's holding this time. There comes the gravity well, they do know now, but the problem is Flippy does get tagged by that. Immediately flashes come in, Flippy playing an aggressive, sprays out. Deathmaker finds Ja in return, and suddenly Deathmaker's making so much space for his team. That's 2 picks already, and suddenly everything has fallen apart. Even though his location has been revealed, that doesn't bother him, because right now the only person they have to worry about is just Papi Chulo, and I don't think he can take a 1 versus 4.
Not on a Spectre, no. But you make a great point, Deathmaker exploiting short. I think a lot of it has to do with velocity. Finding weakness in that A short hold for South Build and starting to exploit that. They get in twice in a row. And this is something that they should definitely be aware of coming into the upcoming rounds. Now, Papi Chulo knows he can't win this round. he knows that there's really not much he can do. All he's going to try to do is get a couple of exit frags.
I think it is possible, but he's still trying to make sure he plays it safe because he needs to save this gun at least to make sure that next round he can at least save some money.
No,
for
I
that
wanna
falling
die.
of a Deathmaker coming out here. They're waiting, but right now he does good for one, but not good for two.
And that's enough on the bonus round. South Build won't be entirely happy with it. They'll probably hope that they'll take to take one more, maybe even two more. But 2 kills on a bonus round, it's fairly reasonable,
It really
especially
is,
now.
but look at that.
Yeah, let's go back to that. Deathmaker on that A short push has just been so deadly
He's
time
done
and
it
time again.
twice, yeah, and he always gets picks out of that. And just now, I feel like maybe I don't want to say that it was a weak hold, but really Deathmaker
No, it
knew
was.
how to play around that area.
Let's say it. I'll be straight up with you. I do think there was a little bit of weakness towards the short hold for South Build, and that's
Thank
fine
you for
because,
that.
because they are I'd say putting their investments in other areas of the map.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
the
He's
Velocity
doing
have
it
sniffed
again! Oh, this time around it's not gonna happen.
Don't fix what's not broken.
Yep, that's right. And this time he has covered. The sprays are coming out here, but Aziz finds Amaterasu, which gives them some breathing room here because at least they're not going to get suppressed. For now, they're trying to find Hell FF here. Little small peek is all he needs, but Hell FF says, no, not today. I don't want to risk it. Again, you can see this area. Deathmaker is here. He just misses him. He doesn't know.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's again another avenue that Velocity can exploit should the time come, but it looks like Deathmaker's thinking otherwise.
Yeah, you don't want to do it 3 times in a row. Shame on him if he does get caught. Recon Bolt is out. Ja trying to make sure that's not going to be happening. He has some information though from Main, but Aziz finds Deathmaker. That's exactly what they needed. So trades here. Aziz with a 3K.
Player standing.
That's 3 big kills from Aziz.
30 seconds left.
And that's going to be pretty much the round done and dusted here.
Oh, he doesn't know! Sorry about that. He does not know. I thought he did. 1 versus 3. Let's keep it coming. Pro from the side here. 5 HP. Can he at least get 1 out of that? Not quite. Oh, sure. No worries. But I really am so surprised right now because right now South Build playing it so safe. They did learn from that, but honestly they still don't have that hold onto tree yet. They just barely missed Deathmaker, but I'm surprised that Deathmaker didn't commit because if they come back on top, they went through there, I think they would have been able to win. Either way though, South Build did take that round, but let's see how it goes because it is finally a round where they can buy, and Aziz still on the op. Let's see if he can get some picks here.
He's found much success with it, and it's enough to force VLT into an eco. So Velocity now, balls in their court. What can they do? They're up for bat and deciding to swing towards mid. Already their presence has been detected by the alarm bot, but the response for South Build is just to play very, very patiently. Give up mid entirely. For that oh my god, okay, Aziz, not so sure why he was just sort of walking around there knowing that there was most likely already a player that's gotten up close, so that's a big pick off. The operator removed from South Build.
Yeah, that's right. But either way though, this is a very, very not great thing for South Build. Look at that, they're just gonna rush onto the side here. Papi Chulo playing from the side. He can't see because of the cover coming in from the other side, but he is good for 2, good for 3, make it 4! Oh my god, Papi Chulo!
What a hold, and sure it was on the equal round, but man, Papi Chulo is just delivering again and again. He's 16 and 9. Oh, let's take another look at it. It was just so pretty. There's just no way that they could have stopped him here. He deals with the Blade Storm, and that was the most important kill. You remove the Blade Storm from the equation, everything becomes just that much easier. Deathmaker has been such a problem for the South Build side. The fact that Papi Chulo finds him first is, I think, key to having that hold succeed.
I think he definitely heard the dash coming through. Immediately his brain goes, get that guy first. I was a bit worried without Aziz. That was the crucial op member, but it doesn't really matter this time. Papi Chulo can band-aid save you if he wants to. Deathmaker gonna try and peek through mid, walking his teammates here. They have some success coming in through catwalk, but Aziz still waiting on the side of B main.
Aldrone should be able to spot Hell FF. Ooh, it goes over his head, so I'm not so sure if he spotted him. But the gunshots might have been enough. Maybe the bullet tracers were spotted by the Aldrone anyway. So there is some degree of information here towards mid for South Build side, which is why they're giving it quite handily now.
Yep, that's right. SB Pro gonna be waiting here behind the smokes. Don't have to go on aggressive. He doesn't have to. He does hear some stuff. Flash does come out and he says, okay, there is definitely someone here on mid. Deathmaker again. Tree is his playground. And if he gets a pick here, that will be great for him. But Hell FF as well. He has complete control of Pizza.
Oh, there we go. Ultimate from KO, looking to suppress everybody on site. Ja, can he hold the line? It's no, and absolutely not. South Build fall flat as Amaterasu and right to Ace and Hell FF. They clean house. One of the cleanest A site takes that we've seen in a while.
Yep, that's
Easily
right.
remove all of the players here from the South Build side.
Amaterasu with 5 HP. He's not scared. Pro trying to come in through tree here, but the
Saving
door
that thing.
is closed. But he's gonna have to save. And again, that tree protection is just not there. Deathmaker, once he's in, he can just make it go crazy. They need to figure that out because that is clearly the only problem they have.
So far, yeah. So far, you're absolutely right on the money, Tash. It just... That tree short presence, that area for South Build has just been such an Achilles heel for them. Whether it's... Actually, no, it's really just been Deathmaker who's just running in and killing everyone from it.
Yeah, I'm
I don't know.
surprised there's no one actually taking care of that area because it's happened. This is the 4th time, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's the 3rd or 4th, and I think at this point they should start considering, you know, putting a little bit more utility on it, maybe
Probably
having
Chulo can
Chulo.
cover that.
Exactly.
I really think so.
And so now they're gonna call a timeout.
Oh, it's
but
not them. It's actually VLT.
Interesting.
I think it's good. I mean, there are some teams, they just want to make sure on round 10, they want to make sure they can just cover all their avenues or the angles, just close off the game. We have seen some teams. I mean, we saw VLT before, I believe, with Oblivion Force go all the way out to round 10. Then suddenly Oblivion Force took so many rounds and they weren't able to close it. I think they want to prevent that from happening if possible.
You're absolutely right. I think VLT, they just want to slow down the pace, but I think a tactical timeout like this actually might go into South Build's favor. Because they're trying to think, I guess, South Build now gets a little bit of time to think what went wrong in the previous rounds, whereas VLT, they can just keep putting their pedal to the metal and really driving home that game. It's already 10-8. Velocity are in a fantastic position. They cannot be too careless, however, because still, there's only 2 rounds away for a tie for South Build, and their money isn't fantastic. VLT can probably afford another buy if they lose, but if they lose maybe 2 more, if they get to 10-10, they'll probably be forcing an eco. We might see 11-10.
Yep, that's right. South Build needs to do something to make sure that they stop this momentum coming out from Velocity Gaming. But the thing is, even if they take a few rounds, Velocity just takes another double. That's just how they are. They're just so good at maintaining that heat that comes in. Either way, VLT is still going to be taking their time here. And look at that tree. Still no one taking care of it.
I think this is one of the 2 options that South Build can do. It's right.
Yeah.
Either you give it up, just completely stop with it, and just leave one person on A site,
and place post plant.
Yeah, and do post plant and just do everything else, and put more people towards mid and towards B, or you put more utility on it. This is, I think they start to recognize that there's a problem, and this is their response towards it. Now that they're approaching 3 again, they're doing it kind of with around 2 players.
Oh, he barely misses that tag, but he does get some information out of that. He's probably really happy because now they can have an idea like, okay, they're doing the same thing again, but where's the rotates though? There it is. We are going to see Aziz on the aggressive at tree. But the question now is, will he get him? Yes, he does. Deathmaker out of the way. That's one big problem, but Vibor, if he actually checks this, that'll be the end of that. Vibor aggressively pushing forward. He does have knives here. We'll just basically just pass each other. Oh my god, they just brush shoulders. Are you kidding me? But the plant will be going through right now. Pro gonna do for the lineups here. Can he clear that out? Vibor so happy. He walks straight into that lineup, but it wasn't planted for there.
That was very close here. I thought Aziz actually had that, but like you said, they brushed shoulders and they brushed so close to death. Hell FF spotted his shoulder out. But here comes the lockdown. It's gonna force out the players towards A main.
Special.
Signed, sealed, delivered here towards A main. That's not really gonna help them clear out the site. They have to be diligent with it. Now Flippy, they're already in on it. How can this play out? Now it's right to Ace to hold on to one. Amaterasu follows up. Papi Chulo trades. Now it's a 2v3 with time ticking away. Papi Chulo all alone can't do it. It's 11 for Velocity here. And South Build will look rocked once again.
I am just so shocked. They are not scared of the Papi Chulo special. Look at that. But the problem now remains is that because they're able to be so aggressive to the point that they don't have to worry. They know there is a little time on the lockdown, and they said, okay, let's wrap it up before the lockdown actually imprisons us. And that is just how fast they're able to accelerate their momentum if they want to. And finally, here's the South Build timeout coming through. They need to figure it out. It's 11-8. They're only 3 behind, but the problem now is we're on round 11.
Well, it is still 3 rounds that separates these two teams, and South Build now are facing a conundrum. Are they going to buy? They have 5,700 on Aziz. He can't afford an operator, and everyone else can sort of put together a scrappy buy. I do imagine that they will probably be playing for overtime. They might want to just save, because at best, they can probably get 3 guns out, 3 decent guns out for South Build side. Not really a lot of, no ulti for Aziz either, so no Bladestorm in the picture. I think they have to play for overtime here. They have to go for full eco.
Yep, that's right. But the problem is Deathmaker, will he allow that overtime is another question in itself, because he has been absolutely great in making that much needed space for his team as well. Vibor just great with just playing sneaky, just catching people off guard, and Amaterasu's suppresses just so good. For now, Flippy gonna try and get something out of that. Aziz walks straight, dab smack into that lineup for the shock darts. Just so unlucky right now. No heals for them, for both teams actually, but looking really good for South Build for now. Ja, that peak does give him a little bit of information that at least just one person there. Paranoia is now out. Smokes as well, if you think about it. And they're not worried. Shock Dart will give them that space, but Ja will be finding Vibor, but right to Ace finds Ja in return. Pro finds Hell FF, but he doesn't know there's still one more person up there, and that's right to Ace. For now, he'll be checking the corners here, but look at that.
No way.
The crossfire coming through, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 3. Southville Esports has the numbers, but can they actually hold it?
No way no way Pro still gets one before he goes down there, and they even pinged that location. So now it is that 2v3 like you mentioned. Guns blazing for Aziz as he peeks on one, he gets a double, and that's the last 2 players standing from VLT removed from the equation. They win that thrifty round as Velocity will not secure match point. We will be seeing South Build take an 11-9, and it's a thrifty
and free guns! Yay!
Free guns, exactly. They pick up 2 for free, and it's early Christmas for the South Build boys.
That's right. Either way, though, I'm still. Look at this. I thought they were gonna swing together, and that
was buy one get 2 free.
Yep, that's right.
I just realized that. I'm sorry. I just realized they bought 1 rifle and they got 2 for free.
For real,
Asians.
That's exactly it. Looking so good. When you think the Velocity was on heat, suddenly South Build was like, I feel kind of warm right now.
Nope.
Especially after timeout. But if SBE can keep going, they can make it at least to the timeout. I mean, overtime that you mentioned. LFF gonna be revealed at least. They do know one is at least on B main. Whoa! Ho, love those lineups coming in from the side of Pro.
He was definitely forced back on that, and so really good job from Pro to force back anybody playing for B main.
Here.
However, they're okay. Well, whose Xerxia is that? That was Pro's.
Pros.
He sees one. I think he doesn't get the tag. Speculative effort. Just maybe a little inquisitive for information there, but Ja playing close. Oh no, he misses. He dashes. He gets out actually, but Ja's low. Cannot be healed as the Hunter's Fury does come out for the response. Papi Chulo finds Amaterasu, and it's going to be Flippy to hold the line right now. He gets another one, a double for him. Flashing in through. He'll be flashing for himself, but already the offense has fallen back, staving off the push.
Yep, that's right. Heals will be coming for Ja at least, but Deathmaker gonna be passing the spike away. He needs to make some space for his teammate. Still definitely possible. Actually, it's possible, but it's also
30
very
seconds
impossible. Either way, 12 HP is all he has to work with. He is gonna be trying going in, but it will be Flash, has to look away from that. But look at this, he sees someone there. They do know someone is at tree. Ja gonna go aggressive here, right to Ace from the side, trying to get some information, or at least trying to just flush them out from the little corners there. Aziz from the top side gonna jump down. Ja finds right to Ace, but Deathmaker finds Aziz in turn. But thankfully, Flippy with the 3K, tying things up. Brings them to 11-10, finally catching up.
I think this does reset the economy here. No, there's still one more buy for the Velocity side. Barely. I think Deathmaker might drop for hell. No, there is a buy because of the Frenchman on their squad.
Wow, how
The chamber
dare
does
you.
have no, it's true. The chamber, it
I'm
gives them
just
money.
kidding.
Getting them some free guns.
Yeah, that's right. We love free guns. That's how us Southeast Asians like it. Whenever we buy a mouse, we expect a free mouse pad too. That's how it goes. But you want to play, let's play. Who's the one that will be caught out is the question. For now, Deathmaker going on the aggressive here. There is an Odin from the side, but does get anyone, not quite. Deathmaker just a little bit faster, but Aziz finds Deathmaker in return. Hell FF does find, and Aziz as well. Flippy from the side. Look at all these trades coming in. Suddenly it's a 1 versus 2 situation. But can they get the revive? But Ja with that beautiful wall bang, and
One
suddenly
enemy
all he has
remaining.
to worry about is just one per person called called Hell FF.
And now he's pushing with an op. Yeah, they are, but he's pushing with an op. He picks up the rifle. The bad timing. Just can't get it down. Ja wins it.
Esports clutch.
With just the patience play from Ja. Absolutely perfect.
Why did he switch?
He switched because he wanted to find the pick. He wanted to go aggressive, and it's so hard to do that with a tour de force.
It's true. But look at that. Everything was just happening at the main entrance there. The sprays that come out, and Ja was like, do I want to kind of kill this KO? Nah, someone's reviving him.
That was a great
Spidey
awareness from Ja
senses.
with a wall bang.
Yeah.
That's just, that gets, I think that kill, that wins him the round right there.
Right, that was a big move for sure. Deathmaker again has knives. Trying to make some space here through mid, and right now I love the fact that they're just trying to play as aggressively, but for now these nano swarms are gonna give them some space. They are all very, very aware that there are people here over on mid side, and look at the rotates coming in from the other side of South Build. For now, Deathmaker gonna find another way here. They don't want to play right into South Build's hands.
Hell FF, I don't think they spotted him, but they're aware that it's, oh, now they spot each other. Great flash, does come in, and I think he gets out, he does get away. The teleport does come through for Hell FF, and he does manage to escape. But with his tail tucked between his legs, now it's towards A short they go. Where they found success previously, that's where they're gonna head again. Deathmaker with a Blade Storm, can he open it up? Looks like a no right now as he misses the blades.
Oh my
Just the one time they absolutely need it. This might not be it because South Build are aware, and
Spike
Ja this
down
time is
A.
ready to respond.
One enemy remaining.
Suddenly, things look so grim for VLT. He does get one, but Flippy has his homie side. Round is 11-12. SBE just needs one round to end this clean, so they don't go into an overtime, because overtime is when your mental gets really, really tested.
They do. South Build. That was an eco round, but it still came a little bit closer. A little bit unfortunate that Deathmaker didn't land those shots. He had quite a bit of an opportunity to do it. And that would have been A short yet again. You know, the weakness, the Achilles heel. But this time, South Build, they hold strong in it. They see that the short was their weakness, and they adjust accordingly. Now they're going into the next round. It's match point here, and Aziz has the operator in B main.
Yep, that's right, Deathmaker. Get with the aggression,
Wow,
but
no
Papi
way.
Chulo with the sprays. He's not scared, even he's blinded, but for now, Matrasu will be finding him back in return. Aziz making sure that B-main will be clear. Immediately gonna reposition himself to look at market, but Flippy from the back here. Will he get some backstabs is the question, but Pro finds LFF. Aziz beautifully played, and suddenly, South Build last minute manages to bring it up to round 13, sealing the deal 1-0.
Well played right there from South Build. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, they warmed up a lot earlier than I thought they would. And You know, a lot of great plays here off the back of Papi Chulo. Papi Chulo coming in and shot, even though he didn't have the best of starts of the game, a lot of those came down to him in those 1v1s. But on the other side of Velocity, I do have to give big, massive props towards Deathmaker, who was fantastic at opening sights up again and again. How many times did they succeed on those entries of the plays of Deathmaker? But however, it is the stats that we are going to be looking at. Let's take a little bit of a glimpse at what just happened to us from a statistical perspective.
Oh, that was just such a good game. Let's be real here. From both teams, Papi Chulo coming on top. 20 kills is what you wanted, and they're gonna give it to you, Illustrato. 19 for Deathmaker. However, let's have a look at the rest of the team. I really think that in terms of VLT, they have really good plays. They have really good setups. They love to play in the smokes, but SBE was just a little better at the adaptation.
Agree. I think actually, honestly, the adaptation came a little bit late from the side of South Build.
I mean, you did say they're late bloomers.
Yeah, but when they got it, they really got it. You know, like they were able to lock down the sites they really needed. Deathmaker was shut down quite a lot of those times, and you know, each and every member of South Build started contributing, picking up those pieces of that puzzle that eventually became that brilliant hold that they had towards the later stage of the game. So as we take a look, not much difference in terms of any of the statistics at all. Actually, it was tied neck for neck, and in fact VLT have better stats for certain aspects as well. It's just true to what Black and Blue said earlier. It's the playstyle of South Build. They don't put up the ridiculous numbers, but they put up the big W's at the very end of it all.
Yeah, that's right. Look at the highlights here. I mean, while it started off really good, that was a great play by them. They walk out with the abilities. We've seen that so many times. But then you saw Vibor as well. As I said, the ability usage was so great. But the thing is, at first, it felt like South Build Esports wasn't able to come back around and figure that out. Like, how are they playing around with the abilities? But then suddenly, you see Aziz finally get warmed up and he starts fragging out. And then suddenly the whole team followed suit. You have to really give it props to them, because when you think about it, Papi Chulo does hold the line at the end of the day. He does bring home a lot of the plays. But I would say if you put side by side Vibor and Papi Chulo, I did ask in the beginning about them, like who's the bigger IQ player. I really have to say they're both the same.
Yeah, they're very much tied. I do think that Vibor had a great start, but I think Papi Chulo peaked a little bit higher in this game. Papi Chulo did a little bit better. He got a lot more, I think, a lot more clutches and a lot more openings. Defensively, though, Vibor was just phenomenal. Even on the Omen, he was doing the work of a Sentinel. So really great job from Vibor in that last game.
Oh, this was so beautiful.
Yeah, Papi Chulo is just something special, man. He's just always good, and I think he's the most consistent player on the South Build side every single time.
I absolutely have to agree that the problem is in the beginning. He was getting picked off so early as well. Same goes for Aziz, actually. But one thing I do have to say is that if you mess up with South Build Esports, they will punish you for it. There's just so many moments where there's a little bit of a mistake or miscomm coming in from VLT, and then suddenly you can see the aggression coming out for SBE, saying, oh, he messed up, let's punish them for that. VLT is more of like, I don't think it was more of like mistakes on VLT's side, it's just them walking into the trap set up from the side of South Build.
Well played right there. We took a look at the match and whatever just happened, but we have to move on forward. When we do come back from this break, it's going to be game number 2. South Build in the lead after stealing away the match from what was essentially Velocity's game for majority of the game. But let's talk about that when we return from this again. Illustrato and Tash Bunny, we're your casters here today. We'll be back in just a jiffy.
With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth to rise, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. In hot springs when the pressure rising, it's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high.
As we get deeper into summer and the summer gets scorching hot, so do the games. In a 1-0 right now, South Built do lead, clawing away from the very, very bottom from such a wide gap. They managed to overtake Velocity, but game number 2 is nigh. And there's still another chance here for the South Asian team, the last representative of the region, to hold true against the last representative of the Filipinos. So this is all about destiny for the 2 remaining players. Let's now begin to break it up. You are with me here today, Illustrado, and joining me is Tash Bunny. What a game we just saw.
Oh, that was absolutely so good coming in for both teams. You did mention that South Built sometimes loses a whole map before they warm up. But this time around, though, I think they're taking it pretty seriously.
Yeah. They have this kind of playoff mode that they go to when they're like, the more in danger they are of getting eliminated, the kind of better they get.
It's pressure.
For a lot of South Built fans out there, it's a source of immense
It's a heart attack.
It is.
Okay, when you're a South Built fan, all I can say is get ready for that adrenaline, get ready for the scare of your life as they kind of just claw off the edge and just kind of bring you back on top. That's how they played in the Philippines. That's how they're going to be playing here. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the story of the whole thing. Either way, though, their warm-up is still a bit late. Give them about 5 rounds before, but at least
7.
not a full map.
I think we counted 7 there. It took 7 rounds before they got into it.
I was just trying to be nice.
Okay, well, thank you, Tosh. But I think at this point we all know. No. We know. But it is the way that the cookie crumbles here for these guys. Now it's all up to Velocity to see if once again they can put the pedal to the metal and bring the nitrous oxide in game number 2. We'll be moving on for this. Anything you think that Velocity should be changing a little bit to take away this series? Because they had a great start. The first 4 rounds from Velocity were flawless, and then it started coming down just a little bit more time with each passing round.
I really think that as rounds go around, you did notice a little bit of change in momentum from the side of Velocity. They got a little bit greedy, a little bit too fast, and you saw the difference in momentum from the side of South Built. They're still kind of playing it slow. They're just waiting for the retakes. Instead, they're not too worried or too greedy, I feel. So Velocity needs to work on that momentum. When they're having good games, they can go crazy on that, but once South Built just comes toward the end there, they start, I wouldn't say the right word is choking because they're playing really, really well. I think the right word is just more outplay from the side of South Built.
I agree. I don't think that was a choke from VLT.
No.
Not by any means. Because they were playing very well up until the very end. It came down to the tiniest of margins. It came down to, and I'm not just trying to be diplomatic here. This is just what I saw. It came down to 11-13. This was
Yeah,
not
it was
a
very
joke.
close.
It was
It was
very
just-
close.
All I can say is it's literally who was a little bit faster on that first contact, who was a little bit better in terms of hiding, just a little bit, because there are so many rounds where it was so close, and you saw at least Vibor like coming up on top with just sliver of health left. Either way, both teams are just perfectly, I would say, equal in terms of how they play. But South Built, I do know there's one big flaw. They don't know when to start covering that big crack in their defensives. And one thing about Velocity is that they will do the same thing over and over until you stop.
Yeah, and at some point, it took a few rounds, but eventually South Built, they did get
4
it
rounds.
in the end.
I counted.
Okay, 4. Yeah,
I counted.
definitely was a lot, but they did eventually learn their lesson. But this is the fear factor right now for Velocity. South Built is a team that gets better with each passing game. They understand you more with each passing game. They know how you play coming into map number 2. And after winning a map number 1, I think this, I think we were talking and we were listening to the panel just right before this, and most people on the panel agreed that map 1 should be going to Velocity. And I think I honestly think South Built weren't 100% ready for Ascent either. The fact that they took a victory on map number 1, that's a very big deal for South Built.
It really was, but we're seeing a lot more high IQ plays from the side of Velocity than the side of South Built. Personally, I think they have a lot more better setups, a lot more ideas how to play that map. We saw the baits happen, the smoke plays, as well as how you want to play Ring Around the Rosie. Vibor, smoke criminal, as you would call it. But after this, though, looks like Velocity, actually South Built Esports is the one that actually chose Ascent. That is South Built Esports map after all. So I would say that they had a little bit more of an upper hand just because they chose that map. But Haven is the one that Velocity chose for map number 2.
Yeah.
Now, after that as well, we know that the defensive side is what South Built chose here, because as we know, I feel like for Haven, attacking side is a little bit more skewed toward attack because of the 3 sites and how the rotations can be. But my question is South Built Esports ready to kind of like set themselves up or brace themselves against all these really 300 IQ plays as well as setups from Velocity?
Honestly, I think that this, Haven is a map that South Built is pretty comfortable on. It's a map where Papi Chula plays. That's take note of that. Papi Chula plays in this one. That's a very, very big factor. I think Micro will be stepping in instead of Pro, if I'm not mistaken. But at the same time, Haven is something that they have a game plan for. Now, to map number 3, where if we go towards Bind, that's where I think South Built will have a lot of problems. So I think if South Built want to win this series, they have to take Haven right now. They have to utilize Papi Chula to his fullest. And if I'm not mistaken, in Bind, that's where Papi Chula doesn't play. I think it's Micro and Pro who plays in Bind.
Honestly, when you think about Bind, I think Papi Chulo's KJ plays would come up on top, I believe, especially on B side. But if he's not very familiar, you are right. Rather just not take the risk and put someone else who is more comfortable. And when you think about all these rotating players for certain maps, it does make total sense. I'm surprised that more teams aren't doing it, especially when they have so many subs.
Yeah, we are taking a little bit of time, by the way, to get this match started. I think we're waiting on Velocity to get back into their seats. But yeah, now we're getting into it very, very soon. So any predictions, any expectations here? Tash, for me, it has to be a 2-0. I'm not just saying this because I honestly thought the first map would have went Velocity's way. But once I saw that 0-4 on South Built side, I'm like, okay, they have to play for Haven and then they have to play for Bind. But now that we're getting into Haven itself, I don't think South Built is going to lose their impetus at the moment.
Yeah, we saw the warm-up already happen from the side of South Built here, but it's a 50-50 for me. It can go either way because I've seen how Velocity plays before, and just now we've seen that increase in their skill, or improvement rather, and I think that they'll be able to hold up on top, especially with Deathmaker. I think Deathmaker will be their biggest problem, and if they do run a chamber as well, also it'll be very, very painful, especially if they're on the in the defensive side. Either way, Vibor, if he keeps playing the way he does, he's gonna be giving South Build Esports at least a run for their money, especially with his smoke plays. It has been the bane of South Build's existence, especially on that map just now.
One thing as well that I think is going to be interesting on Haven is I know that Ja will play on the Jet this time.
Oh,
And-
it's a very different way. And I think I'd really like to see that as well. I felt like Ja, while his smokes have been good, but as you said before,
That's from the
seeing
last
him
game.
on Astra. Yeah, I mean, if you as we talked about.
Oh no, he's gonna play on. Oh, never mind. I guess I'm wrong.
Actually, I don't think Ja was that bad on Astra, but for sure he needed the warm-up because you didn't start seeing him online until round 7, where his gravity wells actually started to make sense. But we didn't see a lot of cosmic divides from him though because of his low frags.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on the money there. As we're gonna be seeing the double initiator now coming in through 4, the side of South Bill, and we're taking a look at what they've got. Again, Astra on the Ja. Sorry, Ja on the Astra, not the other way
The
around.
other way around.
And KO once more will be making an appearance. Now, this is something I'm a little concerned about. I'm not too convinced of the KO on Haven. It's not something I see as.
It's a big map.
It's a big.
That's
it's
why.
a big map, but I
Yeah.
guess it balances it out because they have the Sova anyway.
If they can run the Sova recon with the knife as soon as, you know, they get the information they need, it would be huge if they could run with the knife. We've seen it happen before earlier as well. We have also seen, you know, earlier in the earlier matches today that we had someone run with the Sky Trailblazer. So I really would like to see that. But if, say, that South Build Esports are more proactive in getting rid of the knife as well as the recons, that would be huge.
Well, let's dive into it. Game number 2. Here we are, the last chance for Velocity. And the last chance for South Build as well. Both of these teams fighting for tournament life. It's a Filipino team versus an Indian team here. The APAC one will survive and move on through to the playoffs. The other one will be sent packing. A lot is at stake for this one. You obviously want to be in the playoffs. Just even getting into the playoffs is a big deal for some teams who even haven't had the exposure of getting to a large playground like this, an arena where thousands and thousands are
You
watching
learn
you.
so much
Yeah.
because when you play in just your own country, it's a small pond, and then suddenly you are, you
Not a
know,
big
suddenly
fish.
not a big fish anymore, and you have so many different strats to deal with, different play styles, as well as people so much better from you. It's definitely an experience you want, even if you don't win, because it's an experience that kind of teaches you a lot more about the game. And once you start playing against in your country a side way, I mean, you've seen how PaperX from a very, very small region, look how much better they are than the rest of the other teams here from Malaysia and Singapore.
Yeah, that's true. I think PaperX are one of the most
30
perfect
seconds
examples that you could have brought out for this, and because PaperX, they are a team that has been fairly global for a while now. They hardly ever scrim with local teams, right? But
No.
before we talk about them, let's talk about what's happening before our eyes. Papi Chulo finding right to Ace.
Spike planted.
And the spike will go down towards A. And they're kind of a little bit discombobulated. Amaterasu will be separated from the rest of his team. And they're going to try to take a double. Ja wins it. And now they're going to be going towards 8. They still have
That's
3
good
more players to
pickoffs.
find. Advanced angle here for Vibhor. He has his paranoia out. He's gonna
Oh
get
my
things-
god, he didn't know that he was there! Vibor again! Are you serious? At least he got punished by a Ja out of that. And suddenly Flippy from the side. Round 1, immediately South Build wraps it up. Oh my god, they only lost Papichulo.
They only did. Well, only, but still. I do have to say that South Built, their read on the situation was very, very good. I do
They
think
knew
the
they
VLT
would
were,
play the flanks, right?
Yeah, they were aware of the flanks. And I do think VLT were a little bit too far separated from each other. Why are there 2 players holding C long when the rest of the spike, when the spike is on towards A and everybody else is already on the site? So that to me leaves a couple of big question marks.
Yeah, I think they didn't know how exactly South Build will be playing this. That's why they're still getting a read. And as I mentioned before, usually round 1 to 5 is the getting to know each other round. Kind of like a blind date, but right to A is going to be jumping this. As he's playing a little bit deep, misses that, but now they are very, very aware. Ja finding Vibor. That's a big impact out of the way, and immediately moves away. FF from the side here. The spray is coming through from Ja. Doesn't manage to get him out of the way, but Flippy has his back, thankfully.
Flippy bails out his teammate right there. Ja almost getting taken down by the right clicks of the classic. And it's Pro who does find, along with Ja, the next 2 kills. Right to Ace left alone. Aziz really can't get that shot off. He's taken like 5 shots, I think, and he still can't land it onto right to Ace. It had, you know, there are days.
There are days, yeah, there are off days. Right to Ace does find 1, but Ja will be trading that out. Ja now with 3. We just talked about Ja playing straight up in your face, and look at that. He steps up.
Indeed. And Ja starting with a 5-0. This is a great sign for South Build. I wouldn't say that Ja is a very inconsistent player. He has always been a phenomenal
Sometimes
player.
no warm up.
He does.
Yeah.
And I think now that he's starting with a 5-0, this looks good for South Build.
I really like that Flippy traded out the Sky for a breach, especially on this map. It's so good for attack, especially
Agreed.
if you go to B, because it's a very, very small area. However, I like the fact that they're able to play retakes when they go to A. They're not really too concerned too much. Deathmaker here, he wants the garage, but there's 2 people there wall banging it. There is the Astra Star there, has to be careful, but look at that, immediately covers the whole area out. Ja already ready to get up close and personal in your face, and Deathmaker definitely knows that.
Yeah, Deathmaker doesn't really want a piece of it because the likelihood of him getting shot up from the multitude of corners, there's an array of them towards that garage area, it is too much of a big risk without the proper support. Instead, they're going to be working their way towards A, and it's all well and good because there should be a lot of information gathering with the utility of the Killjoy there. Nano Swarm slows them down, but they're already onto the side, so it will be a 5v5 retake. But look at this, a combat eventually is going to happen here towards the flank as Vibhor is watching for the quick push towards the back.
Alright, so just now Nico just gave us a little bit of information. They said breach pick was actually specifically for KO.
That's big, and I love the breach pick because how many lockdowns can you actually destroy with that as well? Let's see if it comes into play here. The double swing out coming through. Retake now commencing. They do get a ping with that recon bolt. Ja has information on the lurk. Amaterasu opens up, traded out by Flippy. Health can't find a target. It's Pro who does. Now it's a 2v3 right here, and Ja coming in for the flank. Absolutely huge. Right to Ace. He spots him still, and from above it's Pro to land a shot, raining down Hellfire upon VLT, taking and stealing away this round from VLT. Barely enough time. They have 0.74 seconds. Just threading the needle in that one, Tash.
Yeah, that's right. I am just... wow. I am so surprised at this. Look at Ja just step it up, and he has that warm-up in the first match, and look at that crossfire coming through from the both of them, and they were so ready for it. When you talk about A is much more easier to get into, but it's also very easy for retakes as well. And I think that's what South Build is trying to do. They're just like, it's okay, if it's A, we can just play retakes. We don't have to worry too much about it. Look at this aggressive angle here coming in from Pro, trying to get some information. KO Knife does give them the information that they're here. But Azzy's like, it's okay, I have an op. Do I really need my abilities for this? It's only like, what, 35 seconds? That's right. For now, suddenly we are seeing VLT struggle right now. And this is their map. They didn't know that South Build, Papi Chulo especially, picked this. Either way though, let's have a look at this. Deathmaker and aggressive Vibhor does find Papi Chulo, which is definitely a very big pick. Deathmaker from side Ja from there, but Ja is just faster with the better gun. Tayo Amaterasu with 11 HP left. And right now, all he needs is a small little achoo, but Vibhor from Garage will have his teammates back here. Pro trades that out here. They know in the backside. And look at this. 4th, just like that, taken away from BLT.
It's still a very good round for Velocity. They get 2 kills. It's, I'd say, something that they can't be too worried about. They managed to challenge the economy of South Build a little, at least force a couple of buys. And the fact that they get the spike plant, it's, I wouldn't say it's a win.
They always get the plants. They always get the plants, but they don't manage to just seal it.
Yeah, and closing out the game, the rounds, of course, is the difference between winning and losing the game. As the replay does come in, we take a look at how things went out. It was one of the cleaner rounds for South Built here as we get into a 4-0. Reminding the audience that it was also a 4-0 earlier on, but VLT's favorite map number 1.
Yeah, that's right. But let's have a look at here. The reveal does come around, doesn't give them the information they need. Aziz very aggressive here, doing jet things. But Deathmaker says, we're actually gonna go to C.
And towards that...
No, they changed their minds.
Yeah, never mind. It is what it is. Oh,
oh, beautiful catch there onto Flippy. That's from Hell FF. Immediately repositions themselves, and because of that pick, they think, okay, it's a little bit safer at least for us to go to C. The flash does come out. Amaterasu going aggressive, but look at how many covers there is. Right to Ace finds Ja. Straight up there, Papachulo playing from the back. But the problem is, he does get detected. He can't do anything right now. His bots are offline.
Yeah, it gets absolutely shut down there, and LFF will be working towards Garage, looking to deny anybody from pushing in closer. And I think Aziz is probably gonna just save this. Surprisingly, South Built doesn't actually have the best of economy, so...
Oh, they don't. But Pro finds one more in return. At least he has one out of that, just to make sure to cripple them just a little bit. Don't want that comeback to happen.
Yeah, if they can find maybe 2 more kills on the exits, that would be a great help for the side of South Built. But VLT, they take their first round in the game, and it's a very convincing one towards that C side. It is an area that they have found success in, and if game 1 was any indicator of how the rest of this would be played out, then VLT will be trying time and time again to exploit the weakness that they have found towards that C side.
Yep, that's right. First map taken. It looks very convincing this time round. I did say round 5 is the when I get to know you. But look at this. They knew exactly what was coming up. You gotta say, Hell FF's picks were the ones that really gave them the momentum at least. Either way though, South Built needs to do something to stop this momentum because VLT is a team that runs on that.
They do. And VLT with the momentum, they are a very dangerous team. But South Built, they're known to be one of those teams that are just the immovable objects. So hard to break through them.
You think they broke them, but no, not really. Deathmaker again through Garage. It feels like the tree area here, but Ja, this time on the aggressive. He will be playing the smokes. There's a gravity well right now. Deathmaker from the side here, just a little bit faster. We'll be very happy with that pick.
Yeah, that's a big kill onto Ja.
You are powerless.
But for now though, Recon Bolt does spot Aziz out. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. He's out of the way as well. Right to Ace will be happy with that, but Pro will find Amaterasu in turn. Hell FF finds Flippy, but the revive will be happening. The only moment where the revives will be happening from Jet. He will actually no, Jet won't be doing that. Actually, it will be Bibor.
And they keep every... Okay. Pro just getting melted through the smoke there. Not really much you can do with that one. I don't think he can even find the operator, so it's probably going to be a full eco for the South Built side coming up after this one.
That's right.
Papachulo
He
will
wants
want
to find someone, finds Bibor. That's huge.
Makes it expensive, at least finds a pick. And we'll try to work his way closer and closer up on towards logs here. And Deathmaker's ready for the shot, and we'll be able to take us to a 4-2. VLT fight back. They bring us closer and closer to equalizing the game.
Yep, that's right. They have broke or found at least the code that is the Rubik's Cube called South Built Esports.
Oh, they have money.
Yeah, they have money too. Not looking great. They did lose too, but let's have a look at that. Deathmaker coming in through here finds Ja. This is exactly what we talked about in terms of Deathmaker on tree from the previous map as well. And then suddenly, right to Ace, when as soon as Aziz got tagged, immediately just lets rip, immediately taking Aziz out of the game. But now this is a different round because they don't have that Hunter's Fury. Will they be able to bring it back at least is the question.
Oh, Aziz missing that shot there towards mid, gets brought very low, and he gets spammed through the wall. They know that angle all too well. Now they're going to be trying to plant on B, baiting out a little bit of utility, but Papachulo with a judge close angle. It's Amaterasu who gets one almost second, but it's right to Ace who brings balance to the universe. 3v2 is Flippy and Pro, the only ones left standing. It's a long rotation from Pro. He's going to come in all the way from A. He'll be coming in for the flank though.
Yeah, that's right. Flippy, from the side here, we haven't really seen those impacts for concussives, at least coming from Flippy. Has all just been pure gunplay, rather. Right, 2Ace does get that information he needs from the side of window. Right, 2Ace will be getting that thing out of the way. Either way, though, the recon will be coming out, trying to spot people through that smoke. Thankfully, doesn't, but the flash does come through. There's a paranoia as well. Here's Pro playing the corner here, spots one out. Deathmaker a little bit faster on that first initial contact. Right, 2Ace will be just be spraying, and they have wasted enough time that the pop does happen, but they can't actually force that. He gets one, gets two, 3 Ps, but won't be able to at least seal the kill.
Yeah, he's gonna save this gun as well. He should be able to get out. Yep, he does. But it makes it so expensive for the VLT. So I'm a little bit. They can still probably buy it on top of this. Yeah, look at. Oh my God, VLT's rich. They have like 9K on 3 players.
Yep, that's right. But that's what I talked about just now. We did hear the aggressive. I think it was a Rolling Thunder from the side of Flippy. But as I said before, I mean, when you play with a breach, you really, really want to play with the team. But we haven't seen that moment where Flippy moves in with the concuss for those really, really big picks, rather.
And those are the picks that you really rely on, especially in a large map like Haven, to sort of bring you an early advantage. The operator hasn't really been working out for Aziz. He hasn't been getting the value that we hope and expect with an operator on a map like Haven. There's just so many ways that he could go about it. Missed the shot on towards B, and even towards A just hasn't had that much impact. So and towards C, he was just flushed out with utility. So at this point, Aziz might start considering dropping the operator for now because it hasn't been working out. Maybe picking up something else.
This feels like Red Neville this morning, honestly. Same thing as well. Sometimes you just need that change in pace. But there is BLT with the timeout just now. We might see a change in pace, at least, or at least a change in play style from them. And I'm really interested to see how they'll be doing this. Because right now, they're ahead, rather, in terms of economy at least. And they're just like, okay, how can we make sure that this keeps on going in our favor? For now, Papi Chulo not really popping off just yet. But we do know that for KJ, you really need that moment for them to really pop off. I mean, the judge play did work out in his favor, but not really that big impact you wanted to see from Papi Chulo. But as you did say, it takes a while for them to warm up, but maybe this is one of those moments. There is a suppression coming in from Flippy. He can't use any of his utils. He is in the back of sight right now. He has to be careful. Playing inside of the smokes will be Flippy. He finds Amaterasu. Beautiful play. And right now, here comes the concuss coming out as well. Deathmaker now out of the way thanks to Pro, and this is what I was talking about just now.
They do have 3 players still standing. It's a 3v5, so South Built, they've managed to find a very, very good foothold in this round. He will be...
Vapor, he's ready for that. What's the timing? Will he be able to see? Pro doesn't see that, but does spot up one. They do know someone is out there. On to Haven. Pro gonna use the recon out the way. Papi Chulo with 31 HP. Gonna have to play it real safe. Vapor trying to play aggressive, but will be punished for that.
Well, Pro does go down with a great shock dart. And they do have now a little bit more of an opportunity. As Crispy looking for another one. Can he double dip? No, it's Aziz who does it. And it's going to be a round here for South Build, exchanging the attention, drawing aggro. Nicely done from South Build as they get themselves a 5-3.
That was exactly what Vibor and Deathmaker did just now in Wine, and suddenly they learned. They really learned, and suddenly it's a taste of their own bitter medicine.
Hit the fool. It is now
one enemy remaining.
Another round here for South
The
Build.
bait and switch. Yeah. Look at that. Oh man, South Build Esports never stops to amaze me with their interesting plays and how they just switch it out around. For instance, Deathmaker aggressively with the knives. Will he at least get one pick is the question. Pro immediately giving that space away to play with his teammates, instead going up to Heaven, and suddenly A is all free to them.
They have sight in control. There's still quite a lot of work to do. It's a 5v5 retake. South Build happy to play for these. But Amaterasu finding Ja on the lurk, that's absolutely big. But there's one more coming in, and that's Papi Chulo. If Papi Chulo goes down here, that could very well be the round already. He has to play this smart. Timing. When are they going to start the play? They're waiting for the flash to begin it. The recon should start the retake.
That's right, Pro just taking his time with this, but the thing is they are running out of time. Recon is out, doesn't spot anyone. Amaterasu from the back, Papi Chulo will be the one catching him out in turn, and suddenly the Concuss is out, but they're running out of time. How are they going to be playing this? Flippy gets one out of it, and that's Deathmaker. Vibor gets one in return, and then suddenly it's going to be so good for them. They are going to be waiting in the back here. They will be blown up to smithereens. Papi Chulo, they don't win it, but at least they just cripple their economy.
Absolutely, the economy not in a great spot by any means here. The operator will come back for Aziz. I'm a little bit... I don't know. I'm not so sure about this operator because it hasn't
Aziz
really
was
been...
looking way better with the rifle. I have to agree with you on that.
So I'm not 100% convinced. I'm just hoping that if he does bring out the operator, he does change it up. And so he will be holding that A side, long side throw towards the long area. Will be smoked off. And already, what can you do up against that? Forcing him to change angle.
Yep, that's right. Pro trying to get some information here. VLT still on the attack. But he doesn't actually spot anyone out. They all are very aware. Aziz trying to wait here in case someone wants to play inside the smoke. But hell FF. He wants to go through mid. Right now, Aziz waiting on the side there. Oh my god, the timing. He does not know that Deathmaker was there. And now, free up just for Deathmaker. You know he can do a lot of damage with that.
Deathmaker is still in the picture, and Deathmaker has been the key a lot of these rounds to get in onto those sites along with Vibor. That duel has just been so fearsome, but now they have a chance at leveling up the game. They go into the site as well, and they're trying to bury themselves in it as Flippy looks to hold the line, gets attacked. Oh, nice adjustment towards the right, flip and flicks. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, staves them off a little bit longer. The spike is dropped into no man's land, and it gives Southfield a little bit of a chance to buy a little more time here. Flippy on low HP, so he will have to play this a little bit more carefully. We'll have backup in the form of Ja, however, but the moment this wall goes down, it should be the time for VLT to enter onto the site. But this crossfire is so difficult to deal with. There's 4 players working it, and the lockdown it's already been deployed, but Ja comes up with 1. Flippy looks to go from the flank. Pro mows 2 down, and that's going to be the round. Southfield will take the lead and hold it. And take that 6th round on the board.
Lockdown or not, they don't care. They will play as aggressively as they can. But look at this. Flippy plays it real big. Those 2 picks he got gave him the Rolling Thunder immediately with the wall. Isolating actually VLT out of the site. Suddenly they are so unsure. How are we gonna get inside? This is kind of something that we want to do for the post plant.
And the post plant really has been a lot of where VLT has been failing to find success.
They didn't get a plant that round actually when you think about it. They dropped the spike. Either way, it's just so crazy how they're playing that. Aziz finally online. Jump from the side here will be winning that out against Deathmakers. Only 1, 2, 3, 4 players on the way. Hell FF wants to make something happen. Will be just caught out. Flippy just doing work right now. This is crazy. Are they listening to my comms about Flippy? Because he has been, right after I said that, he's immediately becoming the monster of the team.
Well,
Flippy
is just, Flippy's always been kind of insane. He's one of those players who can just pop off and be absolutely, crazy when the time does come. It's very... I guess we haven't really seen Flippy so much in this tournament because in one of the very important games, he played the KO, and that's not something he was 100% comfortable on. Now on Breach, he's just looking right at home. He's using the utility and supporting the team perfectly as is getting that pick up onto Hell FF. Looking for another one in the smoke. He finds a second, but Papi Chulo gets the trade on the Amaterasu. 3 players down here. 2 more to go as Flippy finds yet again another one, and it's a double kill from Flippy. Time and time again, battering the Velocity players into submission. South will secure the 8-4.
I am so shocked. That was so clean from them. Look at this. Aziz doesn't even care about the suppress. Even with the fragment, he still wants to play aggressive. And the only reason he got caught out was because the aggressive pushes were coming in. But look at those crossfires. They were ready for each other from so many different angles to the point that Velocity doesn't even know where to look.
You're absolutely right. Just all the utility and all the shots being fired from all different angles. South built just had a firing squad there towards C. There's nothing really that VLT could have done. Now this is the thing here. When it comes to that C site, Tash, it's one of those sites where you can really pretty much give up because of the fact that it's much easier to retake. Having said that, South Build are doing a fantastic job. They're showing that they're so confident that they will hold on to C. That they don't care if it's easier for them to retake. They want to take the fight. And with scorelines like this, with results like this, who can blame them?
Honestly, Flippy, I have to really give it to him. Out of nowhere, he was looking so not great in the beginning, then suddenly he just pushed the pedal to the metal and just goes up all the way to 16. He just moves with his utilities, and those concusses have been absolutely huge, giving those really, really big picks that they need. And you saw just now, Pro, he will move together with those concusses as well, just to really help out. Either way, VLT is just not able to kind of like get those really huge picks, at least from the side, because Papi Chulo, I mean, he doesn't have to step it up because he knows that Flippy and Ja will be the main players for this game. And Papi Chulo said, it's okay if you guys aren't able to seal it, I'll be from the side here, just making sure that you guys can tie things together. Either way though, looking really good, 8-4, but I'm just worried that VLT will be able to make a comeback, especially as this is now, you know, the swap between the two.
Well, now we switch sides, like you mentioned, and Flippy and Ja truly going above and beyond, leading the charge for their team.
LFF is playing two sides here, are you noticing this?
They are, and that's absolutely fine because they're just gonna play retake towards C.
Ooh, Amaterasu.
It's something that they're happy to be doing, but Amaterasu will challenge towards A and actually get a nice pick there towards Aziz. And now,
that's huge. They don't have an entry frag.
They go, but here's the thing. In a 4v5, they need to find a pick. It's so hard to hold on to C on the post plant if you don't have a man advantage, if you don't have the utility and the weaponry for it. And guess what? They don't. So they will have to do a little bit more. They have to hold really firmly if they want to keep control of this round. And so they will. They will push towards C. They want to get more control, so they want to try to even get towards spawn here. This is the perfect play from South Build, but will it pay off? Flash comes through, but Vibor is ready.
Oh man, Ja. Oh, not great. Hell FF getting one, gets two actually from Deathmaker, and suddenly it all falls apart right now. Because see Deathmaker just shaking his mouth, just so happy. Really, they lose one, only one out of that. Actually, no, they didn't lose anyone. Right to Ace survived barely, actually.
Well, that's a great start for VLT to come back into this game. It has like, what, 3 rounds between them now. It's a fantastic chance for VLT to get back into this. Should be seeing 8-6 after this. And
yeah,
so,
that's right. I really like the setups here coming from LFF. They're just making sure that he can anchor at least 2 different sites, and the rotations are going to be really, really huge for him. But right now, I have a question for you. What can Southfield Esports do to kind of come back into this round, at least to go through the defenses from VLT?
hit their shots. It's just something that they do. I don't wanna oversimplify it, but they're probably gonna go towards the B side for a quick plant. And if they get it, sure, that's already the win. That's what they wanted. But if they can hit their shots and get a couple of kills on top of it, that's a big, big W. But it doesn't look like they can do it right now. Flash comes in, they're looking the wrong way.
Amaterasu and Vibor, are you kidding me? Look at those sprays! That was just so good. And again, this is the type of play we saw from VLT earlier, playing with the smokes as well. And when you walk out with those flashes, it just gives you so much. Let's look at that again. Amaterasu does the pop flash. Immediately, that's all of that nano source coming in from the side. They didn't check Amaterasu's side because from the other side, Amaterasu was already distracting them. How are they able to get away with that?
It's a clean, easy bait and switch for the VLT boys. They know how to hold those angles. Since we now on towards round number 15, 8-6, and find South built in a position where they should be able to close out this round. It's a matter of how many they lose. Now, towards B side, they didn't really find a lot of success here, but they want mid control at the very least. So I imagine
B side is very hard to play post plant. Let's be real here. Recon is out. We're trying to see if we can get any picks from there. Aziz already on the site, immediately clears out Hell FF's spot. But for now, look at all of this area, but Hell FF with a double onto Aziz and Pro. Actually,
Well,
Papi Chulo will be traded out.
They've already lost 2, so that's a big win for VLT already. Make that 3. B site is just not the place to be for the side of South Built here. They're stalled out in the middle of the highway. Can anybody come rescue them? Doesn't look like it's going to be the case, though. They do have a little bit of weaponry. 2 Vandals to their name. But it's going to be so hard. This crossfire, look at where the spike is. It's towards the back of the site. It's a good flash, sure. And they brought it down to a 2v3. Smoke will come in. They want to get ahead of it, and so they do. But Ja.
That's right.
Well, he's managed to find yet again another one. 2v2 out of nowhere. Ja finds a third for a 4 kill. He's going to be able to do it, and Ja gets the 4K clutch. That certainly is the round that they were looking for. That is South Built biting back into the game, recovering a situation that they had no business winning, but still, it was scrappy to say the least. They lost way too many players on that.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I'm just so surprised at VLT. How can they allow themselves to be isolated like this? This is definitely not the play. Usually we see them swinging together. What happened?
I do also think it's a lot to do with VLT just, South Built picking the wrong site. If I'm being honest, we look at their economy, it's in ruins. They're absolutely shattered. South Built will call a timeout because they have to figure out what the hell just went wrong. And if you ask me, it's because they rushed B without a lot of information and against forced buys. I'm against the bonus round. Not exactly the best of decision making in that one. I guess they just wanted to change things up. But VLT were ready for it.
I'm just surprised that they chose B. There are so many different sites, and I personally think they would do so much better on A, especially if we can get the entry onto that with Aziz as well as Pro. And Papi Chulo's setups will be huge if they can play it right. I'm just surprised why they want to go B.
I have no answer for you because I'm also kind of wondering. It's good fortune for them that they did win that round, but as a result, look at what's happened. Their economy, they have to stick on a couple of Spectres here. I wouldn't be surprised if
they have no guns.
Yeah, exactly. They won't have any money, but they're still a very capable team of winning these rounds. I just don't like that they put themselves in these kinds of positions.
Yep, that's right. It looks like they still want to play near B at least, but Papi Chulo gonna clear it out. Aziz putting so much space on there. Clears that out again, but look at that setup from Hell FF. They know. And again, they're doing the same thing. Aziz putting on top side there, but he does get caught out earlier. He has to be careful from the right side. For now, Ja does get one Podetker out of the way. Vibor will be getting Pro. And right now, it's still a 3-on-3, still possible for both teams. Aziz does get Recon Ball to 26 HP. Hell FF from the side here, but Aziz a little bit faster. But for now, they are just gonna make sure that they have all their angles covered, right? To Ace from the side here. Does he know? For now, they do know now. And now suddenly their attention is all onto him. He's all alone.
Right to Ace, he might have to go for a save here, and I think he will. He does get out footsteps. A lot of footsteps for Aziz to pick up on. And South Built will be able to take this round. They get double digits velocity. This should have been a round that, well, not should have, but it's a very good round for them to have taken, especially in the lesser buy of South Built. But now it's them who are kind of looking on the ropes. They can't afford to buy at all. And Velocity, they're going to have to come up with something a little bit more creative on this defensive side, a little bit more responsive, because every single time South Built, they're doing it just that much better on these, I wouldn't even say inspired takes. They're just going to be and winning.
They should be punished for that like they did the last 2 rounds, but I'm not too sure what happened there from the side of Velocity because they won it. However, C will be their site of choice this time round. And look at that, Vibor already tagged as well, but nope, they're gonna just be changing their minds again because of these smokes, I suppose.
Probably hang on for a little bit longer. I don't think that C is the right call for South Built right now.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. C is hardest to get onto. Let's be real here. Vibor can be the bane in their side if he wants to be, and against smokes. You have seen the sprays that come from him. Either way, he does have his ultimate. There comes the fragment, gonna buy some more time for them. They do still have 1 minute, but they need to choose a site soon.
Yeah, that's the play. That's the play. Make presence on C. Keep them towards C, and then begin that rotation elsewhere. but it's actually going to be double back. They fake it out. They're going to go back towards it, and might have been enough because they still spot one player, Vibhor, who was very much low on HP, and they will want to try to take these duels with the lesser against the lesser weaponry. As this spots out the barrel, spots out the edge, and he does tailwind in. It's going to be a full commit right now through Garage. As this lines up one, he gets a double kill. Great entry for him. Great recon as well to give information. And the rest of the back line for VLT just whittles down into dust as it's all left to right to Ace with the Sheriff.
That recon was huge on Papi Chulo. All he had to do was make sure no one was coming in from CT. Oh my god, and that's exactly how it looks like when you give your team enough information. They did that earlier in the last match, and once again he did it again. Aziz was just so fast to react to all that information. That's all he needed, let's be real here.
It is a great round for Southville to have taken with the cleanliness that they did take it. Timeout now for VLT because they are quite stumped for the meantime. I do imagine that they would like to take a few more rounds than this. I think they need to be a little bit more creative. Like I said, do that triple push towards A main. Work towards mid control. Do something. Get someone tucked away towards pocket and C long. Literally anything to force South Built to change their game plan. Because South Built at this moment are leading the way every single round. They're playing the way they want to play. VLT is not forcing South Built to adjust.
Yep, that's right. And on top of that, I would really like to see Vibhor play on flanks. He does have the capability to. We've seen him do it before, but he'd rather anchor than that. I saw Hell FF just taking care of two different sites. Either way, I think that B play just now just really kind of like put a spanner into their plans, I feel. But right now, we are going to be seeing them play a different sort of lineup here. I think they really want to anchor onto C because they've been seen them do it at least 2-3 times. And where... oh, that was so cheeky. We saw right now, just now, where they put their nanoswarm. It's exactly where Aziz likes to come in to dash into, at least when he goes on the aggressive. Suppression is out right now. They will just kind of take their time with it.
Yeah, and fine. Take all the time you need, South Built. Something where that should have been a kill for Deathmaker any day. Frustration might be starting to set in here because those shots, he would have landed that earlier on in the Ascent, and he was landing crazy shots, but this time a little bit of cause for concern as the Rolling Thunder does come in. They now build the pressure towards the site. They get on Aziz entries. Yet again, there's a hole that has been found, and they're going to widen that gap and that hole to get closer and closer to match point. The spike will be now planted, and it's completely up to VLT to change the pace of this game, but that denies Hell FF yet again to a 3v5. This is already safe territory, and you can see them backing off. VLT want no more of this fight.
Yep, that's right. Deathmaker just trying to catch those entry frags if he can. But I think what's gonna be happening here is that they don't want to risk that. Here we go. He's hiding away from the recon. Has to give up his position. Doesn't want to be picked off, at least from that side. But for now, he might be able to go with one. Ooh, they don't spot him out. Yes, he will. Aziz will be going down right now. But at least it's still a pick. They're gonna be happy with that. I'm gonna be real.
Absolutely. Anything that they can do to sort of challenge the economy of South Built at this point will be a godsend. But now, the important thing is to keep everyone alive. But can they even do it? No!
Oh, they do!
And shot! No, suddenly the save is just not worth it! And VLT only survived with one rifle. This is one of the worst things that could have happened to the VLT side.
Yes, that op, they wanted to save that op, but unfortunately that spray was just too good. It catches him off guard over there. I'm just surprised that Deathmaker didn't get a pick from that.
Yeah, I think it should have been, honestly,
At
that
least
should have been a hit.
2 for him, yeah.
Get out of my way.
Oh, it's all 2020 in hindsight now, but towards B they go. This one for all the marbles. Can South Built take us into the playoffs? Can VLT hold on? Answering those questions here right outside B main, as now they try to build themselves up here, but instead they just force him back. try to get a little bit of a rotation in. They want to get towards that C site, and that's where they go. Here's the commit. Aziz looking to get in. Blinded by the paranoia, it will not dissuade. They still have to deal with 3, as Aziz on the Blade Storm has to find at least 1. Spots the tip of the head, but he's well dealt with. LFF holds firmly with 2 big defensive kills. Flippy and Papi Chulo respond 3v3. Deathmaker with the Blade Storm. Now they get back into it as Pro pushing the flank. Big kill from Pro right there. As he falls back to safety, he gets tagged short. They try to chase, but he falls safely into his teammate. No, Amaterasu chases him out, and it's now a 2v2. And this one is gonna go the distance here. Can it be South Built to take us home? Can it be the Philippines to go and be the last team to qualify for the playoff? Ja spots the shoulder, spots one out. Nice adjustment on the flick, and that's gonna be all up to Amaterasu, who has to reposition, who has to fall back because the lockdown forces him out.
Oh my god, they were just saving everything from this last round. Papi Chulo wants no stone unturned. He wants to make sure that it is a clean round for him. The bot does spot him out immediately. Everyone knows where he is. Amaterasu with 2 bullets. Can't even something happen. He gets 1, has to reload. But from his back is where he goes, and Papi Chulo seals the deal. Round 19 will be taken by South Built Esports 2-13. No overtime at all from any of them.
And that's the Philippines going ahead. They qualify for the playoffs here on the APAC Challengers. A big congratulations to South Built Esports. They knock out the lone South Asian representative, the lone Indian team here. But I do have to say, Velocity Gaming have a lot to be proud of. An amazing run from them. See the discovery of a lot of new superstars here. Vibhor was an absolute amazing player. Should be proud of himself at the very end of the day. But the victory and the pride of qualifying goes to the Philippines, as they will take down their South Asian counterparts and be the ones to qualify for the playoffs.
Yep, that's right. Really, I gotta say, Velocity was giving South Built a run for their money. And that's again, MVP will be going to Vibor from the side of Velocity. And Ja, this time around, just stepping it up on the Astra. He may not be shining as bright as a star in round 1, but map number 2, he calls this home. This is his galaxy, and we're playing inside of his universe. 23 kills from him, if you think about it.
Perfectly said there. 3.1 KDA, and you know, Tash, Ja, just when I was about to dunk on his Astra, he's like, what are you talking about, Lustrado?
Flippy too?
I got this. And Flippy, I know he's crazy. Flippy's crazy.
I didn't know that. That's the thing. I was just criticizing him, and on that round, he was just like, nah. I'm not taking any of this slander. Look at this in terms of numbers. Still, again, very, dominating win. Look at this in terms of damage, in terms of frags, in terms of objectives, still very much the same. But I really gotta say, while it looked very dangerous from South Built Esports from the beginning, we were just criticizing them on B. But the thing is, they'll keep doing it until they mess with VLT, and then suddenly it just goes straight home, all the way to the side of SBE.
Great game right there for South Built. Is now the lone standing survivor, the last team to qualify here, and the last Filipino representative in wake of the downfall of Team Secrets. And they're not being able to qualify in this. They hold on and carry the Philippine flag a little bit further across the line. Can they go all the way? Can they find themselves in the icy tundras of Iceland? That is going to be the question that is being posed, being asked to the 5 members here. All across the nation, the Filipino fans are wondering how far can they really go, and taking down South Asia, it's a good step.
Yeah, either way, I really like it. Well, this is Velocity's map, but the one who's at home here is actually South Built Esports. Does play both maps really well. Gotta give it to this one, Aziz. This was a really huge play. Gets 2 for that, and even though there was the fragment, he really didn't care. And from the side there, Ja was just caught off guard. He got tagged once, but it doesn't really bother him, because from the other side of the crossfire, there was Flippy just giving him so much problems. Vibor, I have to say, well, he did cause a lot of big problems and smoke plays on map number 1. Map number 2, I think the problem is for this side is the fact that South Built Esports already knew his modus operandi. Yes, he does get away with a few of those, but after that, they're like, okay, we have to be careful. Smokes, Vibor is going to be in there. You saw all the pre-sprays coming through.
Yeah, I think you hit that nail right on the head there. Once Vibhor was getting caught up in the smokes, it was really, I think, a little bit of a breath of relief for the South Built side, that they know sort of how to deal with him. But still, it was a really great game nonetheless. Something to be proud of for the boys from South Asia. Definitely not to be ashamed of, because they Man, I'm so happy about
I'm so
how much
happy
have
for them.
Velocity Yeah, no,
They grew.
yeah, they got eliminated, but the growth of not just Velocity, but the entire South Asian scene has just been such a treat to watch over the years. But now
Yeah.
it has been, unfortunately, the end for one of these teams. For 3 of these teams, we already bid goodbye to them by the end of this day. We have 3 more contenders going off into the playoffs, and we'll be finding out more about their journey once we get back to the panel. So for now, it's Ilustrado and Tash Bunny. We're going to be signing off for today. We'll be joining you guys again next week. But don't leave. We still got the panel when we come back from this break.
Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
Move of emotion, they drunk of their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk of their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start.
Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
Raf, you said it better yourself while we were waiting here. The power levels were just completely different from South Asia versus the Asia Pacific region. And with that, South Built Esports, they win a 2-0 victory against Velocity Gaming. They punch in their tickets into the knockouts. But we still have a lot more to say during that entirety of the series. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and the Raf and Ascent. Really, it kind of was like the same story that happened when Velocity Gaming went up against Full Sense, getting that significant lead in the first half and then losing it in the second half, and then just cascading downwards to a downward spiral there to their defeat.
Yeah, and you can really sorry. I was gonna say was you can really tell sometimes in these kind of matches, Mr. Raf, we're too alike. We think of the same things exactly the same. Yeah. We steal each other's points at this point mentally, you know, with the meta communication. But you can tell there on map number 1 that, you know, Ascent. And this is saying something. I was kind of curious why they picked Ascent, and I was like, okay, that's the way that goes. Typically not the best map for South Build, especially not when there's a KO on the other side. They get this one through though, and I think it really just came down to them kind of adjusting to the play style of Velocity. But once they got that red, Illustrato pointed out, once they got it locked in, they were locked in.
Enemy kill. Lock in sight.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, this entirety of Ascent was really South Built Esports coming back from a deficit and then just making a statement from themselves that their playoffs mode is on, definitely
is supposed to be the case, at least. You know, you see them in their knockouts mode when they do best is like on that final half of Haven. But here in Ascent, there definitely is kind of that warm-up period from South Build. It's almost like something you kind of expect for them to do, even though it ain't supposed to be that way. But, you know, like they're almost like a boxer that's more defensive sided, where they kind of pick their battles in the opening rounds, and in round like what 5 to 12, that's when they really start to get going once they've gotten the reads on how the opponent's side plays. And I think that's really where this team's strengths lie, is at least they don't start off strong, but sometimes it's more important how you end it than how you start.
So you're saying they are the type of team that is a pretty straight puncher, not a lot of hooks, not a lot of overhands. It's all about that late round setup, and it's been proven. As I was mentioning earlier on the panel, when I was experiencing a little bit of a technical difficulty, is that GLT, it is truly, truly unlucky that they had to experience the same type of crescendo in the last 2 series. But once again, we have to give her credit is due, because they put up a great fight. The way that they've been evolving throughout all of our APAC challengers just makes us so excited to see them moving forward in the future and what kind of teams we get from that region.
Yeah, and you know, just a sliver more, they would have been able to make it into the top 8, into the knockouts, and they have already been looking like the best, you know, team from South Asia. And as many have predicted, you know, Velocity, they might not always get the best of like their own region, like of global, but they did look like the team that would perform better on the international stage, and that they did prove here today. For you know, for them, a team that comes from such a closed off circuit, I think they played spectacularly for the effort given at hand.
Yeah, with that being said, we're definitely looking forward to see how South Asia will evolve after this, going into Challengers 2. This may be the second time that they've tried to make it into the world stage, but this isn't the last time we can get to see a lot more from the South Asian region. But with that being said, we've finally rounded up all the 8 teams that we need to see going into the knockout stages. And before we show the brackets that we have, of course, let's have a look at the journey that these guys went through by looking at the brackets they went through during their respective group. Over at Group A, we saw Boom Esports and Made in Thailand make it into the knockout stage. Boom Esports coasted easily, not easily, but coasted undefeated throughout the entirety of the upper bracket, 2-0 against No Namers and against Made in Thailand as well. They knocked Made in Thailand down to the lower brackets, where they had that rematch against CERBERUS Esports, and Made in Thailand made a point that we're not gonna have the same story. We're gonna dominantly end your run here in the Asia Pacific Challengers, and that's a story for Group A. Over at the Group B, I could say the same for Paper Rex, 2-0 against Fancy United, 2-1 against Persija Esports. But at the end of the day, as close as the matches were, Paper Rex still makes their way into contention to the knockout stages, and Persija Esports gets knocked down. We saw Bonkers evolve from that first match against Persija Esports. When we went to that rematch, it was as close as it can get, but at the end of everything, Xerxia Esports, the newer team, all things considered, will prove worthy to get into the knockout stage, and we'll see Oceania a little bit more in Challengers 2, definitely. But over at Group C, the touted group of death, Xerxia, ONIC G, Now Esports, and Bleed Esports, they gave out everything that they can get. With Bleed Esports, first one to qualify. Xerxia Esports, unfortunately, we weren't able to see them yesterday, but when they performed earlier on today, a 2-0 victory to seal the deal for themselves to make it once again into contention to get into Masters. And lastly, things are heated at Group D, definitely, as Full Sense, 2-0 all across the board, all the way to the knockout stages. Velocity Gaming got knocked down earlier on. They went up against South Belt Esports, and South Belt, even despite falling down to the lower bracket, they were able to flip the switch and get the tournament mode going. Playoffs mode, South Belt Esports, definitely something that we have to look out for going into the knockout stages. Now, we've seen the teams play out throughout the entirety of the week, and we've been speculating on what type of brackets we're going to have here for the knockouts. And here we are. What an opener here. Full Sense versus Xerxia Esports. Bleed versus Made in Thailand. Boom Esports versus Xerxia. And PaperX and South Built Esports. What do you guys have for this?
Oh my goodness. Look at that, dude. All these matches are going to be, I guess, expected to just completely surprise everybody in just how hyped they're already going to be. I mean, moving into it, you already know they're going to be hyped, but when we actually get to it, man, oh man, how many teams do we have here who have a real shot? I think you can even argue that the vast majority of these teams have a real good shot of being the champions at the end of things.
I'm still looking at that, and my goodness, it truly is quite difficult to comprehend. All-stars upon all-stars, gods upon gods. If you thought the play-ins and the group stage was entertaining, boy, you have no idea what's ahead of us for the knockouts. And the stakes are just that much higher, but we've had a grueling week. It's only going to be more brutal once the knockouts start.
Yeah, we started the week with elimination, and we started the entirety of the Asia Pacific Challengers with 20 teams, and now we're down to our last 8 teams. And for all that's worth, we're only going to be getting 2 teams in the Asia Pacific region to represent in the first ever Masters for the year. And before we wrap up the entire show, any final thoughts going into the knockouts, guys?
Oh, I kind of want to hear Raps first before I close mine off.
Oh, no, you go ahead. Don't put this on me. But you know what? Since you've already passed the ball, shooting guard gotta shoot. I don't think I left anything to the imagination with what I expressed with the excitement and honestly the awe for that bracket, right? Yet again, these teams are forced to grow, forced to set out to a journey of improvement, and my goodness, the level of competition we've had this year just only getting higher and higher. I'm honestly so excited for our region as a whole.
Yeah, and there are so many great teams right now in Southeast Asia as compared to last year that look international caliber, international quality, that they can go even past the APAC stage and maybe make some noise once we go into Masters, once we go into that LAN. And you're looking at the potential like 4 or 5 different teams here who can definitely make something happen when they get that far, if they get that far. Who will we have go that far, though, remains to be seen. There are definitely some favorites, but I am only expecting the unexpected at this point. I'm only going to be looking forward to being surprised and being amazed at what we see come next week.
Well, the wave that is rising in the Pacific is getting higher and higher. It's all about to crash. We'll tune in here at the Asia Pacific Challengers later on this week for some more hard-hitting matches. And on behalf of everybody and the casting desk in all the regions that we have here in the Asia Pacific region, as well as here on the panel, I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raph. We'll see you in knockouts. Good night and good fight.
from me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitless. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move on the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no problem.